Being in the room at the time, Carlos heard what she said to Colleen over the phone. Without missing a beat, he glanced at Debbie and raised an eyebrow. He didn't pause at all, still reading to the kids. His expression seemed to say, "Look, I'm a good man, aren't I?" Debbie glared at him and walked out to the balcony. "Just have a good time. Leave the kids to us," Debbie said. "We have a ton of maids and 2 of them are nannies." All of which was true. The servants practically ran the household. No one had to lift a finger. Not Carlos. Not Debbie. Okay, I get it. The reception here is bad, so no video chat with the kids. Give them my love. Good night, Colleen said. Good night. Walking back to the bedroom, Debbie found that the 2 kids were still listening with rapt attention to the story Carlos was telling. They seemed so into the fantastic story that they weren't sleepy at all. She entered the walk-in closet to grab the pajamas that the housemaid had prepared for her. She chipped in quickly, "I'm going to take a bath." Carlos paused the story and told her, "Go to my bedroom then. There's no hot water in the guest bedroom where you are." "Okay," Debbie nodded dubiously, but she didn't think much about it. She grabbed the pajamas and walked down the hallway to Carlos' bedroom. When she finished her shower and emerged from the bathroom, she found Carlos already in there. He was lying on one side on the bed and browsing on his phone. Seeing her come out, he put his phone away and waved at her. Wiping her hair with a bath towel, Debbie walked over to him. "What? The kid's in bed already?" "Yeah." Carlos sat up on the bed and pulled her over, making her sit on his lap. He inhaled deeply, breathing in the fragrance from her body. "You smell like me." "Of course. I used your body wash and shampoo." He gave her a quick kiss. "My turn. Don't move a muscle," he said, getting up and turning on the shower. After a little hesitation, Debbie decided against it. "No. I'm heading to the guest room to unwind." She didn't mind sleeping in the same bed with Carlos, but after all, she was another man's wife now. There was no good reason for them to do that. What if someone discovered them? What if they talked? A dash of displeasure flashed in his eyes. "What are you worried about now? You should have thought about this before you came over. People talk. It's what they do. You became the talk of the town the moment you set foot in this manor," he thought. Debbie thought his words made sense, so she nodded. "Okay then. Go take a shower and I'll dry my hair." A few minutes after Carlos walked into the bathroom, Debbie entered the small room right next to the bathroom and dried her hair with the hairdryer. When she tilted her head, she was surprised to find a glass wall between the small room and bathroom. She could see Carlos clearly through this wall. As if sensing her gaze, Carlos also turned around. Their eyes met. He grinned charmingly and mouthed to her, "Come here." Debbie's heart skipped a beat. She quickly moved her eyes away, lowered her head and focused on drying her hair, as if she had seen nothing. She wasn't in the mood tonight, and she was trying to wind down. "Seriously? Never stops hitting on me," she thought, blushing. When she was almost finished drying her hair, her phone rang. She checked the caller ID. It was Ivan. Ivan. Debbie answered the call as she put the hairdryer away and walked out of the small room. Meanwhile, Carlos also emerged from the bathroom, with a bath towel tied around his waist. Debbie couldn't help but fix her eyes on his luscious chocolate abs, while half listening to what Ivan was saying on the other end. Strong chest, 8-pack abs. Not the tiniest hint of fat anywhere. What a perfect and well-toned body. She marveled in her mind, practically drooling. "Where are you now?" "Your hometown? My mom wants us to visit her. That means a plane trip for you. But if you don't have time, I'll find some excuse to turn her down," Ivan said. Coming back to her senses, she answered in haste. "No, I still have time. I'm still on vacation. When do you want to fly out there?" "How about day after tomorrow? I'm in Y City too. We can go together." "Okay. Just call and give me a little warning before you pick me up." "Will do." As soon as she moved her phone away from her ear, Carlos shot her a sharp glance. "Ivan?" She nodded. "Yes. When are you going to divorce him?" He never expected he would be so eager to break apart a marriage. He had asked Debbie the same question several times within the past couple days. Debbie hesitated.
Not zure.
Ask me some other time. She was going to fly out of the country with Ivan in a couple days to visit his mother. Elsie didn't know their marriage was fake, so Debbie had to make sure this was handled correctly. She didn't want to freak her out or make Ivan look bad. Carlos wasn't satisfied with her answer. He tore off his bath towel and threw at the foot of the bed. He rushed towards her, and within seconds had her pinned to the bed. He asked between gritted teeth, "You don't want to leave him?" Debbie locked her arms around his neck and said playfully, "Of course I do. You're the better choice, obviously." "When?" he asked urgently. "Wait. Shut up. Quit blowing me off when I ask or I'll kill you." He wouldn't accept that answer anymore. Losing his patience, he kissed her hungrily. The CEO wanted to have sex with her so badly, but he couldn't do that before she got divorced. All he'd done was wait, and he was so tired of waiting, so horny he couldn't stand it. His passionate and angry kiss made her short of breath. She wondered why he got so pissed all of a sudden. He was obviously venting his anger. Moments later, the room was quiet once more. With their fingers entwined, Carlos stared intently at the woman under him. "One question." "Yeah. It's." Carlos put a finger to her lips. "Don't be too quick to answer. If you lie, you won't leave this bedroom today." Debbie was shocked by the unexpected question. Does he know something? Why does he care who Piggy's father is? After a moment's consideration, she said, "How about this? When I divorce Ivan, I'll tell you everything. Didn't he say that he'd leave Stephanie? Maybe I can tell him then," she thought to herself. But this wasn't good enough for Carlos. He couldn't get a straight answer to any of his questions, and this was driving him nuts. In a huff, he got off the woman and lay down next to her. Covering himself with the thin quilt, he said coldly, "Sleep." Debbie pouted her lips gloomily. Nonetheless, she felt she had to make him happy. She moved closer and clung to the angry man. But he removed her hand from his waist and turned his back to her. Debbie was stunned for a while. Looking at his broad back, she couldn't help but giggle under her breath. He was so childish. She tried again, pressing her chest against his back, and put her right leg and right arm on his body. She felt comfortable nestling against him when she slept. Carlos didn't move away this time, yet he didn't turn to face her either. Debbie had slept a lot after coming back from the seaside resort, so she was wide awake. Resting her cheek on his back, she asked in a hushed voice, "Mr. Handsome, do you still love me?" Carlos couldn't believe she had asked such a stupid question. He finally turned his body around, and under the dim light, he stared at her with contempt in his eyes. "What do you think?" Debbie pouted. "I don't like the look in your eyes. Do you hate me?" "That's a really stupid question. Ask questions like that and you'll get the stink eye." "No way. The only stupid questions are the ones that don't get asked. And you never tell me you love me, so how should I know?" Debbie retorted defiantly. Carlos grinned cunningly. "You don't know? Like you said, I'll tell you when you divorce Ivan. If you don't tell me how you feel, why should I divorce him? What if I get divorced but you don't love me at all?" Carlos held on to Debbie's waist. "Want me to throw you out of the room?" he spat. "You're the only woman that can climb into my bed. Isn't it obvious I love you?" He thought angrily while staring into her eyes. "I wouldn't if I were you. You'll be lonely," Debbie said playfully, tracing a finger down his nose and wrapping her arms around him. Her sweet smile turned him on. His breathing came in short gasps. He gritted his teeth, trying hard to stop himself. After a while, he cussed angrily. "Fuck! I really want to bang you now." Debbie was stunned. This was the first time she had heard Carlos say such vulgar words. "Don't, Mr. Huo. I have a husband." Carlos tightened his grip on her waist. Did she try to make him suffer? Was she doing this deliberately? He sneered and tried to scare her. "So? You think that'll stop me?"
No.
"But you won't do that now." I'm a star and I'm married. We'll both be in trouble if anyone finds out we're having an affair. Think of your reputation. Carlos smirked coldly. We're still in trouble. We slept under the same quilt. Nothing happened, but no one's gonna believe that. Debbie was lost for words. He was right. People would judge them no matter if they had sex or not. Their relationship looked too fishy. She blinked naughtily and a sly smile crept across her lips. So what should I do? Go to the press? And then you take care of the rumors. Carlos pinched her cheek. Cut the crap. I can't bang you, but at least help get me off. Debbie was confused. How? After a long while, Carlos went to the bathroom to take a second shower. Debbie brushed her teeth, wincing. Her arms were sore and aching. Looking at her hand, recalling what just happened moments ago, Debbie blinked her eyes innocently. She hoped that Carlos wouldn't get mad at her once he found out her marriage to Ivan was a sham. She was impressed. He'd held off even after she tempted him. The next morning when Debbie woke up, Carlos wasn't in the bedroom. She guessed he might be downstairs playing with Jess and Piggy. After freshening up and changing into a proper outfit, she came downstairs. Carlos was helping the two kids with their breakfast. Debbie kissed the two cute guys and sat opposite Carlos. As she ate the congee, she asked, "When do you have to be at work?" "I'm leaving in half an hour." "I see." She began thinking about her plans today. After Carlos took off, she stayed in the manor with the kids. She didn't feel like going outside. Together with two maids, she watched the kids play by the hot spring. The next day, she flew to Z Country. She went with Ivan, leaving Piggy behind. But before she left, when Carlos knew she would go back to Z Country with Ivan, he pressed her against the wall and warned her. Don't flirt. Don't get too close. Don't touch him. Don't sleep in the same bed with him. Don't. He bombarded her with a barrage of don'ts regarding Ivan. Carlos didn't let her go until she had repeated his reminders, word for word. Then Curtis and Colleen came and picked up Jess. Carlos wanted Evelyn to stay with him. He would take care of the little girl personally during Debbie's trip. The CEO had an ulterior motive. He didn't want Debbie knowing about it, but he needed Evelyn to do something very important. Once they arrived, Elsie was quite upset to discover Evelyn hadn't come along. But anyway, she still was happy to have the couple back, so she prepared a rich dinner for them. After dinner, Ivan held Debbie's hand and they took their leave. "Mom, I have work to do. Debbie and I should get going now." Elsie stopped them and glared at her son. "You haven't stayed overnight here even once since you two got married. What do you want, Ivan?" she asked sternly. Ivan explained resignedly. "Mom, you know both of us are very busy. Fine. You go to work and Debbie can stay here. That'll give you a reason to come back here," she ordered. Left with no choice, Ivan left the one family's house alone. In order to dodge the drama, he didn't come back until after 2 a.m. He pulled out his phone and tapped the flashlight app, so he wouldn't have to wake anyone by turning on lights. Using the beam of the LED as light, he quietly walked into their bedroom. Debbie heard the noise. "Ivan." "Yeah, it's me. Did I wake you?" She shook her head. "I can't sleep." Carlos had her on video chat for a long time. He seemed quite worried that something would happen between Ivan and her. He finally ended the call a few minutes ago because she was falling asleep on him. Ivan closed the door and carefully locked it behind him. Since she wasn't asleep, he turned on the lights. "Can't sleep? Or won't? You don't need to wait up for me." Debbie moved to the other side of the bed and pointed to another pillow and quilt. "There's a spot." "No, it's almost dawn. I can just sleep on the couch." Ivan had drunk a little wine and was feeling heavy and tired. He carried the quilt and pillow over to the couch. Debbie didn't stop him. The couch was certainly big enough for Ivan, comfy to boot. Watching him disappear into the bathroom, she lay on the bed again. A couple of minutes later he came out, switching off the overhead light. Then he spread the quilt as evenly as he could on the couch, fluffed the pillow, and tucked himself in. Debbie suddenly started a conversation. "Ivan, we..." She stuttered hesitantly. Ivan thought she was asleep already. Surprised, he asked, "What's up?" In the darkness, she bit her lower lip. Gathering her resolve, she asked, "When will we? How long are we gonna keep lying to your mom?" Ivan understood what she was getting at. Last time, Carlos had blatantly asked her to get a divorce in front of everyone. He thought for a while and said, maybe wait a bit. Can you? If his parents found out the marriage wasn't real, that might come as a shock. Maybe he should try getting a real fiancé before dropping that bombshell. A real fiancé. A woman's face popped up in his mind. Okay, that's settled. Debbie nodded understandingly. But Ivan added, "Hey, I have a way out of this. But I need your help." Debbie looked at him quizzically. "It's about a girl," he added. "You talking about Casey? So is it love?" Debbie blurted out outright. Ivan frowned. "Am I that obvious?" "Well, you kissed her. How much more obvious could you be?" Debbie tittered under her breath. "She told you." "Yes, she did. She cried a lot and apologized." "Poor Casey. She doesn't know about our arrangement. How do you really feel?" Debbie wouldn't help Ivan before she figured out everything. She wouldn't help him if Casey was just a fling. He turned his body on the couch. "How do I feel? First, I thought it was just sympathy. I felt bad for her having to bury her lover. But then I realized it was something more than that. I think I love her. I want to find out, but she won't do anything because we're married. Okay, tell you what. I'll hook you up after I get back home. Ivan, just remember, treat her right. She's suffered a lot. She deserves to be happy." Ivan nodded, putting his hands under his head. Staring at the ceiling, he assured her, "Of course I will. But I want to do this right. That's why I need your help. You know why my mom insisted that we stay overnight? She wants a grandkid. Ending our marriage will make it easier to give her one." "No problem. Leave it to me." Debbie turned to look outside the window, eyes sparkling with happiness. She sincerely hoped that Casey could fall in love with someone again. And Ivan would be a wonderful choice. Casey was irresponsible, where Ivan was careful, methodical, and good at taking care of people. Debbie remembered how he took care of Piggy, and the care he showed as a single man. At the paternity testing center of Y City, this was the second time Carlos had been here. For the first, he took Piggy here to do the DNA test. The second time, he came with Frankie to get the results. Wearing a surgical mask and gloves, a lab tech handed the report to Carlos. "As per your instructions, I conducted the tests all the way through. No one else was involved." "Good job," Carlos nodded, looking at the folder full of papers, his face betraying no emotion. Frankie was expecting Carlos to open the folder and read the report right there. But the cold man stood up and left the center, report in hand. Then Frankie drove him back to the manor. "Mr. Huo, remember Miss Nian's flight is due to touch down at 4:41 p.m., he reminded. When Carlos walked into the villa, Piggy was playing with the nannies. Seeing him come back, the little girl clumsily trotted towards him like usual. He scooped the little girl up with one arm and held the folder with the other hand. As he walked towards the staircase, he told the nannies, "I've got her. Don't come up here without my say-so." "Yes, Mr. Huo." After carrying Piggy to his bedroom, Carlos set the little girl down on the floor. Piggy ran towards the bed and climbed up onto it herself. "Uncle Carlos, sleepy? Okay, let me help you with the blanket." "Thanks," Evelyn said in a meek voice. Carlos sat on the edge of the bed, fixing his eyes on Evelyn's lovely face. As time marched on, she began to resemble Debbie more and more. Because she felt safe with him, Piggy fell asleep in no time. After checking to make sure she was sound asleep, he opened the folder with the DNA result. Deep in thought, his heart raced a bit faster as the nervousness set in. 2 minutes later, he opened the report and flipped to the last page. He wanted to know what it said. Debbie stayed with Ivan's mom for 2 days. The older woman wanted her to stay a little longer, but Debbie's excuse was that she was worried about her daughter. And then she flew back home. Of course, Ivan also flew back with her, because he needed to focus on winning Casey's heart. On arrival, the first thing Debbie wanted to do was hold a birthday party of her own. She didn't plan to host a party at first. It was Casey and Jared who had forced her into it. As she didn't have much time to prepare, she had no choice but to borrow Carlos' private room at the Orchid Private Club. And she had only invited a few close friends. As soon as they got off the plane, Ivan took her to the mall to pick out a dress. Then she was taken to a hair salon for a facial and get her hair styled before hurrying to the club. She didn't even have time to drop off her luggage at home. Jared, Sasha and Blair were already in the private room by the time they arrived. The room was fully decorated, and it was all Carlos' idea. When she called him to borrow the room, he put himself in charge of the decorations. Everything was blue and white. Blue and white balloons were attached to the ceiling. A long table was placed in the middle of the room, and a blue and white tablecloth covered it. The luxury brand silverware was actually made of sterling silver. The cake was also blue and white, and more than a meter tall with 3 layers. More amazingly, on top of the birthday cake was a little doll dressed in a blue princess dress. Everyone except Ivan widened their eyes in shock when they saw the doll on the cake, because the dress looked precisely like the one Debbie was wearing now. They were the same dress in every way except the size. Debbie slowly tilted her head to Ivan for answers. He picked out the dress. Truth be told, she didn't want this dress at first. It looked more Piggy's style. But Ivan insisted on this particular dress and even paid for it. It was out of character for him to force her to do anything. It made sense now when she saw the birthday cake. But then she was confused. Carlos was the one in charge of the decorations, and Ivan bought the dress. Did they work together? Or was it a coincidence? Seeing the confusion in her eyes, Ivan shook his head helplessly. Well, it wasn't my idea. Not Ivan's idea? So is it? Jared blurted out a name. Carlos. Ivan nodded. Yeah, he arranged everything. Hey, why the tears? Should a princess cry? Tears were threatening to fall out of Debbie's eyes as she was so touched. But Ivan's funny words made her burst into laughter instead. Even her friends were amused. Jared rested his arm on Ivan's shoulder and said, I've been kicking around the upper-class circles for a long time. You're the most generous husband I've ever seen. Nice. Debbie rolled her eyes at him. She stretched out her hand and said gruffly, Just hand me the present. Jared shook his head and thrust out his empty hands in the air. You know, I'm gonna be a father. I need to save up money for my child. What if I don't have money to buy formula because of this? Sasha, dump this loser. I'll hook you up with a rich man. Jared's kid will get used to saying daddy to another guy, Debbie said to Sasha. Sounds good to me. Sasha clapped her hands in excitement. Then she reached out to grab Jared's arm, in a bid to drag him outside. The tall guy hastily moved out of the way and took out an exquisite gift box. Not before I give this to Queen Debbie, he said, looking at Sasha. He handed the box to Debbie. Happy 25th birthday, tomboy. We've known each other for 11 years now. 11 years. Jared and I have been friends for more than a decade. Debbie's eyes reddened with tears as she thought of their long-term friendship. She took the gift box from his hands and hugged him. Jared, we. Her voice trailed off as she began to sob. Taking a breath to compose herself, she continued. We were friends and now we're family. You've really changed. You were always a good guy, except that you liked girls way too much. But anyway, you quit that bad habit too after falling in love with Sasha. I'm so glad. Someone pushed open the door to the private room. It was Carlos, Evelyn in his arms, and Casey, who happened to arrive at the same time. While the manager greeted the new guests, Debbie was hugging Jared and pouring out those emotional words about their friendship. Jared faced the door, but Debbie had her back to it. The door opened quietly, and Debbie was so immersed in the touching moment that she didn't know what was happening. But Jared got a good look at who entered. Oh crap! He tried to struggle out of her arms. Debbie thought that Jared wasn't used to her sentimental side, so she patted his back and said, Don't move. Just listen. She was still so moved when thinking of their friendship.
No, tamboy.
Jared saw the icy cold look in Carlos' eyes. If he didn't push Debbie away as soon as possible, he would be dead meat. Don't interrupt me. Let me finish, okay? Oblivious to the situation, Debbie thought Jared was just trying to ruin the atmosphere. From now on, don't call me tomboy anymore. Sasha's my family and you will be too. So maybe sister? I'd love it if you called me that. No problem. But can you please let go? Shush. Don't interrupt. Jared, I really miss the old days. We fought and skipped classes and… Debbie! Blair called out in a hushed voice, winking at her. Debbie stuck her head out and asked, "What's wrong with your eye?" Blair was speechless. Debbie was taken aback when she heard a cold and familiar voice coming from behind her. "Happy birthday, mother of Evelyn." Flustered, Debbie quickly took back her hug and pushed away from Jared. Tears still welling in her eyes, she slowly turned her head towards the voice. Carlos held Evelyn in his arms, and Casey stood near the door, a gift in her hands. How long had he been standing behind her? She couldn't say. But one thing was for sure. He wore a dark expression. She felt like a kid again caught stealing candy. But pretending innocence, she wiped her tears and kicked Jared in his shin. "Bad boy. Where's my gift?" "See? Tears? Why did you do that? Sasha will be jealous." Sasha shook her head, explaining, "No, I'm not. Jealous? I know you guys are just friends. I was actually moved to tears, too," Sasha thought. Debbie flashed an embarrassed smile and cut in quickly. "Don't lie, girl. I know you're jealous. Well, moving on." She turned to her daughter. "Oh, Piggy, you're here. Mommy missed you so much." Carlos put Piggy down, and the little girl ran to Debbie saying excitedly, "Missed you too." She hugged Debbie's legs as hard as she could and Debbie bent down to hug her too. Then she looked up at Ivan and greeted, "Daddy, missed you." Ivan stretched out his arms to Piggy and said tenderly, "Hi little one, come here and get a hug." Ever since Debbie and Ivan got married, Piggy started calling Ivan Daddy, just as if he were her real dad. Ivan scooped the little girl up in his arms and played with her. They both laughed happily. Carlos sulked silently as he watched them, his expression sullen. But no one knew why. They figured he was still jealous of Debbie hugging Jared. Frankie was standing behind Carlos with a large gift box in his hands. The angry man walked up to the birthday girl and called out, "Hi, mother of Evelyn." Debbie furrowed her brows in confusion on hearing how he addressed her. "Mother of Evelyn? Why does he address me this way all of a sudden?" She wondered. It sounded so strange. Nevertheless, she didn't think much and forced out a smile. "Hi, Mr. Handsome." Carlos opened the big box Frankie held and said, "Happy 25th birthday, T." The whole room brightened as soon as the box was opened. Everyone stopped to gape at the gift, trying to see what was inside. Jared exclaimed, "Huh, all I can see is money." Casey teased, "Sure you can hold it by yourself?" Sasha echoed Casey's joke. "Maybe I can help Debbie carry it to my house." Blair said, "I wonder how much it's worth." Ivan held his chin and guessed. "Let's see, there are about 25 roses, made of sterling platinum, and certainly not the hybrid platinum you find on the common market. Besides, each flower has leaves and a stem, so each one weighs quite a bit. I guess each rose is priced at least $200,000, so 25 flowers means 5 mil easy. But if we factor in labor, that shoots the price even higher." Everyone stared agape at the large gift box. Unaware of the situation, Blair was still confused. So what does it mean? Why did Mr. Huo spend so much on Debbie? Ivan flashed a thin smile and went on to explain. A rose is the flower of love, and platinum is a durable precious metal. So this bouquet of platinum roses means that Carlos' love for Debbie will last forever. And yes, this looked a bit vulgar, like showing off how wealthy he was. But it was a sweet intention, with a beautiful romantic meaning. Looking at the shining platinum roses, Debbie felt so moved, but also a little helpless. He always goes overboard when it comes to money. I guess he has it to burn, though. She was still gracious and said, "Thank you very much, Mr. Huo. She stood there, regarding Carlos' gift box, still held diligently by Frankie. I wonder if I could even handle such a heavy box. Carlos closed the box, grabbed it from Frankie's hands and handed it to Debbie. She reached out her hands to take it from him, but it was so heavy that she could hardly stand up straight. She shuffled closer to him, angry at the humiliation. Did you do this on purpose? He frowned in confusion. It's so heavy I can barely lift it. How am I supposed to get it home? Carlos gave her a contemptuous look. He took the gift box from her arms and gave it back to Frankie. Send the gift to her unit in Champs Bay Apartments, he ordered. Yes, Mr. Huo. Soon after Frankie left, Curtis and Colleen showed up. When she saw the birthday girl, Colleen gleefully strode over and handed her the birthday gift while singing, "Happy birthday to you." Thank you, Aunt Colleen, Uncle Curtis. Debbie greeted her aunt with a big hug. When they sat down at the table, the other guests came by. Better late than never. They were Damon, Adriana, Hayden, Irene, Xavier, Niles, and the last one, Wesley. The two Fong brothers couldn't make it. Kinsley was in Australia, and Yates was in M Country, but both had asked their assistants to deliver a gift to Debbie. The party went smoothly. The sounds of laughter, cheers, and clinking of glasses filled the room. Since everyone knew each other, they kicked back, relaxed, and had a good time. Party favors livened up the scene. There were balloons, noisemakers, and parlor games for people to play with. Jared and Casey were always the life of the party. They encouraged everyone to get the birthday girl drunk. So Debbie was feeling no pain by the end of the night. When the party ended, she was plastered and could barely keep her feet. She was in no mind to send her guests home. But of course her friends didn't mind. They left one after another. Even in her drunken state, Debbie didn't forget one very important thing. She looked at Ivan and told him, "Ivan, why don't you drive Casey home? She's drunk too. Not safe to hail a cab with her like that." Ivan only had the occasional bottle of beer. He was sober by now, but he didn't like getting drunk that much anyway. Hearing Debbie's request, he shot to his feet and walked up to Casey. "Okay, Casey, let's get you home. My driver's out front." Casey's face turned a bright red color. She threw a glance at Debbie, only to find the birthday girl had already staggered to Carlos' side and rested her head on his shoulder, eyes closed. Casey smiled helplessly at her friend. Then she followed Ivan out and left the club. Finally, Carlos and Debbie were the only ones in the room. It was dead quiet, except for the noises of night animals. He suddenly said curtly, "Leave Evelyn with me whenever you're busy." "Why?" Debbie was a little dizzy. She didn't detect anything suspicious in his tone. "You asked me why?" Carlos smirked and lit a cigarette. Then he took a drag, pulled the woman into his arms and blew out the smoke into her face. "Ugh!" Debbie coughed, choking on the smoke with tears in her eyes. "You jerk!" she cussed. She struggled to open her eyes, and fumbled for the pack of cigarettes and lighter on the table. She then skillfully nipped a cigarette between her fingers, lit it, and took a drag. She then blew a smoke ring, which diffused when it hit his face. Carlos wasn't choked by the smoke, but he was shocked by how expertly she was smoking. His bushy eyebrows crooked in anger. When did she learn to smoke? She was still doing smoke tricks. She took a long drag and kept it in her mouth, then blew smoke through her nose and two sides of her mouth. She looked like a fire-breathing dragon. In a fit of anger, he suddenly snatched the cigarette away from her fingers and gripped her chin tightly, making her look at him. "Who lets you smoke?" He dropped the words one by one between gritted teeth. Feeling pain in her jaw, Debbie pounded ineffectually at his chest. "Let go of me. You're hurting me." Seeing her face scrunched in pain, he loosened his grip a little and said in a loud voice, "Answer me." Debbie stopped attacking him and spat out, "My husband. Damn you." Carlos flared up, eyes fuming in anger. Husband, her husband. Hearing her call another man as husband made him feel even angrier. He had an urge to find Ivan and kill him. Debbie smiled happily at his glum face. His jealous reaction made her feel so good. Her smile added fuel to the fire. Carlos put out the cigarette in the ashtray. In a swift move, he pinned her down on the couch and began kissing her passionately. Last time they were here, Carlos and Debbie had sex in this very booth. That memory rose unbidden in Debbie's thoughts. She believed he'd do the same right here and now. Carlos was making his intentions plain as he put his hand under her dress. Just at that moment they heard a tiny voice. It was obvious it belonged to Piggy. She stood at the door to the bedroom inside the private booth and asked curiously, "Uncle Carlos?" "Mommy." Carlos and Debbie were enjoying their passionate kiss, and were startled by her voice. A bit ago, Piggy complained of being tired, so Carlos had taken her to the bedroom and sung her to sleep. Debbie and Carlos were too focused on the fireworks between them to think about Piggy once she was asleep. Piggy, who just woke up, rubbed her eyes and stared at the two people on the couch with wide, innocent eyes. Carlos sat up and straightened his shirt, which had been wrinkled because of his recent close encounter with Debbie. He then looked at Piggy with a soft smile. "Your mom had a stomachache, and I was rubbing her belly to help her feel better." Debbie was at a loss for words. "By kissing Mommy?" "Only Mommies and Daddies kiss," Piggy said with a serious expression. This was what Debbie told her a long time ago. Debbie didn't expect her to still remember it. Carlos came over to her and scooped her up in his arms. "Piggy's right. Only Mommies and Daddies kiss. Won't happen again," he coaxed her. "Okay. Say sorry." Carlos was shocked. He pulled a long face and apologized to Debbie reluctantly. "Sorry." After giving Carlos a look of triumphant satisfaction, she pretended to be kind and generous. "You're good. Just don't do it again." Looking at Debbie's smug smile and Piggy's innocent eyes, Carlos felt outmatched by the mother-daughter team. When they left the club, Carlos suggested taking Debbie and Piggy to his manor. But Debbie had to work early the next day, and the manor was pretty much out of the way. She turned him down. So Carlos asked Frankie to drive Piggy to the manor. Debbie protested initially, but Carlos eventually convinced her. "You can't take care of her," he said. "You're drunk." She was tired and just gave in. He escorted her to a limo, got in with her, and drove to the Champs Bay apartments. At Building 2 Champs Bay Apartments, the black posh car pulled up in front of the entrance. Carlos got out and walked over to the passenger side to open the door for Debbie. She stumbled out of the car. Somehow she tripped and fell right into his arms. Carlos held her waist with one hand and closed the door with the other. He then pressed her against the car and said seriously, "We need to talk." Debbie didn't respond. She cradled his neck and cast a glance at the lighted apartment on the 6th floor. "Your fiancé is home. Aren't you afraid of getting caught?" she asked playfully. Carlos was so close she could feel the man's warm breath on her face. Her rosy cheeks blushed red and her heart started beating faster. "Forget about her. This is about Evelyn." "Evelyn," Debbie said with a broad smile. "Oh yeah, she's at the manor. With Frankie. I need to." She lost her train of thought for a moment, tired and drunk. "Need to pick her. Pick her up tomorrow." Seeing that she was too drunk to talk, Carlos gave up and kissed her. "Hey, you promised Piggy you wouldn't kiss me, remember?" Debbie's lips hurt a little, so she protested. Carlos gasped, his hands balled into fists. "I said I wouldn't kiss you in front of her. We're alone." "Hardly," said a man in the darkness. His tone was less than thrilled. He walked towards Carlos and Debbie. Debbie was sobered up a little when she heard the voice. She looked at him and said in an angry voice, "Decker. Seriously? Gee, would you like to join us? It's not oh yeah, it's not like we're in the middle of anything." Decker stood near Carlos and Debbie, but Carlos had no intention of letting her go. He gave Decker an indifferent look. Decker was wearing casual clothes. Flames of rage flashed through his eyes. "Don't touch her. You do know she's married, right?" Debbie tensed up. "Hey, how did he find out about that?" "I never told him." Instead of letting Debbie go, Carlos gave her a squeeze and kissed her lips. "So what?" He then declared arrogantly, "Besides, don't worry. She's getting a divorce. Right, honey? A dash of sarcasm flashed in Decker's eyes. Huh. Let me get this straight. Mr. Huo, the CEO of ZL Group, goes after another man's wife. Carlos was not angry at all. She's my baby's mom. I did nothing wrong, he said indifferently. When Carlos said this, he kept an eye on Debbie. He wanted to see how she reacted to this. Her eyes widened, and shock choked the words in her throat. The shocking truth slammed into her in full force. What? He knows. Debbie then realized that Carlos had called her Evelyn's mom, or made reference to it several times at the party tonight. It seemed like he already knew Evelyn was his kid before he showed up. Her reaction was no surprise to Carlos. After he saw the results of the DNA test, he wore the same expression while the child slept next to him. He had such an adorable and sensitive child. No one knew how thrilled he was at that moment. Decker wasn't surprised in the least. But to keep up appearances, he feigned shock and asked Carlos, "You're Piggy's dad?" Carlos then looked at Decker and answered seriously, "Yes, I'm her biological father. Because of Debbie, my daughter has to call Ivan Dad." Whenever he thought of it, he couldn't help but get angry at the woman in his arms. Dude, seriously? Go home, Mr. Handsome. You're really drunk, Debbie slurred. She put a hand to the car to steady herself. Piggy's mine, she added. She didn't know that Carlos had already had a DNA test done, and was still trying to fool him. Carlos snorted. Who's the father? You had her by asexual reproduction? She just formed a bud on your arm and fell off. Yes. No. Hayden's the dad. Debbie was panicked at the fact that Carlos already knew Evelyn's true identity. Her plan was unraveling, and things were going faster than she wanted. Hayden. Carlos sneered. You know what? I already asked him. What? Yeah, he said he didn't know who the father was. What Carlos didn't tell Debbie was that he used the GU group as leverage. If Hayden lied, he would have to deal with an unfriendly corporate takeover. A long time ago, Hayden had claimed he was the father while they happened to meet at a restaurant. That turned out to be a lie. Hayden was a clever man. This time he guessed that Carlos must know something, so he didn't try to mess with his head. He simply said he didn't know. Hayden doesn't know because... Debbie stuttered, not knowing how to sound more convincing. She was not only flustered, but also drunk to boot. Too drunk to make up a story, she hemmed and hawed, but a fit of dizziness came over her. Upon seeing her reaction, Carlos chuckled and said, Let me tell you why, Evelyn's mom. Okay. It's because Evelyn is not Hayden's daughter. Her toes, teeth and ears look exactly like mine when I was little. So again, who's the father? Evelyn looked a lot like her mom. She could be Debbie's mini-me. But if you looked closer, you'd see Evelyn's toes looked identical to Carlos' toes when he was younger. Carlos hadn't noticed this before. When he saw the DNA test report and knew she was his daughter, he felt cheated. She didn't look like him at all. He even studied each part of Evelyn carefully, and compared her and himself through a mirror. Not only so, but he also sent photos to Miranda and asked her whether they looked like each other. After receiving the text, Miranda picked up the phone and called him back immediately. Before he could say anything, Miranda told him, Evelyn's definitely your daughter. Superficially, she looks like Debbie. But just look at the toes, the teeth, even the ears. Thanks to James, you haven't been able to see your daughter for 2 years. That has to hurt. It does. Debbie must have suffered a lot. But at least she's raising her right, Carlos thought, feeling both frustrated and pitiful. Upon hearing Carlos' words, Debbie tried to deny it. Yeah, right. Carlos sneered. Why are you still being so stubborn? What are you afraid of? Think I'll take Evelyn away. He was right. That was the money shot. She was afraid that he would take her daughter away from her, and that she would never see her again. Decker sprung up, landing on the hood of Carlos' car with his rear end. He settled himself, lit a cigarette, and watched as they got into it. Carlos let Debbie go, opened the car door, took out a file and passed it to her. Facts speak louder than words, he said calmly. DNA test report? Jerk. When did he do this? Debbie thought to herself, grinding her teeth. She pouted her lips and asked, "So what tipped you off?" Actually, Carlos had begun to figure it out a long time ago. But back then he trusted James a lot. He even believed Hayden when the man claimed Piggy as his own. Why would he have any reason to believe otherwise? Until that night. Do you remember the night we spent on that island? She had told him that Evelyn's father was neither Hayden nor Ivan. He trusted her, so the only explanation was both Hayden and James had lied. Now that you know, what's next? Debbie asked, waiting for his answer. Without hesitation, Carlos answered, "You divorce Ivan and marry me. I don't want Evelyn calling anyone else daddy. And if I don't? Then I take her away. She'll be Evelyn Huo and live in my manor." "Up to you," he said meaningfully. Evelyn Huo. It has a ring to it, he thought. What should I do? Seems like I don't have a choice, Debbie thought. Of course she wanted to give Evelyn a wholesome family. Everything she had been doing all this time was to do just that. She nudged Carlos and said, "Go home, Mr. Handsome." Her mind was in a haze, and she didn't think it was wise for her to negotiate right now. Carlos cast a casual glance at Decker, who was sitting on the hood smoking, and asked, "You still here?" Decker took a drag on his cigarette and exhaled the smoke before answering indifferently, "Yeah. I need my beauty rest." Carlos was not happy about his attitude, so he decided to expose him. He turned to look at Debbie and said, "Your brother isn't who you think he is." "Carlos Huo." Decker interrupted him. He jumped off the hood and stood beside the couple. Carlos looked him in the eye, saying nothing. Decker wanted nothing more than to punch that cold face. "Stay out of my business," he warned. "Sounds like he touched a nerve," Debbie said. "So who are you? And what is he talking about?" Debbie asked with concern. Carlos smiled slyly and said, "I can have my men look into it." Decker pulled Debbie behind him and looked at Carlos defiantly. "Carlos Huo, do you want to marry her or not?" "What do you mean?" Carlos asked. Thinking of Carlos as his brother-in-law, Decker chuckled and said, "Stay out of it or I won't let you marry her." "I knew it," Carlos thought. "Curtis and Colleen want me to call them uncle and aunt. And now Decker threatens me. He's got another thing coming." Carlos flashed a smile and said, "Yates is looking for you. He said he'd like to cut you to bits. Should I let him know where you are?" Decker's face changed dramatically as he cursed, "Asshole." Carlos' eyes darkened. "My baby's mom can call me what she wants. You, on the other hand." Carlos took 2 steps closer to Decker. Debbie's heart skipped a beat as she immediately grabbed hold of Carlos and coaxed him. "Carlos, just go home. Evelyn is still waiting for you. What if she misses you and starts crying?" Carlos cast a warning glance at Decker before straightening his suit. He told Decker coldly, "I can do good things for you. I can calm Yates down and you two can be partners in crime, so to speak. He has operations in more than one country. I can also be a powerful enemy. Think about it. All you have to do is talk Debbie into marrying me. It's the only way she'll be happy. I can make you happy too if you do as I ask." Debbie's words froze in her throat. "Seriously? He's trying to buy my brother off," she thought. "Is it a bribe or a threat?" Decker wondered. Of course he knew how powerful Carlos was. Yates seldom did anyone a favor, yet he was good friends with Carlos. And a mob boss was the same. When Carlos said he could give him foreign influence, Decker knew he meant it. Carlos placed his left palm gently at the back of Debbie's neck and forced her to look at him. Despite Decker standing right there, he kissed her on the lips and said, "Watch your brother, but not too closely. He's not a good guy. You don't want to be a part of what he's into." Decker and Debbie were shocked into stunned silence when Carlos said Decker was not a good guy. After kissing Debbie goodbye and cast a warning glance at Decker, Carlos got into his car and drove off. The siblings walked into the elevator together. Instead of acting in a devil-may-care way, Decker walked a little slower, frowning, lost in thought. When the elevator reached the 7th floor, the doors slid open, and they saw a woman waiting there. She wore a hat, a mask and sunglasses. "Debbie Decker," she called out, her voice trembling. Debbie had no idea who it was until she heard the voice. That was when her face changed dramatically. "I know I've heard that voice before," Decker thought. "Wait, I remember now. She floated me a ton of cash." He turned to look at his sister, who was obviously not in a good mood now, and asked, "You know her?" Debbie didn't answer. Ramona took off her hat, mask and sunglasses, revealing a pretty face. However, Debbie saw more wrinkles on her face. She looked a lot like Decker, as a matter of fact. Debbie looked like her father, while Decker got his mother's looks. Decker's eyes went wide when he saw her unmasked. That face was unmistakable. He'd seen her on TV a lot. She was the famous singer Ramona Liu. She was also their mother. Decker's face darkened. Without saying a word, he turned around and entered the elevator. "Decker!" Ramona panicked and followed after him. Decker, however, pushed her out of the elevator without mercy. He used so much force that she fell onto the floor outside the elevator car. He pressed the button, leaving her there. The doors closed and the elevator descended. Staring at the woman on the floor, Debbie clenched her fists and asked coldly, "What do you want?" Ramona supported herself against the wall and struggled to her feet, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Happy birthday. I have a gift for you." She was surprised to see Decker here, and she was thrilled she could even catch a glimpse of her son. In an icy voice, Debbie said, "Keep it and get out." After saying that, she walked towards the door to her apartment and opened it. Before she was about to close the door, Ramona stopped her and pleaded, "I'm just trying to give you something. I'll leave it in the living room and leave." "Fair." When Ramona had been waiting for Debbie in the hallway, she saw someone bring a ton of gifts to her apartment. She felt happy. Her daughter must have lots of friends. She must be happy, she thought. Debbie raised her voice and snapped, "Didn't you hear me? I said no." Lowering her head and looking at the paper bag in her hand, Ramona murmured, "You're my only daughter. Keep turning me down and I'll have no reason to live." Her son and daughter were her only hope. Even though Decker was useless, she didn't mind at all. Debbie shouted, "Will you stop?" Ramona shook her head. "Come on, Deb. Let's talk." Debbie took a deep breath and allowed Ramona to enter her apartment. Frankie had already brought all the gifts sent by her friends to her apartment. The gift bags were on the table in the living room, but she didn't see the platinum roses sent by Carlos. Ignoring Ramona, she looked around the living room, but to no avail. She then opened the door to her bedroom, and when she saw the gift box, she heaved a sigh of relief. Carlos probably asked Frankie to put it in my bedroom, she thought. After closing the door, Debbie poured a glass of water for Ramona and said coldly, "Just sit down." Ramona put the gift bag on the table and took the glass over. With a gratified smile, she said, "You look good, Deb." Debbie said nothing and sat on the couch. "I've listened to every song you've put out. They're good, but they could be even better. I can help you if you want." The older woman used to be a professional singer. Her singing voice was simply gorgeous. She had been the most popular singer in the country, and it was only a matter of time before film producers started offering her roles. She gave up her singing career to become a movie star. Debbie felt like a rebellious teen again. Unconvinced, she spat, "No, thank you." Normally when a veteran singer offered to work with you, you would say yes. But not Debbie, because this time it had nothing to do with business but with blood. Ramona smiled and took a sip of water. "I get it. You signed with Star Empire and have the best lyricists and composers working for you. We need to talk about why I left. I didn't want to leave you and Decker alone. Elroy Liu forced me." She had been waiting for this day for so many years. She wanted to tell her son and daughter her side of the story face to face. Debbie was confused. "But he's your father." "He is. But he hates the Nian family." Ramona was so glad that Debbie was willing to hear the story from her. Debbie wanted to say something, but thought better of it. She quietly listened to Ramona. Before Debbie's grandfather and father passed away, the Nian family was an important, wealthy clan. The intense competition between the two families was fierce. The Liu group was the loser, forced to go bankrupt. Not even a week later, Debbie's grandfather accidentally hit Elroy's beloved eldest son with a car and killed him. In the business world, there are always winners and losers. And Debbie's grandfather running over Elroy's son was just an accident. Debbie's grandfather even sold many shares and properties to compensate Elroy for the loss. But hatred burned in Elroy's heart. Everyone knew that Elroy loathed Debbie's grandfather and the Nian family the most. Artie was Debbie's father, and Ramona falling in love with Artie was the last straw. Elroy tried to put a stop to this romance many times, but to no avail. Ramona and Artie married behind the old man's back, and she even gave birth to a son, Decker. Elroy flared up and took Decker away from Ramona. He changed the baby's name to Decker Liu and sent him abroad to let Debbie's grandfather know how it felt to lose someone close to you. A year later, Ramona gave birth to Debbie. Elroy once again ordered his men to take Debbie away. Ramona begged her father again and again to let Debbie stay with Artie. And Elroy finally seemed to give in to her cajoling. But he had a condition. Ramona had to divorce Artie and leave the Nian family. Left with no choice, she did as she was told. Because of the two kids, the Nian family also hated the Liu family very much. Elroy forbade his daughter from ever visiting her children. Of course, Ramona refused at first. She would never publicly go against her father, but instead met Artie and Debbie in secret. But Elroy found out. His men abducted Ramona and held her captive. He even tied her up and flogged her until she bled from many wounds. From then on, Ramona didn't dare mention the Nian family again. When Decker was 5 years old, he was left in front of an orphanage. Elroy kept his whereabouts a secret from Ramona and the Nian family. He even tried his best to make sure Decker would never amount to anything. The Nian family mounted a search for Decker, but came up empty-handed. Debbie's grandfather searched for Decker until his dying day. He failed and died in sadness. Later, Artie fought bravely against a terminal illness and also died. Huge medical bills bankrupted the Nian family. Debbie was the daughter of wealth and power until she was 10. But after that, she lost everything. After hearing the whole story from Ramona, Debbie said nothing, lost in thought. He didn't expect that the story about her past would be so sad. Sad and annoying. You're strong enough to know the truth and do something about it. You and Mr. Huo. Ramona's voice trailed off. After a short pause, she added, "Now that Mr. Huo is in your camp, Elroy can't do anything to you. Curtis is also on our side. But Elroy has never tried to mess with Curtis, so he can't do anything other than stay away." Now Debbie understood why Curtis had always been so nice to her. It was not just because he was her uncle, but also because he felt bad for her. When Debbie sat there silently, Ramona sighed helplessly. She picked up the gift bag she brought over. "I've seen many mothers and daughters wear the same clothes. I want to do that with you. Happy birthday, Debbie." She placed the bag in front of Debbie and took one last look at her before heading to the door. Debbie didn't ask her to stay, nor did she say anything. She just sat there for a long while. Finally, she picked up the bag and pulled the dresses out to look at them. There were several dresses of different styles, which suited young women quite well. Designer labels, too. These were certainly not cheap. She must have the same dresses, she thought. Debbie lay in her bed, staring at the ceiling. It was past 2 a.m., but she just couldn't fall asleep. Should I forgive her? It doesn't sound like she had much of a choice. And there's more to Decker than meets the eye. There's something he's not telling me. The doorbell rang and derailed her train of thought. She frowned and wondered who it could be. Decker. She put on her pajamas and walked towards the door. She looked through the peephole and saw exactly who she expected to see, Decker. She opened the door and the acrid smell of tobacco assaulted her nose. She coughed. Geez, how many cigarettes did he have? Without saying a word, he walked past her and made for the guest room that he usually stayed in. When he was about to close the door, Debbie stopped him, finally shattering the silence. Decker stopped and held the doorknob tighter. If she didn't have a choice, would you still hate her? She asked. He turned around to look at her, emotionless. She waited, giving him time to process his emotions. Eventually, he answered. She's a stranger. She's not my mom. Seeing he was about to close the door, she asked again. Why did you lie to me? You have a job, it sounds like. Decker smiled sardonically. Thanks, but it's not what you think. Carlos says things he thinks will benefit him. I am a loser. Hey sis, I'm low on cash. Float me some. Debbie was shocked into silence. Decker or Carlos? Tough choice, but she thought she'd better listen to Carlos. Crossing her arms in disapproval, she threatened him. You gotta be straight with me, or should I ask Carlos? Decker rolled his eyes and snapped at her. Him again? Why? You're pretty capable yourself. Why rely on him? Sounds like you've got ways of finding out things. I do, which is why I'll find you out before long. I figured you'd want to tell me yourself. And as for relying on Carlos, I'm good, but he's better. James made me realize that. So why wouldn't I rely on him? He's nothing if not efficient. For example, when they were trapped on that island, Carlos had begun to suspect Evelyn was his daughter. And after she had come back from her trip to Z country, he had already discovered the truth and even shown her the DNA test results. So, you're only with him for his power? Decker mocked. Hey, don't change the subject. I see. You are afraid of me asking Carlos to look into you, right? I know what Yates does in a country. If he hates you, that means you're a mobster. Decker had gone from annoyed to pissed. He walked towards the door, about to leave. You want me to leave? Fine, I'm gone. What? Debbie rolled her eyes and ran towards the door to stop him before he ran off forever. I'm right then. If I'm wrong, then tell me the truth, she insisted. Cut the crap and get out of my way, he spat. It's almost 3 in the morning. Where are you going? By the way, how did you even get past the entrance guards? I can understand how Ramona got in. She's rich and famous. But you're a stranger to the city. Yet somehow you found your way into my apartment. How did you get in? Champs Bay Apartments was one of the most high-end areas in the city. No one who didn't belong there could enter without permission. There were security guards patrolling the area and CCTV cameras everywhere. Decker wore a hideous expression, like he had just accidentally eaten a fly. After a bit, he taunted, You figure it out. You're the smart one. Cut it out. I'm not that smart. If I were smart, none of this would have ever happened and I'd be with Carlos. Get out of the way. I'm outta here. Impatient, Decker put his hands up to push her away. Debbie took a step back to avoid him. Don't want to talk? I can't force you. But listen to Carlos. He's tighter with Yates than I am. Wouldn't it make more sense to work with him than against him? How are you and Yates related? Why didn't you mention him before? Decker asked with a frown. Why would I even bring him up? I bet you didn't know he went to one of my concerts. I had no clue, Decker answered. He didn't even know where he was at that time, or what he was doing. Forget it. Go back to bed. Otherwise, I'll have Carlos look into you, she said. Oh, give it a rest, sis. I'm not afraid of him, Decker said angrily. Debbie shrugged and said, don't care. Go to bed. You. He didn't know how to answer back. Good night, she said and then went back to her bedroom. Decker, who was left in the living room alone, felt helpless. Ugh, she's impossible, he cried in his mind. Ivan, on the other hand, opened the door for Casey to climb into his car. They were both all smiles after leaving the Orchid Private Club. Casey was in a good mood this evening and drank a lot with Debbie. She hadn't seen her friend in a while, nor had she remembered the last time she'd laughed this much. With her eyes shut, Casey rested her head on Ivan's shoulder and murmured, I'm sorry. I feel so bad for you. Ivan cast a sidelong glance at her and said, Why? I'm good. Wow. You don't even know it. Anything Ivan was about to say was stuck in his throat. After a while, he pulled her into his arms and asked softly, Where do you live? Casey didn't resist. Instead, she settled herself in his arms easily. I don't know, she grumbled. I'm sure Debbie knows, Ivan thought. I'll call her. But he decided against it. Debbie was with Carlos now, and he didn't want to disturb them. He pinched Casey's nose softly and said playfully, Then I'll have to take you home with me. Okay, she stammered. Ivan didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. He also lived in the same apartment complex as Debbie, though his apartment was in Building 5 and Debbie's was in Building 2. The reason he chose to live in the Champs Bay apartments was that Debbie was right there if his mother suddenly came by to check up on him. It would be easy to grab her and maintain the fiction of a happy marriage, at least until his mom left. When his car reached Building 2, Ivan asked the driver to stop. He opened the car window and had a couple cigarettes before he finally saw Carlos' car approaching. He saw Debbie and Carlos emerge. Then Decker also sauntered over. Despite his playful suggestion, Ivan had planned to take Casey to Debbie's apartment and have her crash there. But things had gotten complicated. After Carlos' car pulled away and Debbie and Decker headed for Building 2, Ivan directed the driver to Building 5. He got out of the car, scooped Casey up in his arms and walked into the elevator. Then he set her down, draping one of her arms around his shoulders for support. After he made sure she wouldn't fall over, he pressed the button. Casey opened her eyes and saw Ivan through blurry eyes. Ivan, it's you. Yeah, it's me. Ivan sighed helplessly. What's wrong with me? Why are you holding me up? Why can't I stand up? Casey burped, and the elevator was full of the smell of alcohol mixed with rather foul breath. Thanks to a night of drinking. Ivan explained patiently, You're drunk, and you wouldn't tell me where you live. We're going to my place. Your place? What's wrong with mine? Need directions. Is she inviting me? Ivan wondered. The elevator came to a halt on the 3rd floor.
No.
We're here already. You can crash here. All right. But you can't tell Debbie. She might get mad. I'm her bestie, but I'm alone with her husband, Casey said with a guilty look. I'm pretty sure Debbie won't get angry. She'll be glad to hear it, Ivan said to himself. He scooped her up again and took her to his bedroom. After gently placing her on the bed, he said, Get some sleep. You'll feel better tomorrow. Casey was about to wrap herself in covers when Ivan ran over to her quickly and took her shoes off. After tucking herself in, she gave Ivan a smile and said, Mom, I feel dizzy. No bath tonight. I'll do it tomorrow. Mom? Do I look like a chick to her? Ivan rolled his eyes. After taking a deep breath, he said, Fine. Get some rest. I'll grab a shower. Mom, you're so nice to me. Ivan didn't respond and walked into the bathroom without another word. He was worn out too, and felt like doing nothing more than washing up and going to sleep. The next morning when Casey woke up, she found herself in a strange room. Much to her surprise, she was in a man's arms. He was only wearing boxers. She heaved a sigh of relief when she saw it was Ivan. But then she got nervous again. Oh my God! Where are my clothes? Did we screw? Thinking of this, she immediately scooted to the edge of the bed and sat up. Her thrashing around woke Ivan up. He opened his eyes and grumbled, Hey! I'm trying to sleep here. Ivan did we? Did we? She couldn't even finish. Tears welled up in her eyes. They were in bed and undressed. Perfectly natural conclusion. Ivan sighed and said, Make love?
No.
I took your clothes off so you'd sleep better. Really? Casey felt relieved. Really? If you don't believe me, get up and walk around. Why? She asked in confusion. Ivan turned over and explained, To see if you're sore. Go ahead. Casey did as she was bidden. She took Ivan's nightgown and put it on for modesty's sake. She walked around a bit. Nothing. She visibly relaxed and took a deep breath. She crawled over the bed, getting close to Ivan and sat on her feet. Even if we wanted to do anything, we can't. You're married to my best friend. Not happening. Ivan opened his eyes again and teased. You mean if Debbie and I split up this morning, I can make love to you this afternoon? What? I didn't say that. She rolled her eyes and stood up, about to walk into the bathroom. However, Ivan grabbed her wrist. She asked in confusion. Yeah. I don't need to work this morning. Let's go back to bed. Casey racked her brains but couldn't see a reason why not. In fact, she didn't need to work either. She had a shop in shining International Plaza, but she only needed to carry out inspections once in a while. She tucked herself in again. Ivan pulled her into his arms and rubbed her face with his rough chin. She giggled and complained. The next moment she was pressed against the bed. She blinked her eyes and asked, "What are you doing?" "I want to kiss you." Somehow, Casey looked incredible in his nightgown. It was really turning him on. She didn't turn him down. Just kissing, nothing else. Sure. He pressed his lips against hers. After a while, Casey complained, "Hey, slow down. I said nothing else. Why did you take off my gown?" Ivan said with a smug smile, "I didn't take off your gown. I took off my gown." Casey didn't know what to say to that. He made sense. Debbie, on the other hand, picked up her daughter from Carlos Manor and dropped her off at kindergarten. Lucinda was waiting there in the classroom. Actually, it was well into the semester, so Piggy was a late addition. At kindergarten, her classmates liked Piggy a lot. They gave her gifts and always wanted to play with her. Debbie hid outside the classroom so she could see how it went. Piggy was not used to so many people around, and she wasn't having fun. When a boy touched her dress, she even pouted her mouth. Did she pick up any weird personality quirks from Carlos? Oh no. She's a neat freak too, Debbie thought. Luckily, what Piggy did next made Debbie feel relieved. She accepted one of the gifts and thanked the giver softly. She then started taking gifts from the other kids and thanked everyone. "Mommy will buy gifts tomorrow," she promised.
Evelyn, imkania.
"Let's be friends," said a girl.
I'm Zakvan.
"You're pretty. I want to be friends with you too." "Monica, look at Evelyn. She looks like a real princess," said a boy. The classroom was abuzz thanks to Evelyn. The noise level rose appreciably, because everyone wanted to talk to the new girl. Evelyn pointed at Zakwan's face and said, "Dirty. Go away." Monica, Queenie, friends. Debbie, who kept hidden so she could see how Evelyn's first day went, covered her face with both hands. Oh God. She's a clean freak just like her dad. The next afternoon, Debbie went to kindergarten to pick up Evelyn. Lucinda conferred with Debbie. "I can't explain it. Everyone in class was so clean. Some even had new clothes. I think it's Evelyn. She doesn't like dirty kids." Kids are so funny. The story amused Debbie. At the same time, she felt a little helpless at Evelyn's obsession with cleanliness. "Did she behave?" she asked her aunt. Lucinda cast a sidelong glance at Evelyn, who was hand in hand with Monica Yu, and said in a whisper, "Well, yeah, but she doesn't want to be friends with everyone. And she isn't too shy to say so. You should have a talk with her about being nicer. Anyway, she's a polite girl." Debbie didn't know how to respond. She knew Evelyn pretty well. Evelyn clammed up around people she didn't like. Debbie had talked to Evelyn about this before, and Evelyn promised that she would be friends with every kid. But the truth was she would still act the same. "Got it, Aunt Lucinda. I'll talk to her," Debbie said. "Okay. Hey, if you're busy, you don't have to pick her up every day. I'll just take her to my place," Lucinda offered. She liked Evelyn a lot, and she thought it was perfectly normal for the kids to love her too. "Sure. Bye, Evelyn, time to go. Say goodbye to Lucinda," Debbie called out. She wanted to call her Piggy at first, but then thought of what Evelyn had told her last night. Last night, she told her that she was Evelyn in public. "Monica, bye. Going home. Lucinda, bye. Bye, Evelyn." At ZL Group, Carlos had just hung up on Evelyn. He asked her if she was used to kindergarten, and felt relieved after getting a positive answer. She liked it there. Frankie knocked on the door and came in. "Mr. Huo, I found it." Frankie put a stack of documents on the desk. Carlos picked up one of the sheets of paper, and his smile vanished. "Tell me," he ordered. Frankie heaved a long sigh of relief and said, 3 years ago, when you took Miss Nian to the Huo family's house in New York, James and your grandma caused trouble between you. And Miss Lan also tried her best to do so. But that's not why you're divorced. We also found the doctor. 3 years ago, he left the hospital and went abroad. When we found him, he told us everything. After the car accident, you fell into a coma. And that's when James decided to really mess with Miss Nian, even bullying her into leaving you and threatening her unborn child. James kidnapped and drugged her. Then he had doctors standing by to perform an abortion by force if she didn't sign divorce papers. The doctor I talked to saw everything. Frankie paused for a while and continued. James even doctored the photo of Debbie in another man's arms, using Photoshop and a picture of Debbie, taken while she was in a coma. We tracked down the Photoshop whiz too. James paid him well. James told Miss Nian you were dead. But you weren't. You were still in a coma but out of danger, so James had a doctor inject you with a drug to slow your breathing and heartbeat down to make you appear dead. When Miss Nian saw you after the injection, she really thought you were dead. As if the story was too much for Frankie to bear, he stopped for a while. But James wasn't through. He hired men to kidnap Sasha Mu and force Miss Nian to write the document you've already seen. Miss Nian refused at the beginning, but one of the men threatened to Miss Mu. Left with no choice, Miss Nian did as she was told. In order to make your death more convincing, James even bought a gravestone and asked Miss Nian to attend the funeral. I also called Mr. Liu. He said that James had tried to play the caring father then. Mr. Li and Mr. Han were taken in by it. If you have any doubts, talk to Mr. Liu. It was a lot to take in. Frankie paused again, letting Carlos process everything. This was quite a blow. James had been his most trusted advisor, and now he was exposed as a villain. Every single sentence was like a sharp knife stabbing Carlos' heart. How much pain had she endured all these years? And this is all because of James Huo. Carlos thought. Why does James hate Debbie so much? He asked. He always wanted you to marry Stephanie Lee, but you never listened to him. When the accident happened, he concocted a plan to deal with Miss Nian. After a brief moment of consideration, Carlos ordered, I need a thorough background check on James. I need his criminal history, financial records, aliases, known acquaintances, and employees. If necessary, I'll fly to New York to ask Grandma. Yes, Mr. Huo. One more thing, Mr. Huo. We're still investigating his activities with the ZL Group. He's gathered several senior executives as allies, Frankie said calmly. Carlos supported his forehead with one hand and said in a hoarse voice, Don't do anything too hasty. I'll deal with them when I'm ready. They'll know what I'm capable of once I'm done. Yes, Mr. Huo. Frankie answered and left the office. Carlos leaned back in his seat and lost himself in self-reflection. 3 days later, Carlos walked into a private hospital in the city, flanked by Frankie and 2 bodyguards. Since the car accident, Carlos had been getting treated at this hospital. He still had to take pills every day and injections every 3 months. They explained it was to get his strength back after the coma, and he retained the same doctor. This had all been prearranged by James. Carlos entered the doctor's office with a calm expression. Good morning, Dr. Zhu. Carlos greeted the doctor. The doctor looked 50 years old if he was a day, and was the assistant director of the hospital. He had excellent medical skills, and had acquired no small amount of fame. He had quite a few patients and an even longer waiting list. When he saw Carlos, the doctor stood up and walked towards him. Mr. Huo, you're here. I've already prepped the syringe. We can start now if you like. He knew a CEO like Carlos was quite busy and had almost no time to wait for him, so he got everything ready an hour before Carlos was due to arrive. As usual, Carlos followed the doctor into the exam room. The doctor took out a small bottle of medicine. He plunged the needle into the stopper, drew the liquid out with a syringe and pressed the plunger to clear the air from it. Carlos rolled up his sleeve. When the doctor was about to administer the injection, Carlos grabbed his wrist and stared at him with murderous eyes. The doctor's face became a mask of fear. Mr. Huo. Carlos twisted the doctor's arm behind his back. This caused a surge of pain, and the doctor whined and dropped the syringe. Frankie carefully picked the syringe up, took a pair of miniature pliers from his pocket, removed the needle, and threw it into the discarded needle bin. He then placed the syringe into his bag. When they heard the sounds of struggle inside, the two bodyguards burst into the room, caught hold of the doctor and brought him to the floor. "Mr. Huo? What's going on?" the doctor cried. Carlos stood up and straightened his shirt. In a cold voice he ordered, "Take him out." Inside the doctor's office, Carlos took out a cigarette, lit it and took a drag before he made himself comfortable on the couch. He needed to be alert for this, and felt that relaxing would help free his mind. The bodyguards dragged the doctor in and forced him to kneel before their boss. Carlos sat there quietly, glaring icily at him. The doctor shuddered with fear. While Carlos shed the cherry from his cigarette with a tap, Frankie walked back into the room. He had just handed the syringe to an aide, who would have the contents analyzed. "Dr. Zhu, what were you planning to inject Mr. Huo with?" "Mr. Huo. He's not strong enough yet. His memory hasn't recovered. The medicine is memantine. It treats memory loss, confusion, and problems with thinking and reasoning." The doctor was on the floor, both bodyguards sitting on him. One of them, a large-framed man, looked at Carlos, who merely nodded. The big man took one of the doctor's arms that was already behind his back and twisted. With a sickening snap, the bodyguard dislocated the man's arm.
No.
"What are you, Af?" Tears fell. Drops of sweat began to form on his forehead and his face was as pale as a sheet. "Mister. Please." Carlos flicked the ashes from his cigarette and remained silent. Frankie warned the doctor. "We know what you've done to Mr. Huo, Dr. Zhu. Now tell the truth quickly. Mr. Huo is a busy man after all." The doctor bit his lips and closed his eyes before saying, "It's the truth." Out of patience, Carlos threw the cigarette butt into the ashtray and stood up. "Bury him alive," he ordered, his voice steady, betraying no emotion. He gave the order as easily as one might order a drink at a restaurant. "Yes, Mr. Huo."
No.
"Mr. Huo. Oh God. Stop. I'll tell the truth." The doctor felt he was at death's door, knocking loudly. He immediately called out to Carlos, who was about to leave the room. Carlos stopped in mid-stride, looked down at the doctor and said slowly, "Mind your tongue. If you lie to me again." He stopped in mid-sentence. "I won't. Mr. Huo, please." Before the doctor could finish, one of the bodyguards kicked him hard and spat. "Cut the crap. Sorry, Mr. James Huo asked me to inject you with a drug that would mess with your memory. A benzodiazepine class drug. A midazolam derivative. You can't get that here. He went online and found it there. Real black market stuff. Used by human traffickers. He set up an injection schedule so you wouldn't remember." The doctor told Carlos everything. 10 minutes later, Carlos cast a sidelong glance at him, lit another cigarette and told Frankie, "Cut the tendons of both wrists and find out what else he's done. If he did this, he's done other illegal things. His wife too. Report her to the authorities once you find anything." After exhaling a mouthful of smoke, he continued, "Your daughter is studying abroad, right? Pull her out of school and make her pay off all of her father's debt." The doctor then realized that Carlos had already investigated his family before he came here. He pleaded desperately, "This has nothing to do with them. Please. And I have no debt." Carlos snorted, saying nothing. Frankie explained patiently, "Do you remember what you did to Mr. Huo? You caused damage to his body and brain by malpractice and malice. You need to pay him $1 billion in compensation." $1 billion. The doctor almost passed out. Carlos and his men left the private hospital and headed to the hospital where Niles worked. When they arrived, Niles was analyzing the contents of the drug with a professor in the lab. Niles walked out, removed his mask and told Carlos with a serious expression, "Carlos, the contents of the drug are very complicated. The best we can figure out is that it's a midazolam derivative. But there's other stuff in here, a real cocktail. We need more time. Carlos nodded and said, okay, just send the results to the manor. Sure. Debbie had been very busy recently. She had a few commercials and endorsements, and her company had already released a schedule for her new release. She had to work on a new album. She also had to attend to fashion shows, as well as televised music and variety shows. Not to mention dinner parties held by various businessmen. Luckily, Carlos had helped her a lot by taking care of Evelyn. Father and daughter were staying at the manor, and he even drove her to the kindergarten and picked her up every day. Debbie felt really grateful to him. However, she heard a rumor that Carlos had a daughter whose name was Evelyn Huo, and that she was in the same kindergarten class as Curtis' son. Evelyn Huo? Debbie suddenly had a bad feeling about this. Instead of calling Carlos, she called Lucinda first.
Y aún Lucinda.
How's Evelyn doing? She's doing great, of course. Very bright, well-behaved. You know what, the kids are so envious of her to have such a pretty mom and such a rich, handsome dad, Lucinda said cheerfully. So, Carlos picked her up himself? Debbie asked. Yes. He drove her to school personally and picked her up on time. I see. By the way, when I registered Evelyn for kindergarten, I put her name down as Evelyn Nian, right? Lucinda answered, yes. But Mr. Huo said that he'd already finished the household registration for Evelyn and changed her name to Evelyn Huo. He didn't tell you? Seriously? He changed my daughter's surname without asking me. What an asshole. I have to teach him a lesson, Debbie thought. Now I know. Gotta go, Aunt Lucinda. Bye. After hanging up on Lucinda, Debbie took a deep breath to calm herself and then called Carlos. Carlos Huo. Her voice was as cold as ice. Calling me to let me know you'll divorce Ivan? He asked. In your dreams. Carlos Huo. How dare you change my daughter's last name? Did you ask me first? You are impossible. You always do what you want. And who cares about other people? Clenching her fists tightly, she took deep breaths to keep from losing her cool. Carlos explained in a patient manner. She's also my daughter. You hadn't done the household registration for her, so I did it for you. Anything wrong? You changed her last name. So, Carlos didn't see anything wrong. It would be helpful for her to have his surname. He had a lot of influence, so he figured having his last name wouldn't hurt. Debbie closed her eyes and told herself, easy, Debbie. Fine. Since you're her father, I won't argue with you this time. And I'm not divorcing Ivan because I don't think you love me at all. Goodbye. Debbie, you got me all wrong. Debbie. The call was disconnected. When he called her again, he found that she had already blocked him. Carlos was confused and frustrated. Why is she so angry? She was too busy to do it herself, so I did it for her. I thought she'd be grateful. After hanging up, Debbie headed back to the private booth. She was entertaining after all. The best way to boost her career. She was about to round a corner when she heard some women chatting nearby. One woman said in a voice full of admiration, "You're the luckiest woman in the world, Stephanie. You're about to marry Mr. Huo, and he cares so much about you. You're just about as lucky as me. Let's eat out. How about Orchid Private Club? I'll call Carlos and ask him to lend me his private booth," announced Stephanie in a proud tone. Really? Mr. Huo's private booth? I can't wait, the other women exclaimed. Their cheers reverberated through the hallway. As Debbie listened, they seemed to be getting close. They rounded the corner and were face to face with her. There were about 4 of them. Stephanie's friends were surprised to see Debbie. One of them whispered to the others, "Wait, isn't that Debbie Nian? The singer? Yeah, looks like her. I hear that she and Mr. Huo." Another woman whispered back, winking at her friend. For Stephanie's sake, she didn't finish her sentence, but everyone understood what she meant. Debbie's and Stephanie's eyes met. Debbie was mad at Carlos a moment ago for he had changed their daughter's last name on a form without consulting her. But now she flashed a meaningful smile. Stephanie sensed provocation in that smile. With a frown she passed by Debbie. Neither of them spoke. When Stephanie and her friends walked into the elevator, Debbie took out her phone, unblocked Carlos' number and called him. No sooner had Carlos stepped into the meeting room than his phone rang. He was known as a cold and emotionless man, but a smile crept over his face when he caught sight of the caller ID. He answered the phone and stepped out. "Hi," he said softly. That was such a shift in tone. The rest of the meeting attendees looked at each other in wonder. They had never seen their boss so tender. Was that really him? You never hear him sound like that. Who called? Was it Miss Lee? Someone else asked. Haha, right. You ever hear Mr. Huo talk to Miss Lee like that? It's gotta be. She's his fiancée, right? More than a few of the men there knew of Debbie's recent association with Carlos. They simply smiled and kept silent. It wasn't their place to air their boss' dirty laundry. To annoy Stephanie, Debbie decided to temporarily forget what Carlos did. Hey old man, I need a favor. Fire away. He always found it hard to say no to her. My contract with Elmer's company expired, and I made a grip of money shilling from them. So I think a thank you dinner is just what the doctor ordered. Can I borrow your private booth at Orchid Private Club? Elmer. Carlos thought. That name rang a bell. The guy who cost you $6 million? Debbie had almost forgot her last dinner with Elmer. Yeah, him. Well, not counting that bill, I made even less than $1 million. And her routine expenses made it less lucrative. She earned very little from that when she thought about it. Carlos smiled at her moping tone. I'll lend you my private booth. Have fun at the dinner. On second thought, maybe I should go somewhere cheaper. What if Elmer rips me off again? He might invite me to sign another contract. I don't want to get stiffed every time the work ends. A dinner at Orchid Private Club was as expensive as eating on the 5th floor of the Alioth building. Debbie realized it was a bad decision. Take my advice. Go to Orchid Private Club, Carlos insisted. His insistence sounded suspicious to Debbie's ears. She could tell he was up to something, but she couldn't figure out what. All right. Debbie decided to follow his advice. After hanging up, she returned to the booth. As soon as Carlos was off the phone, he got a call from Stephanie. Carlos, who were you on the phone with? I've been trying to get through for a while, she said, trying her best to sound casual. A client. What do you need? Carlos' tone was nonchalant. I have an important dinner tonight. I want to entertain some clients and I'm thinking of doing it at Orchid Private Club. Can I use your booth? Carlos got her point even before she finished. And Debbie had just called him, asking for the same thing. And now he knew why she asked him that. Clever girl, he thought, smiling. Then he said to Stephanie, Sorry, it's already spoken for. I can get you another one, though. Oh, I see. Disappointed and embarrassed, Stephanie bit her lower lip tightly. Her friends were counting on her. To spare herself humiliation, she tried again. Can you ask them to use another booth? She asked Carlos quietly. I can't. I'll arrange another booth for you. It's the same. I'm in a meeting. Bye. Carlos hung up without even waiting for Stephanie to respond. Listening to the hang-up beep, she slowly put her phone down, face pale. Her friends walked over and asked, We all set? Taking a deep breath, Stephanie feigned a relaxed tone and said with a forced smile, Carlos' private booth isn't available tonight. I was a little late. He loaned it to someone else. But don't worry. He got us another booth. Oh, her friends responded. Disappointment was plain in their voices and faces. The look in their eyes had changed when they looked at her. But deep down they were still happy because they were going to eat at Orchid Private Club. So they all dropped it and contented themselves with thinking about how numb it would be. At Orchid Private Club. This was the first time Elmer and the other men had been in Carlos' private booth, so they were all very excited. As soon as Elmer entered the booth, something dawned on him. He stole a glance at Debbie. She must be still close to Mr. Huo if she could use his private booth. Then he thought of the insanely expensive liquor he had deliberately asked for at their last dinner. His heart fluttered nervously. There were 6 of them at dinner, including Debbie. The wooden lazy Susan was big enough for more than 10 people. All kinds of salads were waiting for them. The bowls covered the table. Debbie bid a waiter open the alcohol Carlos ordered for them. "Fill 'em up, please." "Yes, miss," the waiter answered politely. One of the guests, Mr. Lee, surveyed the sumptuous room and exclaimed, "Okay, I'm impressed. How did you manage to score Mr. Huo's private booth?" Debbie smiled. "I'm flattered, Mr. Lee. You've been around the world, I bet." Mr. Lee was pleased. He laughed and then asked Debbie in a whisper, "So you and Mr. Huo?" He didn't finish his sentence, but Debbie knew where he was going with that. "Everything's fine," she answered vaguely. "Please allow me, Mr. Lee," she said as she filled his glass. Realizing she was trying to change the subject, the guests exchanged glances. "Debbie, let the waiters do this." "You don't have to," Mr. Lee said. "You helped me a lot." "Pouring for you is the least I can do," Debbie replied tactfully. When they had eaten most of the salad, the alcohol had gone around 3 times. During this time, Elmer had been very quiet. "Debbie, I need to go into the office and deal with something urgent. You guys enjoy." He suddenly spoke up. "Mr. Huo, you have to leave now?" Mr. Lee said. "Who knows how long we'll have to wait before we can do this again. It's Mr. Huo's private booth. Besides, we can play golf or pool afterwards. Just enjoy." Debbie blinked innocently. "That's right. This is for you, Mr. Huo. It's my way of thanking you." Eager to go, Elmer refused to listen to them. He stood up and made his way to the door. "I'm sorry, I really have to go. Hey, next time I'm buying." His voice trailed off as he reached the exit. Everyone was surprised as the newcomer walked in. Mr. Huo," Elmer stuttered. They looked at Debbie, who was just as stunned as they were, and then all of them stood up and walked toward Carlos. "Hurry. Mr. Huo is here," Mr. Lee urged the others. "Good evening, Mr. Huo." They greeted Carlos in unison. Carlos inclined his head slightly and cast Elmer a sidelong glance. "Where are you off to, Mr. Huo?"
Novere.
"Mr. Huo, this way please," Elmer replied. Since Carlos was here, he realized that he couldn't leave now, so he put on his biggest smile and led Carlos to the table. Slippery as an eel, he had already regained his composure before they even reached the table. Smiling at Debbie, he asked, "Debbie, why didn't you tell us Mr. Huo would be joining us? We should have waited till he got here." "That's okay," Carlos said before Debbie spoke. A waiter brought in another chair. "There," Carlos said to the waiter, pointing at the spot next to Debbie. The waiter left the room after placing the chair where he was directed and setting another plate at the table, complete with utensils. "Way to be obvious, old man," Debbie thought resignedly. The guests all gaped at what Carlos had just done. To break the awkward silence, Mr. Lee picked up a bottle of liquor from the table and walked up to Carlos. "Mr. Huo, so glad to see you. Let's have a drink," he said as he filled Carlos' glass. Another guest echoed, "Right? We're all happy to see you." Then he turned to the waiter and said, "More salads for Mr. Huo. And hot dishes too." Debbie just sat there and watched it all unfold. Originally, this was a thank you dinner from her. But Carlos instantly became the center of attention. Everyone was fawning over him, and now the reason for throwing this shindig was overshadowed by the cold man's presence. Debbie watched and was confused and conflicted by the whole thing. Just then, Frankie walked in with 4 bottles of alcohol in his hands. He put them on the table as a grand gesture and smiled at Elmer. "Mr. Huo heard that you had great taste in alcohol, so he asked me to bring these. They are of exquisite vintage, and are from some of the best years of these distilleries. You can't buy them anywhere else in the market." Elmer looked at the exquisitely packaged alcohol and felt an urge to cry. He just sat there in stunned silence till someone nudged him. It was only then that he managed one of the most stilted smiles before saying, "Really? I'm so honored. Thank you, Mr. Huo. Bottoms up." Debbie didn't understand what Carlos was doing. She wanted to ask him, but she felt too embarrassed to ask with so many people present. At the table, Carlos barely said a word. Most of the time he just sat there listening to the others talk about business, which was normal for him. He was known to listen more than talk. The one thing seemed weird was that he kept asking the waiter to fill Elmer's glass. It baffled everyone except Elmer himself. He got it the moment Frankie came with the alcohol. Carlos was getting his revenge for the time Elmer tried to stick Debbie with a multi-million-dollar bill for alcohol. Revenge is a dish best served cold, or in this case chilled to perfection. And Carlos could be very cold indeed. Debbie didn't realize it until Carlos brought up the contracts between ZL Group and Elmer's company. Directly and indirectly, Carlos was saying that Elmer had made a lot of money doing business with ZL Group. So Elmer, sweating bullets, finally came out with, "Dinner's on me. Everybody enjoy." "Thank you, Mr. Schwa." Again Carlos spoke before Debbie did. At this point, a steamed fish dish was brought to the guests. The waiter intended to turn the table so that the dish was in front of Carlos with the fish's head pointing at him. But when the dish was about to stop in front of him, Carlos turned the table further and made it stop when the fish's head was pointing at Debbie. The waiter was taken aback. He hadn't expected Carlos to do that, but under the circumstances he had to think fast, so he looked at Debbie and recited what he was supposed to say to Carlos. "If a fish's head points at you, your every desire shall come true." The situation got even weirder. People shifted uncomfortably in their seats. Debbie smiled awkwardly and tried to lighten the mood. "Why, Mr. Huo, are you bribing me to toast you?" she asked. Carlos gave a faint smile. "You work for me. Do I need to bribe you?" he said. Debbie was even more embarrassed. God, sometimes he can be so hateful. She picked up her glass and replied, "Of course not. Mr. Huo, this glass is a toast to you. Thank you for helping me at work." She was trying to make her relationship with Carlos sound more official and less personal. "And after work too. Aren't you thankful for that?" Carlos observed. Debbie felt her face was burning up with embarrassment. "Thank you. Thank you very much," she said with a forced smile, draining her glass in one gulp. By now, everyone got the gist of Carlos' remarks. He was trying to tell everyone Debbie belonged to him at work or at home. Outside the private booth, Stephanie caught sight of Carlos' private booth after she walked out of the bathroom. "Who is using Mr. Huo's private booth tonight?" she asked a waiter standing in the hallway. The waiter was too afraid to tell her. He didn't want to invite Carlos' ire by betraying confidential information. Stephanie grew impatient. She took out a wad of cash from her purse and gave it to the waiter. "Money talks," she said. "Now you need to do the same." After a look at the money, the waiter couldn't resist the temptation, so he began. At first, it was Miss Nian, Mr. Li, Mr. Schwa and some others. Then Mr. Huo showed up with some alcohol. When the waiter finished, Stephanie's face twisted with jealousy and anger. Debbie's name was like a blade, stabbing her in the heart. Clutching at her purse, clenching her teeth, she stood there, eyes dangerous like a viper's. Clueless about what was going on, the waiter started sweating and finally fled with the money. Stephanie cursed in her heart. She wished Debbie would just die. Maybe she'd drink herself to death, or choke on a bone or something. She had always loved Carlos, but all of a sudden, Debbie showed up and turned everything on its ear. All her plans made for nothing. She had his family's approval in everything. Carlos was so aloof, Stephanie was never able to figure him out. His weaknesses, hobbies, and dislikes were all hidden from her. So she hesitated to approach him. She was discouraged and knew she couldn't win his heart. Then Debbie came along, and Carlos fell madly in love with her. He fell for her again even after he had lost his memory. He loved Debbie with all his heart and soul. Even Stephanie could feel it. And she wanted that love for herself. Debbie was just a singer. She had no powerful family, no status, no impressive diploma. She was bad-tempered, petty, selfish, jealous, and feisty. She was nothing. Stephanie, on the other hand, graduated from a prestigious university. Afterwards, she had studied for 2 years in a foreign country. The Li family was powerful, and she herself had a head for business that rivaled many other magnates. She never lacked admirers. From time to time she'd lose her temper too, but she had always been patient with Carlos, loving the man, caring for him. It was always her calling him, asking about his day. She gave up everything for him, threw away her time, her love, and her pride. She wooed him patiently. But in the end, he gave his heart to another woman. How ironic. Everyone thought Stephanie had no clue what was going on between Carlos and Debbie, but Stephanie was no fool. Successful men like Carlos usually took a mistress, sometimes more than one. But a mistress was one thing. She didn't care about that, as long as she would be Mrs. Huo someday. The waiter's words made her realize how wrong she was. I'll kill that bitch. Carlos is mine. No one else deserves a woman like me. Stephanie vowed to herself. Before everyone was finished eating, Carlos and Debbie left the private booth earlier than the other guests. His excuse was that he would drive her home. Elmer was the last one to leave. He had to settle the bill. Sitting in his seat, he wept when he saw the total, 12 million. But it was too late to weasel out of it. Besides, if he refused to pay, Carlos would be offended. Given the choice of angering Carlos or paying a ton of cash, he chose the latter. So Elmer paid the bill with his credit card, still weeping. He wiped his eyes after the cashier swiped his card. He learned 2 things tonight. Don't mess with Debbie. Don't take advantage of her, or Carlos would take his revenge in spades. Debbie missed Piggy, but she was too tired to see her. And she had to get up at 5 a.m. for a photo shoot. The commercial was important, so she asked Carlos to take her back to Champs Bay Apartments. When she got out of the car, Carlos handed her a file envelope. What's this? She asked. Open it when you get home, Carlos replied. She took the envelope and was about to walk toward the elevator when she remembered something. James had been laying low lately. He was quiet, too quiet. Did you do that background check on James? She asked. Yeah, don't worry. I'll handle him, Carlos said. Can I ask you something? She queried. Carlos stepped out of the car and stood close to her. Sounds like you can't get enough of me. How about we take this inside?
No, no.
Here is fine, Debbie said hastily with a stilted smile. Fair enough. You had a question. Carlos leaned against the car, looking at her. Debbie hesitated, then finally told him. If I sue James, will you hate me? What do you think? He asked, raising a brow. Debbie didn't know, actually. That was why she asked. Please don't be mad. He's not your real dad. That's why I won't feel guilty. He was the man she loved. She'd hate to see his father in court. Carlos caressed her hair. You know about my relationship with Aunt Miranda. That was not a question. Debbie nodded. You know too? How? Getting your memory back. No, I found out. Oh. She sounded disappointed. Why isn't his amnesia gone? Your grandpa told you Wade and Miranda were your real parents on his deathbed. Then you told me. I see, he uttered. What about Louis? I haven't seen him in forever. Where's he been? She asked curiously. My grandma sent him to Italy. Valerie was afraid Louis would make trouble again, so she sent him far away. Oh, okay. She understood. Don't you still have work to do? Go. We'll talk another time about changing my daughter's last name. Still leaning against the car, Carlos bent one knee and tucked his hands into his pockets. He looked interested. Oh? What do you intend to do about it?
Nuva, Ella, Burundi, Número, com.
Suddenly, Debbie walked up to him, pressed herself against him, and looked him in the eye. Carlos, I told you I could make you fall in love with me again, and I did. I can't forgive you for how you treated me after you lost your memory. We'll settle that account when you're better. The look in his eyes dimmed. So you aren't going to divorce Ivan? Debbie was left speechless. Why did he bring up Ivan? What does he have to do with anything? Carlos lifted her chin and looked at her intensely. I hate how I treated you, though my memory's still a mess. If I apologize, would you forgive me? Would you marry me again? Huh. You wish. Stop it. Debbie pried his hands off before she was bewitched by his beautiful eyes. Carlos was surprised by her reaction. Just marry your fiancé. I have Ivan. You and I can both take care of Piggy. Sounds like a plan, she said casually. But Ivan doesn't love you. You don't love me either. So give me one good reason why I should divorce him. Who says I don't love you? Did you ever say it to me? Carlos didn't know how to answer that one. To him, words were cheap. It was how you acted that mattered. He thought she'd see it in what he did for her, that she understood him. You haven't even broken it off with Stephanie yet. Can you blame me for not divorcing Ivan? Debbie thought it was unfair. But maybe he couldn't even see it. Maybe men are all selfish. I was going to do it tonight, but using me at dinner derailed those plans. He was telling the truth. He was going to tell Stephanie he couldn't marry her. He would have waited for her at Champs Bay Apartments until she came back from her dinner party. But Debbie called him before that to borrow his private booth. When he learned it was a dinner for Elmer, he decided to attend and teach Elmer a lesson. No one could bully his woman. I didn't use you. You decided to go there yourself, she denied stubbornly. That part was true. But how about the booth? Why did it have to be my private booth? Didn't you use me to get back at Stephanie? Debbie gave an embarrassed smile. You knew. Almost immediately after you hung up. Stephanie called right after you did. You heard her plans and decided to beat her to the punch. Am I right? Carlos asked. He's good, Debbie thought. But still she didn't want to admit she did anything wrong. Yeah. So, you feel bad for her. Carlos hugged her and kissed her forehead. Yes, I feel bad. I feel bad for you. Huh? Why? Debbie didn't understand. She won. Why did Carlos feel bad for her? Caressing her cheek, Carlos said. But I'm also happy. You did all that for me. He knew that Debbie only did it to keep Stephanie away from him. She cared. So even though she tricked him, he wasn't mad. On the contrary, he felt quite happy. Such an egomaniac, Debbie commented. Carlos didn't drive off until he watched her enter the elevator. Once she was back in her apartment, Debbie opened the file envelope curiously. Inside was a red certificate. On its cover it said, Property Ownership Certificate. Evelyn let go of Debbie and hugged Ivan. Daddy Ivan, I missed you, she said sweetly. At first, Ivan was surprised to hear her call him Daddy Ivan. But after a moment's consideration, he got it. She called Carlos Daddy now. You have your real daddy now. Daddy Ivan is sad. Shaking her head, Evelyn consoled him. No, I like Daddy Ivan. Won't forget Daddy Ivan. Ivan was amused. He kissed her and said, I'm happy. Go play. Just Evelyn and Sean left their parents and they scampered off to play their own games. After mingling with the other guests, Debbie, hand in hand with Ivan, walked over to Carlos and handed him the birthday present. Happy birthday, Mr. Huo, she said, standing over the couch where he sat. Carlos glanced at the gift but didn't take it. Who is it from? He asked. Both of us, Debbie said purposefully. Oh. Carlos motioned Frankie to accept the gift and put it over on a table. Far from him, Stephanie was sitting next to Carlos and watched the whole exchange, smug and amused. Ivan smiled, paying no heed to Carlos' cold attitude. He put his arm around Debbie's waist and pulled her into his arms. Happy 32nd, Mr. Huo, he said provocatively. At the sight of the two in each other's arms, Carlos' face grew gloomy. You doing this on purpose? Doing what, Mr. Huo? Ivan played dumb. Carlos got up from the couch and walked over to Debbie and Ivan. Mr. One, it looks like Casey is here. A simple sentence, but you could tell by his tone it had tons of meaning. Ivan looked where Carlos was gesturing, and finally saw Casey, sitting in a corner playing games on her phone. Debbie was also surprised to see her here. She was thinking of calling her to ask where she was. She wrenched her hand out of Ivan's grasp, walked over to Casey and asked, Hey girl, when did you get here? I called you a couple of times on the way, but the line was busy the whole time. Casey swayed her phone before Debbie's eyes. 50 minutes on the phone. A fussy client. I almost had a meltdown. I just now finished. The two friends talked and bantered for a while. When the party was about to begin, someone opened the door to the booth. Gregory! Debbie exclaimed when she saw the newcomer. Gregory had just come back to the city. He'd been out of the country. When he heard Debbie, he instantly met her gaze. When their eyes met, Debbie found the shy, reserved boy had grown up a lot in 3 years. Instead of casual clothes, he wore an expensive tailored suit. Above a white shirt was a navy blue vest, matching his suit pants of the same color. He looked masculine and dashing. On the way here, Colleen let him know Debbie would be at the party too. When he laid his eyes on her, he couldn't help striding towards her excitedly and hugged her tightly. It's been too long, Debbie. Immediately the room went quiet. Everyone looked at Carlos. They knew what was coming. Some of the guests were smirking. Others showed sympathy. Carlos was silently timing their embrace. If the two didn't separate within 10 seconds, there'd be trouble. Debbie was oblivious to this. She returned the hug and patted Gregory's back. I heard you left the country 3 years ago. How are you? She asked, thrill and concern evident in her voice. Holding her, Gregory nodded and said quietly, I'm a new man, Debbie. I head up a successful business. Back in school, I vowed to be worthy of your love and tell you when the time was right. Now I'm back and you and Mr. Huo are divorced. Debbie, will you go out with me? I'm in this for the long haul and want to marry you. His hug, his words, all of this was angering Carlos more and more. His face was so dark it looked as if a storm was on the way. That was when Debbie sensed something was wrong. She realized how long Gregory had his arms around her.
Gregory?
Let me go, she urged quietly. But Gregory was no longer the timid schoolboy. Rather than let her go, he continued to prattle on. I missed you so much. The only thing I knew about you was what I heard on the news. Apparently you got famous. Am I too late? No. Debbie was stumped. What should she say? What could she say? Yes.
No?
Neither sounded right. His timing wasn't right, that was for certain. Gregory, let me go. People are staring at us. She tried to squirm free. Overjoyed to see her again, Gregory wouldn't take the hint, nor did he remove his arms from her. Colleen knew how things were between Carlos and Debbie. She decided to get involved, separate the two before Carlos blew a fuse. But Carlos beat her to it. He grabbed Debbie by the wrist and roughly yanked her out of Gregory's arms. Suddenly the room was so quiet. No one dared breathe for fear the sound would break the silence. Adriana figured out what was going on and herded the kids to another room. And a stunned Gregory finally got the message. Even though Debbie and Carlos were divorced, they still loved each other. Carlos looked Debbie in the eye and was about to say something, but then an acute pain shot through his brain. He closed his eyes and bowed his head. His eyes scrunched in agony. It was as if a white-hot knife sliced through his thoughts, but the pain was gone a few seconds later like it had never been there. Then he looked up at Debbie without talking, and nobody else dared make a sound. The atmosphere of dread was palpable. Kinsley and Niles exchanged glances. They wanted to laugh, crack a joke, do something, but the killer look in Carlos' eyes made them lose their nerve. The silence lasted 10 minutes. Carlos changed expressions at the drop of a hat. No one knew what was going on, but the atmosphere of danger he radiated kept them from trying to see if he was okay. For the first time, Debbie saw so many expressions on his face. When everybody was trying to figure out what was going through his mind, he suddenly lunged at Debbie, wrapping her in his arms. How could you marry Ivan? He said through gritted teeth. Damn you. Did you just pretend I was dead? Was it easier that way? His abrupt rage astonished her. It was like a storm surge ravaging a coastline. You were going to marry Stephanie. Why do you get to be angry at me? She was confused. She and Ivan had been married for a while. Why was Carlos angry at her now? Her backtalk made Carlos furious. Then why didn't you stop me? Or yell at me? Why didn't you beat me up and knock some sense into me? Why didn't you chase her off? Why did you give up easily on me? That's not like you. Everyone was so shocked they were paralyzed into inaction. Miranda was filled with guilt, and she wanted to make it up to Carlos for the past. She would give him anything he wanted no matter what. Debbie smiled teary-eyed, and then something occurred to her. She pulled out a tissue to wipe away her tears. May I ask you something? Sure. If for some cruel reason, your mom was forced to abandon you soon after you were born, and then she came back after 20 or so years to beg you for forgiveness, would you forgive her? Debbie had considered asking Carlos for his opinion about the issue, but she was worried that he might not understand the mother-daughter relationship since he was a man, whereas Miranda was a mother, and she would undoubtedly enlighten her on the topic. Confusion clouded Debbie's face. Miranda had only to glance at her to understand what was going on. All mothers love their children. As a mother, you should know that. Put yourself in your mom's shoes. Think about it. If you had to be away from Evelyn for more than 20 years, how would you feel when you saw her again? Debbie was stunned. She had never thought about it that way. If she were Ramona and Evelyn were her. The more she thought about it, the sadder she grew. Bitter, warm tears flowed from her eyes, blurring her vision. She wiped her tears away and said to Miranda gratefully, "Thank you, Aunt Miranda. I know what to do now." Miranda continued, "Elroy is heartless. I know a little about the feud between your family and the Liu family from when I was in Y City. But don't worry about him. He hasn't done anything to you so far. That only means he's afraid of Carlos. Maybe you should ask Carlos for help." Debbie shook her head. "I don't want to involve Carlos in this. He's already swamped. I can handle it myself." "Okay, if you've already made your decision. I sympathize with your mom. We were both forced to be apart from our children for many years. Believe me, those years were very tough. She must be dying to make it up to you." Debbie and Miranda talked for 2 hours at the tea house. Afterward, she went back to work, and Miranda went to the mall to pick out a gift for Evelyn. She wanted to meet the little girl before she flew back to New York. It was just after 6 p.m. Miranda sat in the living room, waiting for Evelyn to come home from kindergarten. This was their first meeting, and all of a sudden Miranda got butterflies in her stomach. She wondered if the little girl would like her. What if she didn't like the present she bought her? At 6:30 Miranda heard a car pull into the villa. She anxiously walked out of the living room and stood at the entrance. The Silver Emperor rolled to a halt at the gate of the villa. Carlos stepped out of the car while Evelyn was playing with a toy in the baby seat. Then he walked to the back door and carried her out. "Daddy, is that Nana?" Evelyn asked in her sweet baby voice when she saw Miranda with her big eyes blinking. Carlos had told her about Miranda on the way home. A few days ago, when Carlos went to pick Evelyn up from kindergarten, he told her that he was her birth father. He worried that the little girl might not take the news well. To his surprise, she wrapped her little arms around his neck and called him Daddy happily. Carlos was much relieved, and his heart melted when she did that. "Yes, you have a grandpa too. But he's at work now. He'll come to see you soon," Carlos explained. Evelyn nodded. When she was several meters away from Miranda, she called out loudly, "Nana!" Miranda's nose stung and her eyes reddened. Looking at her granddaughter excitedly, she was overwhelmed with emotions and didn't know what to say or do. Carlos put Evelyn down and said to her, "Give Nana a hug." Evelyn handed her toy to Carlos and ran towards Miranda, squealing happily, "Nana hug!" The little girl was even more adorable than Miranda had expected, and emotional tears rolled down her cheeks. She was thankful that Debbie had taught Evelyn so well. Scooping her up, she looked at the little girl's big beautiful eyes and said, "It's so nice to meet you, my dear granddaughter." Blinking up at her, Evelyn brushed the tears from Miranda's eyes and consoled her, "Nana, Nana, no tears." Miranda smiled. How she loved this sweet little angel. A myriad of feelings filled Carlos when he gazed at the two and saw Miranda so tearful. He had never seen her so emotional. She was always cold. She hadn't even been so sentimental when she saw her first grandson. Miranda cooked the dinner that the three of them had that evening. She asked Carlos to invite Debbie to join them, but Debbie had already gone to another city and couldn't make it. Miranda and Carlos were both the aloof type, but Evelyn lightened the mood at the table. Miranda wanted to spend as much time as possible with her granddaughter, so she flew out to New York the following morning to hand over her work. Carlos' birthday was approaching, though he never liked birthday parties. However, Damon and Niles were party animals. Despite Carlos' objection, they decorated a private booth for his birthday party at Orchid Private Club. They didn't care about whom he would invite as long as they could have some fun. Since the decorations were already done, Carlos invited some friends to the party. When Debbie and Ivan arrived at Carlos' birthday party, the room was already packed with people. Yates, Kinsley, Wesley, Niles, Damon, Adriana, Curtis, Colleen, Jared, Sasha, Casey, and Blair were all there. There were also some young people that Debbie had never met before. Little kids were running everywhere, and Stephanie was invited too. When Stephanie and Debbie ran into each other, the atmosphere between them became awkward. However, nobody paid any attention. Even Debbie didn't seem to care. As soon as they saw her, Jess, Evelyn, and Sean all ran at Debbie. "Mommy! Debbie! Aunt Debbie!" they called. Seeing how much the kids liked Debbie, some envied her, while others were jealous. Niles complained, "They weren't that excited when they saw me, and everybody says I'm handsome. Why do they like you better? Maybe they like beauties." Debbie laughed. She crouched down to hug the little ones. "More than that, I'm a mom. How can you compete with me on that?" "That's up to Debbie," said Carlos. However she wanted to handle James, he would support her. Miranda smiled. She stood up, walked over to Carlos and patted him on the shoulder. A warm gesture meant to comfort. "Carlos, I think." "Yes. One day when you have your memory back," she continued, her smile growing bigger. "Debbie's going to get back at you. Boy, you'll be in trouble then." Carlos didn't know what to say. He had anticipated that, planned for it, counted on it. After leaving Carlos' office, Miranda called Debbie. Debbie was doing a clothing commercial. When Miranda told her she was back in the city and was close by, she asked for a break and went to see Miranda in her working clothes. At a tea house, Debbie arrived wearing a white sundress, setting off her killer figure. Men turned their heads to watch the vision of beauty entering the quiet shop. Women turned green with envy, in some cases scolding their husbands and boyfriends. "Were you at work?" Miranda asked when she noticed Debbie's makeup. "Yeah. Why are you back so suddenly? Is this a business trip?" Debbie had rushed over as fast as she could. Thirsty, she gulped down a cup of tea without waiting for Miranda's answer. Watching this, Miranda frowned and said in a reproachful tone, "You're in public now, for God's sake." Debbie giggled and sat up straight. "Too thirsty." Miranda just shook her head and decided to drop it. Anyway, that wasn't why she was here. "Why didn't you tell me you had a daughter?" she asked bluntly. They kept in touch, but mostly by phone. They didn't usually have involved conversations. If Debbie kept something from her, she'd have to find out secondhand. Debbie was a little flustered when Miranda mentioned Evelyn. "You are one of the Huos and Carlos' birth mother. I was keeping it hush-hush because I didn't know how Carlos would take it. He could easily marry Stephanie and take Evelyn away. I didn't tell Carlos either, but he found out anyway." Debbie sighed heavily. "What? Oh, ye of little faith." Miranda sounded disappointed. "Yes, but what if the plan falls apart? Carlos asked me to divorce Ivan and told me he would marry me. But he's still engaged to Stephanie. How am I supposed to marry him?" Debbie was frustrated and annoyed. Miranda poured herself another cup of tea and said slowly, "Don't worry about it. And don't divorce Ivan yet. Carlos found out James hired a doctor to give him injections that messed up his memory. He'll get his wits back soon. Then you can get even with him your way." Debbie was stunned to hear that. "Aunt Miranda, are you really Carlos' birth mother?" she asked. Miranda rolled her eyes at her, but there was no blame in her eyes. "What do you think?" Debbie grinned. "I think you are." Miranda took a sip of tea and was ready to begin discussing the issue that had brought her here. I'm moving back here. I'll take care of Evelyn myself. She's my granddaughter after all. You can't keep moving her back and forth to different places, Curtis today, Ivan's tomorrow. If she stays with me, she'll get some stability. Guilt rose in Debbie's heart. Miranda's words cut her like a knife. The older lady might be harsh, but she was right. So Debbie agreed. Okay. Miranda went on. Good. When Carlos' memory is back, don't let him off easy. You might want to stay away for a couple years in that foreign country you fled to. Let him miss you till it hurts. Some people do this to punish their partners. I think it's a pretty good idea. Debbie gaped, thinking that Carlos probably should get a test to make sure Miranda was really his mom. Here she was plotting against her son. You say some people. Who exactly? Debbie asked. Miranda felt a little embarrassed about what she was about to say. She cleared her throat and answered. A couple characters in a drama I was watching. To punish the hero, the heroine suddenly takes off with their kid. Of course, the guy's miserable afterward. You don't have to take Evelyn with you if you don't want to. You can visit any time you want. Miranda didn't sound like she was joking. Dumbfounded, Debbie sat there like a stone, listening to her. Only after a long while did she speak again. He'd find me. You know that, right? She had thought about getting even with Carlos. She had also thought about leaving him. 1,000,000 times actually. But she usually gave up these plans as futile. She was afraid that Carlos would find her even before she got on the plane. She had read a lot of love stories. Most of the heroines who tried to run away from the heroes ended up being dragged back. I'll help you, Miranda said after a moment of thought. Okay, Debbie replied. Then Miranda changed the subject. Find anything about Stephanie's links to James? Yeah, Debbie said excitedly. In a low voice she began. Stephanie is James' biological daughter. 30 years ago, he was messing around with Glenda. Even though she was already married to Angus Lee and had a boy. James was Angus Lee's friend. And then he started seeing her behind his friend's back. And suddenly Glenda was pregnant with Stephanie. Glenda didn't tell Angus initially, afraid he'd find out about the affair. So Stephanie was actually James' daughter, Louis' sister. Now it made sense why James insisted on letting Carlos marry Stephanie. He wanted to give his daughter the best. Miranda was as surprised as Debbie, but she maintained a stony face. Tapping the top of the table, she warned Debbie. With both you and Carlos poking into his business, that old snake has to know. Be careful. Don't release this right away. Let your trail go cold, then do it. Okay. Got it. Debbie turned to look at the city through the window. She felt her spring was coming. Miranda felt sorry for her. Debbie used to be spoiled by Carlos like a queen. However, James split them up, and she had to flee the country, find work and raise a kid by herself. I need a couple days to wrap things up in New York and then come back here. I'll talk to Wesley and Damon. They're Carlos' best friends and James deceived them too. They won't be happy with him when they learn the truth. You Carlos, Wesley, Damon, Curtis and me. We'll deal with James together. He'll pay for what he did. Debbie was moved. Miranda had been helping her ever since Debbie proved her innocence to her. Debbie summoned up the courage to hold Miranda's hand and said, Aunt Miranda, thank you so much. When all this is over, Carlos and I will take care of you and Uncle Wade. Miranda didn't like moments like this. Too sentimental. And she wasn't used to holding hands either. But she didn't take her hand out of Debbie's grip. With a sigh she said, What can I do? Carlos loves you. A certificate of title? Why did Carlos give me this? Debbie pondered. She opened the certificate. It said she was the owner of some property on the 7th floor of Building 2 of Champs Bay Apartments. That was where she lived. So it meant that she owned her apartment now. When did Carlos buy it? Why didn't he say anything? Didn't she have to be there when the title to the apartment was transferred to her? But no one had said a thing to her. Carlos had done it so quietly. He was as crafty as he was powerful. But why did he buy the apartment for her? What did it mean? She had to know. It was really eating her. So she called him up and asked, "Why did you buy my apartment, old man?" Carlos smiled and donned his wireless Bluetooth earbuds. "I bought an apartment for my daughter's mom. When my daughter grows up, she'll have a place to stay if she visits her mom. That's all. I don't need." "It's not for you. It's for my kid," Carlos interrupted firmly. "But I can afford an apartment now," Debbie insisted. "You?" "I said it's not for you. Think how much you'll save on rent. Buy yourself some food or clothes. But you don't have enough to support my daughter. Leave that to me." Carlos knew how much money she had, because the card she was using was issued by a bank owned by ZL Group. "Huh. Don't be such a snob. I have several million. That's more than enough. Even people who have only tens of thousands can support a kid. Why can't I?" Debbie retorted defensively. "Do you have the funds to buy your current apartment?" No. But there are plenty of high-end buildings. I'll find another one." Carlos felt resigned. "I'm only going to say this once. The apartment is for my daughter, not for you. You can't say no. Good night." "Hey, don't hang up on me. I'm not done yet." "Hey, Carlos." But he had already hung up. She was still irritated. She hung up and threw the phone on the couch. Debbie looked around the apartment. It must have cost Carlos tens of millions. And he had spent that without even blinking. In the CEO's office at ZL Group, Frankie pushed open the door to Carlos' office and reported, "Sir, Mrs. Miranda Huo is here." "Aunt Miranda?" Carlos was surprised. "Let her in," he said with a nod. Wasting no time, Miranda walked in wearing a purple suit. "Carlos, tell me about Evelyn," she demanded as soon as she saw Carlos. Raising his brows, Carlos stared at Miranda as he rose from his chair. "You two get on well." "She didn't tell you." Miranda was stumped. Debbie had never mentioned she had a child. "Who's the father?" she urged after a deep breath. Just then, Frankie came in with 2 cups of steaming aromatic coffee. Carlos took the tray from him, put the cups on the table and said to her, "Please, take a seat." Miranda tucked some loose hair behind her ear and sighed. "I can't. I need to know." When she discovered Evelyn's existence, she was so excited she had booked a flight immediately, heading back to Y City. Carlos decided to let her be difficult. He took out his phone and scrolled through the images until he found a particular photo. Then he handed his phone to her. "This explains everything." It was a photo of the DNA test results. Miranda's usually cold face now reflected joy. It looked out of place. Even Carlos had seldom seen this expression. "Anyone else might be shocked," she mumbled. "I knew it. You two had a kid." "Yes. She's ours," Carlos admitted. Miranda handed the phone back to him. With a serious look, she went on, "I always hoped you two would give me grandkids. I would like to take her to New York so I can be close to her. Or you can transfer me here. You're the boss. Think you can make that happen? You have an important job. I can't just transfer you. Besides, you already have a grandkid. I have someone in mind to replace me. Don't worry." She put her bag on the sofa and sat down. After sipping some coffee, she said in a low voice, "And yes, I do have another grandkid, but Evelyn's my first granddaughter. More importantly, she's yours. I want to make things up to you. Though she was Carlos' birth mom, she didn't raise him. He'd spent 30 years calling someone else mother." When she thought about this, Miranda looked at him lovingly. No longer the tough and capable businesswoman but a caring mother. He got her. He could feel her love. This was the natural bond between mother and son. Carlos hadn't given her an answer. "Since you already have a successor in mind, I'm fine with a transfer here. As for taking care of Evelyn, you need to clear that with Debbie." Hearing this, Miranda gave a faint, weird smile. "So, it's not up to you, huh?" Carlos was good at taking control of things, but when it came to Debbie, he let her make her own decisions. He let Debbie be her own woman. Carlos smiled wryly. "I fell in love with her before the accident, and I fell in love with her again. Do you think I want to piss her off?" Miranda pretended ignorance. "Okay. And?" she asked. The look in Carlos' eyes became incredulous when he looked at Miranda. You know she's married, right? He even suspected that Miranda pushed Debbie to marry another guy. Miranda lowered her head to take a sip of the coffee, trying to cover her nervousness. When she regained her composure, she said, "Oh, I knew. So what are you going to do? Are you really going to marry Stephanie?" She frowned after asking that last question. "I warned you about her. She's not the woman for you. Don't worry. Besides, if you want me to marry the woman who's right for me, you'll help me win Debbie back." Huh. She must mean a lot, if you're asking for my help. Miranda smiled. "Don't worry. I'll help you two get back together. But I'm not doing it because of you." Carlos was stunned speechless. Is she really my mom? Why isn't she on my side? Relax. Anything more on Megan? Miranda asked, looking interested. Talking about her gave Carlos a headache. The police are still working on it. They found her diary, but it didn't help much. Miranda didn't feel bad over Megan's death. It broke your grandma's heart when she died. She seemed to age overnight. Now she won't leave the Buddhist shrine. I'll visit her when I have time in the next few days, Carlos announced. It had been too long since he set foot in New York. It was time for him to visit his grandma and Tabitha. For a moment, neither of them spoke. The office was so quiet. Finally, Miranda's phone buzzed. She read the message and then asked, "You must have found out a lot about James. What are you going to do with him?" Casey stared at Ivan, evidently confused by his words. "Why?" Ivan wrapped his arm around her waist and whispered in her ear, "Mr. Huo has his memories back." "Really? How do you know? When did this happen?" "Tonight at the party." But Carlos, that cunning fox, kept it to himself. He may be waiting for the right time. Ivan didn't know him very well, but from what he could see, Carlos deserved to be seen as a cunning fox, in business and in his private life. Casey was still wallowing in the exciting news. Does Debbie know? Thank God. Maybe she'll finally have something good happen in her life, she thought, genuinely happy. I think Debbie is still in the dark. Don't tell her. Let's just focus on you and me for right now. Ivan gallantly held the door open to his apartment and let Casey walk in first. She felt around the wall for a light switch and turned it on. Being able to see, she searched for a pair of slippers, just like when entering her own home. Ivan smiled as he watched her behave casually. He wanted her to feel comfortable. Why can't I tell her? That's so unfair. She's been hanging on waiting. I'll give her a call. After shedding her coat, Casey pulled out her phone to call Debbie. But Ivan swiftly snatched her phone away from her hand and held onto her with his other arm. Leading her into the living room, he hissed, "No, don't ruin the moment." Casey stopped walking and looked at him with a serious look. Seriously, why are you okay with that? She thought Ivan must feel something for Debbie. Otherwise, why did he marry her? Tossing her phone onto the sofa, Ivan pulled her into a hug and kissed her lips. Casey couldn't resist his affectionate kiss. Gradually, the air between them became warmer. He pushed her up against the wall, and his kiss became more passionate. She locked her arms around his neck, like it was the most natural thing in the world. His lips suddenly left hers, and seductive words came from them. "Casey, I love you." The woman who was so smitten with his kiss suddenly snapped back to reality. Her half-closed eyes abruptly opened wide like saucers. But before she could react, Ivan scooped her up and pushed open the door to his bedroom with his foot. In a split second, Casey was laying on his bed, her heart pounding rapidly. Seeing him undoing his tie, she swallowed a bit of saliva and hesitated again.
Ivan, no.
Not now. Debbie. She still couldn't jump over this issue. Debbie marriage. These words were like a curse that halted their relationship, a wall neither of them could climb. Ivan had almost given himself over to passion, and was so close to letting Debbie's secret slip. Casey was struggling to sit up, but Ivan pinned her down again. Casey, listen. It's not what you think. Debbie and I are just friends. I know you aren't in love, but let's do this right. Wait until you're divorced. Truth be told, she was so moved to hear his confession of love. She didn't need to hide her true feelings from him anymore. But she knew that she didn't want to rush into anything either, especially sex. However, Ivan didn't think the same way. He wanted her now. Helpless, his voice thick with passion, he lowered his head to nibble her earlobe and whispered, "Listen. Yes. We're not really married." He blurted out the truth. What? How? That was the last thing she expected to hear. Casey was stunned for a moment, but then she said with a smile, "No way. Stop kidding around." He raised his head to stare into her eyes. "I'm not kidding." The sincerity in his eyes was so evident that Casey stammered. But Debbie never told me that. I'm her best friend. Why didn't she tell me? I came to your wedding. And Mr. Huo walked her down the aisle. Yeah, we tried to do the ceremony. But Debbie got nabbed by the cops before she could say, "I do." We aren't actually married. But you guys got the licenses. Everything's official. After she dropped these words, she suddenly remembered something. Debbie had once showed off her marriage license. Casey took one look and replied casually, "Nice, but honestly, you and Ivan don't look like an item. You and Mr. Huo look better together." Then Debbie smiled mysteriously and swung the marriage license in front of her and asked again, "Guess how much we paid?" Casey rolled her eyes at her. "Think I'm an idiot just because I'm single? Everyone knows it's 9.90 here. Next you'll be telling me they're spun from gold." Debbie said nothing back but just smiled. Now remembering their conversation, Casey started to piece it together. She widened her eyes in shock and looked at Ivan, who was smiling blissfully. "The marriage licenses are fake too?" Pecking her cheek, he said, "Always knew you were a smart cookie. But Debbie never told me. At least not in so many words. I'm her best friend." Casey wanted to cry. No wonder there were only a few people at their wedding. Ivan shook his head. "Don't blame her. You're the third one to know." "All right." Casey sighed, having a surge of mixed feelings. Now it made sense. No wonder Ivan had no problem kissing her. Behind her back or even in front of her at the party. He wasn't angry at all when he saw Debbie and Carlos flirting at the seaside resort. Instead, he seemed quite happy to see them together. Ivan had unbuttoned his shirt. "Let's get marriage licenses tomorrow. What do you say?" "What? So soon?" He shook his head. "It's not that soon. If my guess is right, Carlos has already taken steps to get me out of the way." Casey had difficulty figuring out what he meant. He'll tell my mom I'm gay? Or he'll ruin my company, put my stock in freefall. But we haven't talked to our parents. Casey still hesitated. Ivan closed his eyes tightly. He was burning with desire already. "Casey, please. This is torture." Seeing the beads of sweat forming on his forehead, she tried her best to stifle her laughter. A single word left her lips. "Okay." Taking this as permission, Ivan hungrily kissed her. 10-odd minutes later, a song echoed through the room, interrupting the busy pair. It was Ivan's ringtone. Frustrated, Ivan caught a glimpse of the caller ID on the phone screen. "Let me guess. Carlos got to her." Casey was ready for him, so she was also a bit flustered. Still, the ringtone went off again. She tried to calm her breathing and managed to gasp. "The phone. Just answer it." Ivan wasn't really in the mood to care about the call, but since Casey had urged him, he had no choice but to pick it up. "Mom. You brat. What else did you do behind my back? Think I wouldn't find out?" Elsie barked on the other end. It was rare for the graceful lady to throw a tantrum like that. Even Casey was blown away by this. Each word of her rant could be heard clearly in the dead of night. With his eyes glued to Casey's blushing face, Ivan asked calmly, "Mom, what's going on?" "You tell me. Ivan, you love men? How do you think that looks? Your dad and I are a laughingstock. And now you hook up with Debbie's best friend. What were you thinking? You need to come back home. Now." Elsie was so pissed by what her son had done that she pretty much shouted at him over the phone. Old man. Mr. Handsome, are you okay? Why are you staring at me that way? Debbie noticed the ocean of mixed emotions in Carlos' eyes and the complicated look on his face. She felt anxious, and her heart pounded hard in her chest. Carlos kept gazing at her and still said nothing. All he wanted to do was quietly admire her, hug her, feel her warmth and kiss her. That was just what he did. He embraced Debbie, holding her tightly to him and began kissing her tenderly. The kiss was soft, full of love and affection, unlike his usual imperious and hungry kisses. Debbie was taken aback by his show of affection and gentleness. After the unexpected kiss, Debbie was left breathless. She swallowed nervously and stammered, Have you done anything wrong to me? Carlos gazed at her and smiled. He stroked the strand of hair near her ear and said, Go and bathe now. I'm going to make a call. Okay. Debbie nodded. She wanted to take a moment to be alone and calm herself down. Carlos let go of her. He sat on the edge of the bed and watched Debbie go toward the bathroom. Every step of the way, Debbie kept turning back to Carlos, trying to spot anything suspicious. When she finally entered the bathroom, Carlos returned to his cold self again and left the bedroom. He went straight to the study and called Frankie. Give me the phone number of Ivan's mom. It would have been better for Frankie to call Ivan's mom for him. But now he urgently needed to handle everything concerning Debbie in person. Yes, Mr. Huo. A few minutes later, Carlos received the number and called Elsie at once. Good evening, Mrs. Wan. This is Carlos Huo speaking. I'm sorry to bother you this late at night. Carlos Huo. Elsie was suddenly caught by surprise from the unexpected call from Carlos. She hastily sat up on the bed and turned the bed lamp on while kicking her husband to wake up. Hello, Mr. Huo. It's okay. We aren't sleeping yet. Is there anything I can help you with? Yes, there is. It's something very important. Elsie became tense. What is it? Mrs. Wan, there's no easy way to tell you this, so please prepare yourself for what I'm about to tell you. Ivan took advantage of my memory loss to marry my wife, but he doesn't love Debbie at all. He loves men. After marrying Debbie, he doesn't treat her well. He's even romantically involved with Debbie's best friend, Casey. Mrs. Wan, I know all of this because I have seen it all with my own eyes. I'm not telling lies. Carlos cut to the chase and filled Elsie in on all the essential and necessary information. Elsie's eyes were as wide as saucers at the shocking news. She took a deep breath, trying not to scream out. When she spoke again, her tone was still high. Ivan loves men? Yes, it's true. But please rest assured, Mrs. Wan. The man that Ivan used to be involved with is now locked up behind bars. He was accused of instigating and aiding others to commit. The man is locked up in jail? Elsie could hardly take in and register all this information. She felt like she didn't know her son at all. As he tapped his fingers on the desk, Carlos concluded, Yes. I didn't mean to bother you with all this, but I feel great pity for Debbie. I hope you can stop Ivan from hurting her, and ask him to divorce her as soon as possible. Elsie got his meaning. The last sentence was the key point of his phone call. She managed to compose herself and said in a shaky voice, I understand, Mr. Huo. Thank you for the information. You're welcome, Mrs. Wan. I should be thanking you. I'm sorry for disturbing your rest. If you have time to visit Y City someday, I would be happy to accommodate you and Mr. Logan Wan. Thank you, Mr. Huo. I hope we can meet up next time. Goodbye. The moment the call was disconnected, Elsie slumped back against the bedhead and was silent with a worried face. In a neighborhood of Y City, Casey wanted to go back home after leaving the party midway. However, Ivan convinced her to go out with him for a late-night snack. After the snack, Ivan drove towards his apartment, and then he suddenly glanced at her and said, Debbie and I will be divorced soon. Sitting in the passenger seat, Casey looked across and asked, Why? Because of Mr. Huo. Yeah. Ivan noticed the subtle expression on Carlos' face at the party. He believed that Carlos had already regained his memory. Undoubtedly, I'll be Carlos' first target to deal with. At the thought of that, Ivan sighed and smiled helplessly. No one would be able to stand up to the overbearing Carlos. Looking at the scenery outside the car window, Casey asked in a gloomy tone. Sad? Who? Ivan was confused. She turned to look at his profile. You. Are you sad? Why would I feel sad? On the contrary, Ivan was quite happy because Debbie would have a bright future with Carlos soon. Aren't you sad about getting divorced? Ivan finally understood. He smiled and instead of explaining anything to her, he requested, call your parents. Think of an excuse and tell them that you won't be home tonight. Why? She asked. His smile broadened. He could see a bright future with Casey too. I have something to tell you. You can tell me now and then drive me back home. Casey had a rough idea of what he wanted to do. I think I'm going to need the whole night to say it all. She gaped at him, speechless. Did he really take her for a fool? Nonetheless, she pulled out her phone and called her mother. Putting on a relaxed voice, she said, Mom, I'm at my friend's house. I've had a bit of wine, so I'll spend the night here. You drank wine? Which friend? Do I know your friend? Is it a boy or girl? Mia asked routinely. It wasn't the first time that her daughter had stayed overnight at a friend's house. Each time, Casey would call her to let her know so she didn't worry. Of course it's a girl. Mom, when have I stayed overnight with a man? Casey lied, her eyes darting around with guilt. Typically, she would have hung up impatiently after her mother's string of questions. However, she didn't dare to now that she was telling her a lie. Fortunately, Mia couldn't see her guilty expression, so she agreed. Okay. Take care of yourself. Will do. Bye. Casey heaved a sigh of relief as she hung up the phone. Ivan asked with a smile, Do you often stay at friends' houses? Well, sometimes. When my friends and I have a lot of fun. I'll stay at some friend's house or find a hotel myself, and then go back home the next day. Casey had quite a lot of friends from all walks of life. Apart from doing investment and business, she would go out to have fun with her friends during most of her leisure time. Sounds like you enjoy playing just like Piggy, Ivan remarked. When Piggy's name was brought up, Casey felt warm inside and said, No, I'm not like Piggy. My goddaughter is way lovelier than me. Then she sighed and joked, I'm getting old. Ivan disagreed. He glanced at her and said, No, you're cuter than Piggy. Unconvinced, Casey said, I'm flattered. But Ivan, how can you blatantly lie to flatter me? What can I say? I feel good. Casey was lost for words and shook her head. Once they had arrived at the apartment building and parked the car, Ivan held Casey's hand and led her towards the elevator. Casey looked around nervously. She was afraid of being seen by someone. I think we should part our ways here. I'm not going upstairs. She lost her nerve and chickened out at the last minute. Even if Ivan and Debbie didn't love each other, they were still a married couple. It didn't feel right for her to spend the night at Ivan's house before they got divorced. Ivan pressed the elevator button. Relax. Do you know what Debbie is doing now? Casey thought for a second and replied. She and Mr. Huo should be coaxing Piggy to sleep now. Checking the time on his wristwatch, Ivan shook his head. It's past 11 now. Piggy would have been in bed much earlier. In an instant, Casey realized what Ivan was hinting at. But she still tried to defend Debbie and said thoughtfully, No. Debbie told me that Mr. Huo wouldn't bug her for sex until she divorces you. Debbie won't betray your marriage. Ivan was amused. He wanted to laugh at how naive Casey and Debbie both were. Yes, what Debbie told you is right, but that was only relevant before tonight. Now there's no telling if Carlos will keep his promise or not. It wasn't the first time that Damon had seen Carlos wear a mask of cruelty. It was the same mask he wore when he dealt with his enemies. But that was before he became an enemy. Now Damon's heart jumped into his throat. In an instant he played the pity card and pleaded. No, Carlos, my friend. Don't please. Wesley and I were tricked. I owe your wife an apology, and I'll make it up to her. I swear. Carlos' anger finally subsided a little, and he let go of him. Damon straightened his clothes, pulling his collar taut and wiping his brow. He heaved a deep sigh of relief. When Carlos seemed to have calmed down, Damon suggested anxiously, Hey, if you really remember everything, I wouldn't let Debbie know. She'll make you pay for what she had gone through. Carlos looked at him, now perplexed. Damon explained, think about it. No matter how badly Wesley and I treated her, she will probably go easy on us once we apologize. But you made the deepest, most painful cuts. She loved you and trusted you, and you hooked up with Stephanie. You disavowed her. You made her marry Ivan. If you were her, would you forgive what you did? Kinsley thought Damon's words made sense. Carlos, he's right. You hurt her a lot. You should treat her well from now on to make things right. When she forgives you, then you can tell her you got your memories back. Carlos said nothing, mulling over their suggestions. Inside the room, Niles seized the chance to make fun of Ivan. Wow, Mr. One, I never knew you loved guys. What do you think about me? Your type. Ivan squinted at the naughty doctor and snapped. So Carlos says I'm gay and you believe him. How much does he know about me? Or maybe he's my date. If it's not true, why would he say it? Niles wouldn't drop the subject. Ivan shrugged. He's not the only one with a lawyer. I could file charges for slander. Niles leaned against the couch and grinned evilly. Okay, so you're not gay. Got any proof? I got my proof right here. Ivan sprang up from the couch and made his way to a woman sitting at the other end of the room. Seeing the direction Ivan was walking in, Xavier reminded him, Carlos is on the balcony. He can still see everything. Don't do anything stupid. Niles also got worried. He tried to calm him down. Okay, bad joke. You're not gay. I was just kidding. Don't kiss Debbie. Hey, wait. Wow. The doctor ended his sentence in absolute shock, as he saw Ivan kissing the most unexpected woman. Yates' eyes widened in disbelief. Nice. There's something you don't see every day. Blair covered her mouth in shock and asked, what in the world? Xavier clicked his tongue and joked. Well, if you can't be with the one you love, then love the one you're with. Colleen wrapped her arms in Curtis' own and remarked, I'll never understand the rich and their complicated relationships. Glad I have a good husband. Curtis sighed helplessly and caressed her hair. Then he planted a kiss on her forehead. Gregory was completely dumbfounded. His thoughts were bombarded with questions. He'd been gone for 3 years, and obviously things had changed while he was out of the country. Isn't he married to Debbie? He wondered. In fact, everybody except Gregory knew very well that there was nothing romantic going on between Ivan and Debbie. It was a marriage in name only. But Ivan was still Debbie's husband. And now that husband kissed Debbie's best friend in front of everyone. That was really something to see. Debbie covered her eyes to give them a little privacy. The couple was right next to her, kissing passionately like there was no tomorrow. Ivan, take it down a notch. People are watching you, she reminded. As Casey struggled fiercely, Ivan finally let go of her. Flushing a deep shade of red, Casey bowed her head, not wanting to look at anyone. Then she grabbed her handbag and rushed out of the room. Ivan stood up and gave everyone an apologetic smile before following her out. The 3 men talking on the balcony were clueless about what happened inside. When they came back, they noticed Ivan and Casey were gone. But they just shrugged and rejoined the party like nothing had happened. During the party, Debbie stole glances at Carlos from time to time, still wondering whether her guess was right or wrong. Did he still have amnesia or not? Yates abandoned his seat to plop down next to Curtis and kept his voice low. Wanna make a bet? $100,000 says Carlos has his memory back. Curtis smiled gently as he observed Carlos. Swirling the red wine in his glass, he told Yates, 100 grand? How about $1 million? His memory has definitely returned. Yates' lips twitched, so it seemed that they all figured it out. Debbie still doesn't know, he said, shifting his gaze towards the young mother. Curtis raised his eyebrows. It's not just her. None of the women do. Mr. Liu, do I detect a note of sexism? Yates smirked mischievously. Curtis didn't pay any attention to Yates' barb. He shook his head and turned to ask his wife. Honey, see anything different about Carlos tonight? Colleen nodded, yes. He's even more possessive and overbearing than usual. I don't like him. Honestly, I don't know what Debbie sees in him. Anything else? Curtis prompted.
No.
Curtis looked at Yates and raised an eyebrow with a triumphant smile. I wonder if this is the difference between men and women, Yates thought. But then he asked Curtis again. Think Niles has figured it out? Curtis shifted his gaze to the naughty doctor trying to pull a prank on Wesley and said, I don't think he knows either. Yates nodded, agreed. Little did Niles know that the two men loathed him. After the party ended, Carlos held on to Debbie with one arm and carried Evelyn with his other arm, and then led them to his car. He had a little red wine tonight, so he asked Frankie to drive. A child seat was installed in the back seat of the car. After Debbie was settled in next to the child seat, there was not much room left, but to her surprise, the tall, strong guy also squeezed into the back seat. They made a wonderful sight, the three of them. Debbie felt embarrassed. It was so crowded that she was half sitting on Carlos' lap. I'll sit in the passenger seat, she said, moving to try and make for the door. But Carlos didn't let her budge even a little and ordered Frankie, drive. The car drove into traffic and sped away from the Orchid Private Club. On their way home, Carlos kept staring at Evelyn with an affectionate look in his eyes while talking to her the whole time. He was sad that he missed 3 years of her life. He never got to feed her a bottle, hear her first words or see her walking. That wasn't going to happen again if he had anything to say about it. On the other hand, Debbie had been staring at Carlos again. She was sure something was wrong with him, but what was it? The car rolled up to the manor. As usual, Carlos helped Evelyn bathe and tucked her into bed. Debbie leaned against the door of the kids' room and watched him. By the time Evelyn had closed her eyes and was sleeping peacefully, she couldn't help yawning. She said quietly, I have work tomorrow, Mr. Huo. I think I'll turn in. Carlos silently tucked his daughter under the covers and got out of the bed. He adjusted the thermostat before walking over to Debbie. He grabbed hold of her wrist and took her to his bedroom. He closed the door behind them. Looking at the closed door in his huge hand, Debbie suddenly had a bad feeling. What is he going to do? While she was in a trance, she was pressed onto the bed by the man. Debbie was confused, but she knew he wouldn't have sex with her before she divorced Ivan, so she wasn't afraid. She gaped and yawned once again. Mr. Huo, I'm really sleepy. Just let me go to my room. Okay. Carlos said nothing. He stared intently at her face, eyes full of affection. This was his woman. The woman he had sworn to love and spoil for his entire life. But she had been bullied and hurt by other people. His heart ached. It was his fault. He didn't protect her when it mattered most. Stephanie's face turned dark purple in rage when she heard what Carlos said to Debbie. Meanwhile, an ominous feeling began to settle in Debbie's heart. I don't like the way he looks. Something's not right. In a shaky voice, she asked, What do you mean? Carlos went berserk. What do I mean? I tell you. Now. You need to divorce Ivan right now. How many times have I told you that, huh? Come back to me. No more fooling around. The atmosphere was no less tense, but it had changed somewhat. Wow, he's bossy, they thought. With Miranda's words ringing in the back of her mind, Debbie mustered the courage to reply. Why? Why should I do that? Because you told me to? Why should I even listen to you? Her attitude irked Carlos to no end. He wrapped his other arm tightly around her waist and declared between clenched teeth. Because no one else can be your husband. Anyone who gets between me, and you will end up in one place. Hell. Debbie's heart pounded faster with each word he spat. Does he have his memory back? She guessed excitedly. That was the only way she could explain his strange behavior. Seeing the excited and bewildered expressions on her face, Carlos flashed a mysterious smile. Here's the deal. Make me wait any longer, and I'll immediately purchase the one group, ruin Ivan Wen's career, and tell his mother that he's gay. I'll let the whole world know that he stole my wife while I was suffering from amnesia. And I won't stop there. I'll tie him up and lash him with a whip drenched in acid. Clear enough? For the last time, divorce Ivan now. Carlos blasted out the threatening words in a single breath. At this point, he was already plotting revenge on those responsible for his plight. They messed up his life. They took advantage of his memory loss to ruin his marriage, steal everything that belonged to him, force Debbie to marry another man, and even make his daughter call another man daddy. He wouldn't let anyone involved in this off the hook, including Debbie. Why did she give up on him so easily? He had to teach her a lesson, keep her on a short leash. She'd be at his side every day until she learned. Defeated, Ivan touched his sweaty forehead and cut in. Hey, cut me some slack. I didn't do anything to you. Niles and Damon couldn't help but burst out laughing loudly. The latter moved to Ivan's side and teased in a low voice. You had the balls to steal his wife, so it's time to pay the piper. He meant what he said. A wave of excitement coursed through Debbie's body. She stared straight into Carlos' eyes, trying to detect any clue to support her wild guess. But his deep eyes and calm face betrayed nothing. Left with no choice, she suppressed her excitement and asked expectantly, Carlos, did you get your memory back? You remember me? Her question silenced everyone, including the laughing Niles and Damon. They all fixed their eyes on Carlos in shock. Carlos loosened his forceful grip on Debbie's wrist and let go of her. Get my memory back? I hope so. He grinned and looked at the corner where his birthday presents had been set. So, wanna see me open presents? What did you get me?
No?
Did I guess wrong? Debbie let out a deep sigh. But she had no time to think more about Carlos' strange behavior. When she saw Carlos unwrapping the gift box brought to him by her and Ivan, she quickly tried to stop him. Mr. Huo, wait. You might want to wait till you're alone. Her words fell on his deaf ears. He untied the blue ribbons and tore the wrapping paper from the box. It was then that Stephanie finally found her chance to cut in. This has gone far enough, Carlos Huo. Reminded of her presence, Carlos slightly tilted his head and cast her a cold stare. Newsflash, we're done. You were just a pawn I used to get back at Debbie. All the other people were dumbfounded. They gave Carlos a thumbs up in their mind. That's some serious chutzpah. Way to go, Mr. Huo. Humiliated, Stephanie blushed in anger. She pointed at Carlos, yelling in a trembling voice. Carlos Huo, you asshole. As he went on to unwrap the present, he questioned casually without looking at her. You jumped at the chance to become my girlfriend right when I emerged from my coma. James Huo even arranged it for you, ruining my life to do so. Who's the asshole again? Feeling a little guilty, Stephanie couldn't find the words to form a retort. He wasn't wrong. Meanwhile, she sensed something was very wrong with Carlos. She didn't belabor the point. All she'd do was humiliate herself. This was not the right time. So she grabbed her handbag and stormed out of the private room without another word. Carlos finally opened the box and moved the crepe paper aside to reveal his gift. He held it up for everyone to see. The guests looked at the present in his hands, eyes wide in surprise. It was men's underwear and specifically men's triangle briefs. More surprisingly, there was a cute bow knot on the elastic waistband. Wahaha! Damon was the first to break the silence with a fit of laughter. He couldn't believe his eyes. What a weird woman. How could she give Carlos something like that? Niles was the next to start guffawing. He gave a thumbs up to Debbie, whose face was red from embarrassment. Xavier and Yates also started chuckling uncontrollably. Even Wesley, the serious colonel, grinned from ear to ear and watched the show with keen interest. They thought that the manly Carlos might get angry when he saw this. But much to their surprise, he wasn't pissed. Instead, he carefully put the underwear back to the box and put it aside. Then he straightened his clothes and said calmly, I need a cigarette. Have fun. With that, he made his way to the balcony overlooking the golf course, ignoring everyone's confused gaze. They exchanged curious glances with each other, unable to understand Carlos' behavior tonight. Debbie became even more suspicious. It was almost like Carlos regained his memory, but since he denied it, she wasn't sure. Damon and Kinsley followed Carlos to the balcony. Sounds like a plan, Kinsley said. Damon tagged along, both men getting out packs of cigarettes and banging it against their fingers to pack the nicotine. On the balcony, clutching the rail as tightly as he could, Carlos looked far into the night, flames of rage burning in his deep eyes. James Huo. Damn you! How dare you frame my wife and harm my child? I'll send you to hell with my bare hands. He swore in his mind, clenching his jaw. Kinsley approached him, patting him on his shoulder. Thought you were coming out here to smoke. Need a cigarette? Damon pulled out a cigarette from his pack and lit it. You don't have cigarettes? Then just watch us. Damon had just taken a drag when Carlos suddenly glared at him. The horrible look in Carlos' eyes sent a chill down his spine. Damon almost choked on the drag he took. Hey man. You okay? What's wrong? Quit scaring me. Out of the blue, Carlos took a step forward and grabbed Damon's collar. Kinsley was taken aback. Why didn't you do anything to help Debbie while I was unconscious? You even trash-talked her. Damon, I did nothing to you. Why did you do me like that? Carlos confronted Damon in an icy cold voice. Damon was shocked, his mouth agape. As a result, the cigarette between his lips dropped onto the floor, embers scattering on the concrete. But he was too busy being scared to care. Kinsley stepped on it to put it out. See, Carlos. Do you have your memory back? Damon stammered. Carlos said nothing but kept glaring at him. Yet his silence spoke volumes. Now, Damon was sure that Carlos' memory came back when it looked like he was in pain. He was genuinely happy for his friend. He wanted to welcome the old Carlos back, but it looked he was pissed at him. Hey buddy, listen. It was your dad. No, James' fault. He lied to us. It wasn't that I didn't help Debbie. I was cheated by that sly fox too. It's not my fault. But his explanation didn't help. Carlos tightened his grip on his collar and spat coldly. James will pay for what he did. And you, Wesley, Stephanie. Anyone who messed with my wife, bullied her, trash-talked her, you guys are toast. Megan was lucky. She died before he got his memory back. Or else she would find out there were fates worse than death. Ivan took a look at the woman under him and said over the phone, You sure you want me to go back home now? Come on, Mom. You want a grandchild, right? Ouch. A pinch from Casey made him end his sentence prematurely. He started massaging the area she cruelly manhandled. Blushing a shade of bright red, she shot him an angry glare and then buried her face in the pillow, embarrassed. What? A grandchild? With whom? Elsie softened her voice. To save him from more drama, Ivan patiently explained. Mom, the marriage was a sham. Debbie and I aren't married. Sorry for lying to you. And I don't love men. I love Debbie's best friend, and I want to marry her. We're getting married here, so you and Dad will need to get tickets. W. Is that so? The sudden change of the story put Elsie in a daze. She needed time to process everything. That's it, Mom. I just married Debbie to get you and Dad off my back. But this is real. If you don't believe me, you can fly here and watch us get the marriage licenses with your own eyes. Ivan wanted to hang up, but Elsie quickly stopped. Hold on. No wonder Debbie didn't want me to visit her uncle and aunt, and didn't want any gifts. Now I get it. So which family is that girl from? Debbie's best friend. Elsie tried to remember who that was but came up short. She hadn't really gotten to know the girl. She saw her once at Ivan's wedding, but she was too excited to notice anything. She's the daughter of the Zheng family here. Her father is Mason Zheng. I think Dad knows him. At this point, Ivan began to lose his patience. If Elsie didn't end the call, the sun would be up soon. He wouldn't have enough time to enjoy his special moment with Casey. Elsie nudged her husband, who was lying next to her. Do you know Mason Zheng? Ivan says you know him. Without hesitation, Logan nodded. Yeah, I knew him from university. Elsie asked further with the line still on. I never heard you mention him. You close to him? She heard a beep and the line went silent. Hey Ivan. I'm not done. As Elsie tried to call again, Logan stopped her and said, Look. He's with his girlfriend. Don't ruin the moment. Elsie's hands froze. She carefully thought about his words again and took in his meaning. Realizing what her son was doing now, she blushed and scolded. That brat. Why didn't he tell me? Honey, I roared at our son just now. Do you think she heard me? Instead of answering her question, Logan pulled a long face and criticized. Ivan is already 30. He's a mature man and the CEO of the company. But he can't take marriage seriously. Elsie patted his shoulder. Don't get mad. I'll give him an earful when I get the chance. And maybe I was a little pushy about grandkids, but still. What a brat, she said in increasing anger. Humph. Even if we did drive him to it, why Carlos, woman? Is he an idiot or something? I'm pretty sure Evelyn is Carlos' kid, Logan said. Oh, really? No wonder she's so clever. Logan let out a heavy sigh. At last, the old couple decided that they would teach Ivan a lesson. In the East District manor. When Debbie emerged from the bathroom, she didn't see Carlos in the bedroom. Too sleepy to go find him, she climbed onto bed straight away. In her sleepy and hazy state, she felt a familiar man hugging her close. It felt wonderful. Without thinking, she turned over and wrapped her arms around the man's waist, nestling comfortably in his arms. But then she felt his hand exploring her body, accompanied by a seductive voice. Honey. Debbie thought she was dreaming, so she didn't open her eyes. And that was when she felt something heavy on top of her. Her eyes whipped open. In the dark, Carlos was staring at her, eyes thick with lust. He was really going to do it. Shocked, Debbie tried to steady her breathing and asked between moans. Not before. Before. I divorce Ivan, right? He yelled in a hoarse voice. I've waited too long. All he wanted to do now was teach her a lesson and love her with his heart and soul. Carlos, where are your morals? She snapped, confused. Back when they were trapped on the desert island, Carlos had wanted to bang her, but he had managed to constrain himself by swimming a few rounds in the sea. But why couldn't he stop himself now? I have plenty of those. But they're for another time, another place. I want you by my side forever. Debbie couldn't help but wonder again if he had regained his memory. He had been acting so strangely since the party earlier tonight. But he had denied it and kept asking her to divorce Ivan, just like usual. She wasn't so sure. Carlos didn't give her any more time to think. As he moved with full passion, her heavy and short breaths came one after another. The next morning, the sound of her ringtone jarred Debbie awake. It was Ivan. She reached out for her phone and slid her finger along the screen. Face buried under the covers, she said in a sleepy voice. Hi, Ivan. Still in bed? Ivan's voice sounded refreshed and joyful. Yeah. I stayed up last night. Thanks to Carlos, she didn't get any sleep till the sun rose. Ivan grinned and looked at Casey, who was also sleeping. I'm getting married, he announced. Congratulations, Debbie said without thinking. She wasn't quite awake yet. Ivan chuckled under his breath. Debbie, I'm getting married to Casey. Awesome, she yawned. Ivan, congrats. Wait. Oh my God. Ivan heard a loud voice from the other end. Now you're getting it, girl. He grinned broadly and told her. My parents are taking the red-eye out here. We're all visiting Casey's family today. We're getting the licenses today too, if there's time. Massaging her sore waist, Debbie stretched and quickly ran her eyes over Carlos' room. He wasn't around. But that wasn't what she was interested in currently. She shifted her attention back to the phone and asked. So you're marrying Casey? Yeah, you heard me right. You're not dreaming, Ivan confirmed helplessly. She scratched her messy hair and heaved a sigh. And Casey said yes? Yeah, we talked about it last night. Debbie reminded him with a huge smile. Treat her right, or I'll beat the tar out of you, Ivan assured her. You have my word. Then he teased. I don't fall in love every day. Why wouldn't I be nice to her? Debbie giggled. Again, congratulations. You owe me a meal. Okay, I'll buy you a big one next time. After a pause, Debbie thought of something. The smile on her face froze and she said in a heavy tone, You should probably visit Emmett's grave with Casey. He might like to know how she's doing. Already thought of. That's good. After chatting a while longer with Ivan, Debbie dragged herself out of bed. She plodded towards the bathroom, legs trembling. In Ivan's apartment after ending the call with Debbie, he waited until Casey woke up. They had lunch together in his apartment and shared some more intimate moments. In the afternoon before his parents arrived, Ivan got in the car and asked Casey to get in too. He rebuffed all her questions about where they were going. Casey's face changed as she looked out the window, watching the scenery fly by. She turned to look at Ivan and asked hesitantly, "Where are we going?" Ivan patted her hand to comfort her. "I think you know." Casey fell silent. Casey didn't utter another word on their way to the cemetery. She was immersed in her own thoughts, wondering if Emmett would blame her for marrying another man. But she was happy and she had to tell him. On arriving at the parking lot, Ivan braked and slowly came to a stop. He came around to the passenger side and helped Casey out of the car. Together, they opened the trunk to grab the bouquet of chrysanthemum. He already had it arranged and tied. The tranquil cemetery was located on a hillside in the suburbs. It was a beautiful place, stunning scenery, fresh air, and few people would come at this hour. Casey's heart pounded faster with each step they took. Each step brought them closer to Emmett's grave. Suddenly, she grabbed hold of Ivan's hand and stood still, reluctant to take one more step. In a sad voice, she asked, "What if he gets mad?" Ivan put his hands on her shoulders, leaned in, and gently kissed her forehead. "I don't think so. He'll be so glad to see you happy." She nodded lightly, took a deep breath, and continued walking forward. On the third gravesite of the third row, a tall man in a black suit jacket stood solemnly in front of Emmett's gravestone. His eyes were red as memories of the past flooded his mind. "Emmett, old friend. I haven't been here in a while."
I'm sorry.
"I haven't been myself. I'll come more often and we'll share a glass or three." He took the bottle he held and poured a glass. He stared at it for a bit and finally downed it. "They told me things," he continued in a hoarse voice. "They told me about the accident, how the truck driver was exhausted, and it was one big fluke. We both know that's bullshit. Rest in peace, Emmett. I'll find the truth and take revenge for you." Carlos squatted down in front of the gravestone. He poured some of the limited edition liquor out at the graveside, as if pouring a glass for Emmett. "I didn't do right by Debbie either, if that helps any. I promise I'll take better care of both of you. I hope that you have a better time in the other world than you had here." A gust of fresh wind blew just then. The fragrance of liquor mingled in the air. He stared at Emmett's black and white picture. He was still the same young, handsome, and jolly guy. Carlos had stayed there for an hour before he finally left. 5 minutes after he left, Ivan and Casey reached Emmett's grave. They both were surprised when they saw a bouquet of flowers on the grave. The faint smell of the liquor told them that someone had been here just a few minutes before. "I wonder who that was." But Casey didn't give it much thought. The moment her eyes landed on Emmett's picture, tears blurred her vision. "Emmett," she sobbed. She pressed her lips tightly together to stifle the cries, but to no avail. The weeping sound escaped her lips and the sobs racked her body. Ivan put the flowers down, arranging them nicely in front of the gravestone. Then, with his eyes on Emmett's photo, he held onto the crying girl and said sincerely, "Nice to meet you, Mr. Zhong. I'm sorry we have to meet this way. I'll be Casey's husband soon. I love her. And your blessing would mean a lot to us." Casey wiped off her tears and squatted down in front of the photo. With trembling hands, she stroked his picture and said between sobs, "Emmett,
I'm sorry.
I'm getting married. I want to marry Ivan. Don't get mad, please. Would you bless us?" She stopped to catch a little breath and then continued, "My love, I was going to stay single. I'd accepted it. I didn't think I could love anyone else other than you. But I'm sorry. I fell in love with Ivan. Are you disappointed with me? I really hope I can get your blessing. Emmett, please forgive me, can you?" Ivan grabbed a few strands of her long hair and looked at Emmett's bright smile. "I promise you I'll love Casey with all my heart and soul. I'll treat her well and make her smile every second. I don't mind if she comes to visit you from time to time. And I'll even go with her whenever we get the chance. A few minutes later, Ivan told her, "Don't cry. I'll wait for you at the entrance." He wanted to give her some privacy so she could talk to Emmett freely and honestly. Casey nodded. After Ivan walked away, the whole world was quiet with only her and Emmett. The air felt oppressive. A crow fluttered its wing and flew out of a dense tree, swooping through the air. The atmosphere was eerie in the quiet cemetery. Casey kept silent with her eyes glued to Emmett's picture. With Emmett here, she wasn't scared of anything. He always protected her in the past, and he did so now. After dwelling on the past for a long while, Casey started again. "I met Ivan through Tomboy. I thought he was married to her, so I kept my distance. I wouldn't get involved with a married man. Last time when we were on a vacation, he kissed me without Debbie knowing. I was so scared. I didn't want to be the other woman, and Debbie's my best friend. For heaven's sake. I tried my best to not love him. I thought I'd be betraying you. Last night, he told me his marriage was fake. At that moment, beams of joy and excitement filled my heart. I haven't felt that way for 3 years. Since you died. So I knew I couldn't deny it anymore. I have really fallen in love with him." She slowly recounted the whole story of her and Ivan. "So I'm going to marry another man. Do me a favor. Find a hotter girl than me in the other world. If you're happy, so am I. Don't worry. Even if I marry Ivan, I'll still take care of your parents. Please rest in peace." Finally, she drew her face closer to the gravestone and kissed Emmett's picture. "Emmett, this is the last time I kiss you. But I promise this won't be the last time I visit. I'll see you soon." When Casey finally emerged from the cemetery, Ivan was on the phone. His parents' plane had touched down in the airport, and they were on their way to the Zhang family's home. Seeing her come out, Ivan reached out one hand to wipe her wet eyes, while holding the phone with the other. "We'll be there in 30 minutes, he told his parents. Then, he pulled her into his arms and patted her back to comfort her. The girl was still sad, given over to her emotions of grief over Emmett's death. Back in Ivan's car, she leaned on his shoulder without saying a word. After she calmed down a little, he strapped her in and started the engine. Then they went to a mall and selected a pair of diamond rings before heading towards Casey's home. By the time they arrived, Logan and Elsie had been there for a while. They were inside, chatting happily with Casey's parents. They seemed to be getting on well. This was the first time Casey had ever formally met Ivan's parents. But she felt quite sorry because her eyes were still red from weeping. Reading her mind, Ivan shook his head and whispered in her ear, "It's okay. My parents won't mind. I'll explain to them later." Elsie held Casey's hands tightly, afraid that this would be another lie from her son. "I won't be happy if I can't see you two sign your names on the license. I can't believe we got fooled like that. Please understand. I don't want that to happen again." She turned to Casey's mom and added, "Mrs. Zhang, please take out your household registry. Check it out, I've brought ours too. Our family has its origins in this city. When we go to the Civil Affairs Department, I'll go along with our household registry books." Mason and Mia were really happy that their daughter had gotten over Emmett's death. She finally opened her heart to another man. Ivan seemed like a great guy too. So without hesitation, Mia went upstairs to grab their household registry book. Ivan and Casey managed to get to the Civil Affairs Department before they closed. They registered their marriage and officially got their marriage licenses, under Elsie's watchful eyes. Seeing their licenses, Elsie was even happier than the couple. She held Casey's hand and said excitedly, "Ivan likes things quiet, but I won't listen to him this time. We're going to have an amazing ceremony, with all our relatives and friends there to bless you too." Embarrassed, Ivan touched his nose and explained in a low voice, "Mom, the wedding last time was just for show, so I kept it low-key. But this marriage is a real one, so of course I'll let the whole world know that Casey and I tied the knot." Elsie punched her son in the shoulder. "Humph! You have some balls. Offending Mr. Huo. You need to go clear this up. I already told Debbie about me and Casey. I figure they can solve their own problems. I'll be there if Debbie needs me," Ivan said. Elsie rolled her eyes at him and decided to drop it. She was in a good mood now after seeing them register their marriage.
Fine.
Do what you want. She turned to Casey and suggested, Casey, how about you come and live with us? Our country is lovely this time of year. Don't worry. You can fly back and see your parents anytime you want. From the moment Casey decided to marry Ivan, she figured that her life would change drastically, so she nodded. Sure, no problem. She was the only child of the Zhang family. Being a considerate man, Ivan cut in. You're the only daughter of your family. I think you're well within your rights to ask Dad and Mom to come along with us. They can stay in the villa that, Debbie stayed in before the wedding. I mean the fake wedding. If they don't like it there, we can get another house for them. Elsie thought his words were reasonable. Makes sense. Go ahead, convince your in-laws, she ordered her son authoritatively. Ivan nodded helplessly. Yes, ma'am. Seeing how obedient Ivan was, Casey laughed. I didn't know you were such a mama's boy. He shrugged and sighed. I used to be a cold CEO like Carlos. But after I met Debbie and later Carlos, I learned that it was better to be nice than nasty. Casey laughed heartily. Come on, honey. Play the cold CEO again. I've never seen you like that. No way. How could I ever treat you that way? Was Carlos like that around Debbie? Yeah, he did. When he lost his memory. The three of them chatted casually as they walked to the car and drove to a restaurant. The two families were celebrating the happy news by having dinner together. During the dinner, Casey sent a picture of their marriage licenses to Debbie via WeChat. The singer was in a singing class to improve her vocal abilities. She didn't check her phone until after class. At once she texted back. Congrats, Mrs. Casey won. Casey replied, Thanks, Mrs. Huo. Don't call me that yet. We're still single, Debbie wrote gloomily. Putting down her chopsticks, Casey focused on messaging her friend. She replied, Trust me. If you tell Mr. Huo that your marriage is fake, he'll marry you in a heartbeat. You and Ivan have already tied the knot. Time to tell him the truth, I guess. I'll be busy for a couple days, but after that. As soon as she sent out the message, she changed her idea. She wrote again, Never mind. I have a better idea. Let him figure it out. Casey sent a beaming face emoji and wrote, Whatever makes you happy. By the way, what are you up to now? Debbie asked. Casey secretly snapped a picture of Ivan's profile. The man was talking with Mia at the moment. We're having dinner at a restaurant. To figure out the wedding date. Debbie's face glowed with admiration when she saw the reply. I'm jealous, Mrs. Casey won. Tell me when you figure it out. I'll be your bridesmaid. Sure. And Mr. Huo can be Ivan's best man. Perfect. Debbie chuckled. No problem. Then get to it, she teased. Okay. As she scrolled through the chat log with Casey, Debbie felt she was even happier than the newlywed couple. She couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Jared and Sasha, now Casey and Ivan, most of my friends have tied the knot. But there's so much baggage to sort through with me and Carlos. When can we take the plunge? She thought sadly. At the ZL group, James was escorted into the CEO's office by Frankie. When his eyes landed on Carlos, the old sly fox tried his level best to pull a pathetic face. Hello, Carlos, busy? A dash of resentment flashed in Carlos' eyes when he heard it. But it was gone quickly when he raised his head. His face betraying no emotion, he put down his pen and said, No. The air between them was tense. After exchanging simple pleasantries, James urgently cut to the chase. People tell me you have an illegitimate daughter out of wedlock, right? She's not illegitimate. Carlos shot to his feet from his chair. With his eyes on James, he said firmly, She's mine and Debbie's kid. She also wasn't aborted like you said. James' blood froze in his veins. His heart started beating a mile a minute. The worst had finally happened. I know it. That child is trouble. I should have killed her baby when I had the chance. He thought remorsefully. He forced out a smile. Oh, really? I thought she got rid of it. She didn't? Well, congrats, you're a dad too. When can I meet my granddaughter? No need. Just sign the divorce papers. I'm flying out to New York to see Mom the day after tomorrow, Carlos said coldly, shooting down James' idea of meeting Piggy. Feel free to visit your mom, but I won't sign my name. I won't divorce her. Carlos, I've been working from home. I didn't do anything wrong. Don't split us up, okay? James begged as he wiped his face in anguish. After a moment of silence, Carlos opened his mouth again. I'll drop by Stephanie's parents too. They deserve that much. Why? James was confused. The older man didn't seem like a good actor. Seeing his poor performance, Carlos tried his best to not laugh out. Because I called off our engagement. What? Why? Aren't you getting along? You're going to remarry Debbie, aren't you? I told you not to. Why don't you listen to your old man? James asked in an agitated voice as he sprung up from the sofa. Comparing to the elderly man's flustered face, Carlos was unflappable. He lit a cigarette and took a drag before answering. Stephanie and I didn't hit it off. If you force us to marry, I'm afraid we couldn't even be friends. Stephanie is the best woman for you, Carlos. Do you know how much she gave up in order to take care of you? Don't you feel even the tiniest pang of guilt? Clenching his fists, James managed to brace himself up to confront the cold man. His heart was still pounding fast, but he slowly adjusted his emotions and began to analyze the situation. Does he have his memory back? But he looks the same as usual. Maybe he just doesn't have a crush on Stephanie. I'll make it up to her somehow, but certainly not by making her my wife. Only one woman could be his wife, Debbie. James plopped back down on the sofa, slumped and defeated. He let out a heavy sigh. You've grown up. I can't tell you what to do anymore. Do whatever you want. I'm gone. Carlos simply nodded without saying another word. He didn't want to waste time talking with James. After James walked out of the CEO's office, he bumped into a man walking in the opposite direction. They passed by each other. With a quick glance at the man's profile, James suddenly thought this guy was familiar. But he couldn't place the face. James entered the elevator. The doors closed. The man walking towards the CEO's office turned around and set his gaze on the closed doors of the elevator. A dash of contempt flashed in his eyes as he thought of James Huo. You've been living large for 3 years. But not anymore. Frankie's voice came from behind him. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Huo is waiting for you in his office. Tristan came back to his senses and smiled at Frankie. Yeah, thank you. Frankie opened the door to Carlos' office for Tristan. Tristan entered the office after having been away for 3 years. At the entrance of the company building, James got into a silver Mercedes-Benz, pulled out his phone and dialed a number. How's it going? He asked urgently. The kid lives in Carlos Manor. He personally takes her to school and picks her up every day. There are 3 or more bodyguards that protect her. James' face twitched in anger, and he looked like a poisonous snake ready to strike. You will bring the kid to me when Carlos is not around. Yes. Find an opportunity to get rid of Debbie Nian. James said through gritted teeth. Debbie and Carlos had become a big thorn in his side. He wouldn't dare act rashly and blindly when dealing with Carlos. However, if the opportunity presented itself, he would eliminate Debbie without mercy in the blink of an eye. Yes. Inside the manor, Debbie got changed and was about to leave when Carlos came back. Although he had an expressionless face, when he gazed at her, there was tenderness in his eyes. Where are you going? He asked. Debbie was chatting with Ruby on the phone, so she didn't notice the affection in his eyes. To meet Ruby. I didn't go to work this morning, and a load of work is waiting for me, she answered absent-mindedly. The next moment, she found herself embraced in his warm arms. His scent was intoxicating, and his presence gave her a sense of security. She stopped texting on her phone and raised her head to look at him. Then she noticed that he was somewhat different than usual. Carlos, what's up with you? Carlos smiled and raised an eyebrow. I'm taking you to divorce Ivan. Debbie rolled her eyes at him and thought to herself, I won't tell you that my marriage to Ivan is fake unless it's necessary. She wriggled out of his arms and continued texting on her phone while saying, Ivan and I have a happy life together. Why should I divorce him? Carlos pressed her against the wall and questioned, Ivan and you have a happy life? Debbie looked away, unable to maintain eye contact with him. Yes. So you better not sleep with me again. If the others were to find out, I'd be the talk of the town. She then raised her head and looked him in the eye. Carlos leaned toward her. With one hand in his pocket, he put the other on the wall above her head. Pinning her against the wall, he asked in an icy tone, What have you done? Did he make love to you? He remembered that time when he called her the day before her wedding. Ivan answered her phone and told him that she was too tired to answer it. With a wicked smile, Debbie answered, We're a couple. Of course, we've done things that couples should do. So. She stopped in mid-sentence and cast a challenging glance at him. Carlos took his hand out of his pocket and put it behind her head, pulling her face closer to his. He gazed menacingly into her eyes, and if looks could kill, she would be dead right now. Debbie Nian, Stephanie and I have done nothing. Why did you let Ivan fuck you? Debbie wasn't afraid of him at all. She smiled and calmly said, Mr. Huo, Ivan and I are a couple. Is it wrong for a couple to make love? Besides, I've seen you and Stephanie kiss before, and I didn't say anything. Carlos didn't bother explaining the kiss between Stephanie and him as he was filled with rage. He grabbed her wrist and said, I already told Stephanie I couldn't marry her. I'm taking you to the Civil Affairs Department right now. Call Ivan and tell him to meet you there. Mr. Huo, doesn't it bother you that I had sex with another man? She asked. Something is not right with him. I need to stay alert, she thought. Of course it does. But what else can I do? Carlos thought. He cast a cold glance at her and said, You don't need to worry about it. I'll make Ivan pay. Ivan will pay for what he's done. Debbie suspected that he had regained his memory, so she asked, Carlos Huo, do you remember which lesson I hated the most at college? Carlos lowered his head and curled his lips without Debbie noticing. You hated the advanced mathematics the most. I know what you're trying to do. But I'm not ready to reveal that I have regained my memory just yet. He raised his head again and asked in confusion, How would I know which lesson you hated the most? Really? He sounds like he hasn't got his memory back. Unconvinced, she asked another question. When will Dixon come back from abroad? He'll be back in 3 to 6 months, and then he'll work for the ZL Group, he answered. Excitement was written all over Debbie's face. You still remember Dixon? Doesn't that mean? Before she finished her sentence, Carlos interrupted her. I don't know him. Frankie gave me his academic records. That's how I know about him. Then he asked, You know him? Yes. We're friends, she answered with a wry smile. Carlos shrugged. Call Ivan and tell him to go to the Civil Affairs Department now. Carlos wasn't going to work this afternoon. Instead, he was going to force her to divorce Ivan. Debbie freed herself from him and turned to run upstairs. No. I'm not divorcing Ivan. Not on my life. You owe me. It's time for you to pay, she thought. It was Carlos who had given Debbie away when she got married to Ivan. Now he was reaping the bitter harvest. Carlos stood staring at his right hand. When Debbie got married to Ivan, he placed her hand on Ivan's with that hand. Now he wanted to chop it off. Carlos felt like the biggest fool on the planet. He gave the woman that he loved and cared about the most to another man. Carlos saw that he couldn't change Debbie's mind, so he decided to force Ivan to divorce her instead. Anxiously, he pulled out his cell phone and dialed Ivan's number. As soon as the call got connected, he said bluntly, Call Debbie now and tell her to go to the Civil Affairs Department to get a divorce. Ivan was stunned for a moment. Our marriage isn't real, so there's no need for us to get a divorce. But since Carlos has called me, then that must mean that Debbie hasn't told him the truth yet and that he's unable to make her divorce me, he thought. Ivan smiled to himself and then replied, Mr. Huo, don't you think that it's immoral to separate a couple? Carlos seethed at his reply and wished that he could skin him alive this very moment. Running out of patience, he warned Ivan in a threatening tone. I will separate you two. She's my woman. Ivan won, divorce her now. Ivan sighed helplessly and said, Okay. She must be with you now, right? Mr. Huo, please tell her that if she decides to get a divorce, I'll do as she says at any time. He left the ball in her court. Debbie would have the final say. She's already made up her mind. She's getting a divorce. Just go to the Civil Affairs Department now. We'll be there soon, Carlos said into his phone impatiently. With that, he walked up the stairs, loosening his tie. I have to get her there this afternoon, even if I have to force her to go, he thought. Well, no problem, Ivan answered. His assent made Carlos feel a little better. He picked up the pace and walked rapidly towards Debbie's bedroom. As soon as Ivan hung up on Carlos, he called Debbie. Hey, Carlos called me and asked me to go to the Civil Affairs Department. He seemed to be in a hurry, he said quickly. Debbie locked her bedroom door and said in a whisper, Don't go there. I won't. Aren't you afraid of him? Ivan asked, worried. He was afraid that Carlos would go to drastic lengths to get Debbie back, now that he had his memory back. If things get out of hand, I'll just tell him that our marriage is fake and that you are going to marry Casey, Debbie answered nonchalantly. She didn't want to tell Carlos the truth now. She wanted to teach him a lesson. She had suffered for 3 years, and it was time to let him suffer for a change. Footsteps sounded from outside the door. Debbie got scared and immediately hung up on Ivan. Open the door, said Carlos as he knocked heavily on the door. It rocked on its hinges. Though he was on the other side of the door, she could see each knock as it landed. Debbie trembled at every impact, as if he were pounding on her heart. I'm very tired. I need to sleep, she stammered. Don't make me break this door down, he threatened. But he didn't have to. Debbie opened the door abruptly and looked him in the eye. Without any delay, he grabbed hold of her wrist and dragged her out. Ouch! You're hurting me, asshole! Debbie cried out. Carlos Huo, who do you think you are? Why do I have to divorce Ivan just because you say so? I'm not divorcing him. I love him. Her words successfully froze Carlos in his tracks. He fixed his eyes on her, his face livid. I won't let my woman live with another guy. Keep living with him and I'll send you both to hell. The icy tone and his vicious words made her shiver. Is he running out of patience? She thought. She tried to calm down, took a deep breath and told him. It was James Huo who made me divorce you. Go after him and leave me alone. I know that. He's being dealt with. You don't need to worry about that. Okay, then give me a few more days. I'm really busy now. After I'm done. How many days? Carlos interrupted her. He finally gave in. After pondering for a while, she said, Maybe half a month. 3 days. 10 days, she countered. Fighting the urge to strangle her, Carlos said through gritted teeth, 5 days. A week, she argued. Fine. Arg. What are you doing? Put me down, she yelled. Carlos scooped her up in his arms, walked into the room and threw her onto the bed. Stay here. Don't leave. Don't see anyone. Your work can wait. Debbie widened her eyes. Are you seriously keeping me prisoner? He unbuttoned his shirt and cast a cold glance at her. Yes. You can't contact Ivan unless you discuss divorce. She stood up on the bed and protested. Who the hell are you? A caveman? I need my freedom. I need to work. Why is he taking off his shirt? Is he going to? She took a step back. The young mother had a bad feeling about this. After throwing his shirt onto the floor, he whipped off his belt with one motion and dropped his pants. You'll have your freedom and you can go to work. But you must sever all ties with Ivan first. He threw his pants away and reached out his hand. I will. But why are you taking off all your clothes? It's my fault you still have the energy to find another guy. I swear I'll never let that happen again, he said coldly. Don't do this, old man. We already made love so many times last night. My legs are killing me. Please. You can stay in bed for a week to heal. Carlos pressed her against the bed and kissed her lips hard to stop her from talking. He felt both guilty about hurting her and angry at her for putting him through this. When his anger got the best of him, he tortured her by pushing inside her harder and harder. Ever since he discovered Evelyn was his daughter, he got so angry sometimes. When he thought about it, he wanted to strangle Debbie because she asked his daughter to call Ivan daddy. It's all her fault. I never saw my daughter for 3 years. And she even calls Ivan daddy. What in the actual fuck? He thought. But in his calmer moments, he realized that it was actually James who had forced Debbie to divorce him and leave the country. She had suffered a lot during that time. His heart ached a lot. As a result, their intimate time alternated between ruthless and vigorous, and extremely tender and loving. Pleasure-filled moans echoed through the bedroom, and the only other sound was the bed that creaked loudly thanks to how active they were. Her hands were held to the bed frame as he continued to ravish her sensuous body. The more she screamed, the more he was enticed to move quicker, deeper and stronger. He never failed to make the woman beneath him scream out his name endlessly. 2 days later, Carlos and Tristan showed up at a mental hospital in New York. Tabitha sat in the courtyard, staring blankly at a tree. A nurse was there by her side to take care of her. When she saw Carlos, she greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Huo." Carlos nodded at her and gestured for her to leave. The nurse left as she was told. Although Tristan knew Tabitha wouldn't respond to him, he still greeted her politely. "Mrs. Tabitha Huo." She cast a glance at him, her eyes empty. Tristan sighed and said nothing more. Tabitha didn't even recognize Carlos. When she saw him, she asked with a smile, "Louis, is that you?" The name was like a sharp knife slicing the proud man's heart to ribbons. He stood still and thought. 3 years ago, when Debbie was first introduced to her, she was still the elegant and graceful Mrs. Tabitha Huo. She was my mom. And she treated Debbie well, in contrast to the rest of the family. But James destroyed her. Day by day he tortured her mentally and physically. He broke her down bit by bit. He even threw mud at her. And this is what's left. When Carlos didn't respond, Tabitha stood up and grabbed his hand. She had a hopeful expression on her face. "Louis, I made your favorite meal. Let's go eat." Tristan really felt sorry for Carlos. He was a tough and strong CEO, but when he was around Tabitha, he was just a son who wanted to be loved. Mr. Huo loves Tabitha and sees her as a mother, yet all she cares about is Louis. Before flying to New York, Mr. Huo asked Frankie to contact the best mental hospitals in Y City. He had the assistant exhaustively check out each facility until one met his exacting standards. He wants to take her back to the city and even intends to help her get revenge on James, Tristan thought. Tabitha's reaction chilled his blood. She was really far gone. Carlos, however, acted as if he didn't mind at all. He took her hand gently and said in a soft voice, "Mom, what did you cook?" Tabitha led Carlos to her ward. The ward was very clean. It smelled of cleaning agent, and the acrid smell hit his nostrils. The staff were in there every day cleaning. At least you couldn't complain the place was dirty. When mother and son entered the ward, Tabitha regained her senses. She immediately released him and said, "Carlos, you came." Carlos took out a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped his hand. He didn't like other people's germs, and was particularly fastidious. "Of course I'm here. I want to take you to Y City. Carlos Louis came to visit me. His life sucks. Will you please help him out?" Tabitha asked with a hopeful expression. Carlos simply nodded, a dash of sarcasm flashing in his eyes. "Thank you, Carlos. I really appreciate that. You're too polite." He then gestured to Tristan, who was standing close by. Tristan immediately opened his briefcase and pulled out a stack of papers. Carlos grabbed them and passed them to Tabitha without sparing a single glance at them. "Divorce papers. Sign them." Tabitha's face paled and she seemed to lose her composure and focus. She became visibly frail. The old woman shook her head violently and murmured, "No, not that. Louis will get hurt." Louis again. All she cares about is her own son, Tristan thought. Listen to me. He cheated on you. Not long after you gave birth to Louis, Glenda gave birth to his daughter, Stephanie. He also lied about saving your life back then. All he wanted was your family's power and wealth, Carlos said in a calm voice. Yet Tabitha went berserk when she heard what he said.
No.
That's not true. James saved me. You're lying. Did Miranda put you up to this? Or was it Glenda? However, everything he said was true. Although these things had happened many years ago, Carlos' people still managed to dredge up the truth. The reason why James married Tabitha was that her family was one of the power elite in the city back in the day. They were quite influential and wealthy to boot. James had set his sights on all that, and wooed her until she agreed to marry him. Actually, James was not Valerie's son. He wanted even more power and resources to strengthen his position within the Huo family. When she was younger, Tabitha liked to travel. At one point, her affinity for foreign countries proved to be her undoing. Emerging from a restaurant after sampling the local cuisine, she rounded a corner, straight into the arms of thugs who intended to rob her and worse. A man showed up, and through a combination of skill, speed, and brains, managed to save her from these hoodlums. They were savage, yet he was brainy. But she didn't know who her savior was. It was too dark to see his face. She searched for him for several months, using her influence and connections, but to no avail. James somehow got wind of this and pretended to be the man who saved her. As a result, they were married. James wasn't even Douglas and Valerie's son. They only had one living son, Wade. After Valerie gave birth to their second son, it ended in tragedy. He was stillborn. Douglas was determined to shield his wife from the devastating news, so he procured a newborn baby and told Valerie it was their son. That baby was none other than James. The boy's mother died in childbirth, and there was nobody to claim her body. No one knew who the boy's father was. As a result, money changed hands to expedite things. Douglas adopted him and told his wife that he was their second son. Valerie never knew any different. It was a difficult pregnancy, and they used a mixture of half oxygen, half nitrous oxide to treat her pain during labor. She was unconscious during some of the critical moments, and wasn't lucid immediately following the birth. He told nobody the truth even before his death. Maybe he just wanted to bury the fact forever. Seeing Tabitha's red eyes, Carlos put the divorce papers on the table and said, "You're making way too much out of this. If you don't want to divorce James, it's fine with me. Just think it over." Tabitha shrieked hysterically as she grabbed the papers, tore them into shreds, and stuffed some strips in her mouth. "I know what you're up to," she said, talking around the mouthful. "You're trying to hurt James because he forced Debbie to divorce you. Carlos Huo, have you no heart? We've raised you for more than 30 years. Is this the thanks we get?" Carlos tried to stop her, but she moved the papers away, tearing another strip and putting it in her mouth. After chewing the strips a few times, she spat them out. Tristan rolled his eyes secretly and thought, "Wow, what an ungrateful mother. I feel bad for Mr. Huo. Wait, that's not right. She's not his mom. Still so selfish." Carlos couldn't be bothered to argue with her. He simply said, "I've found the finest mental hospital in Y City. Why don't you come with me? I can visit you more often if you stay there. Save your hypocrisy and fuck off. Stay out of my business. You're not my son." Tabitha screamed at the top of her lungs. "We're leaving now. I'll visit you when I'm free," Carlos said, emotionless. "Don't bother. You look down on us now that you're the CEO. You even disrespect your father, your whole family. Just go away." Carlos paused when he heard that, but then kept walking away. Tristan really felt bad for his boss. Maybe she's mad. That's why she said those hurtful words. Thinking of it, he sighed and followed after Carlos. After that, Carlos went to the Huo family's house. Unlike before, the house was now very quiet. James and Carlos had been staying in Y City. Louis and Portia were out of the country. Miranda and Wade had gone to work. Everyone else was at work or in school. Only Valerie remained at home. The old lady was sitting in the hall, worshipping the Buddha. When she saw Carlos, she smiled and greeted him. Carlos, you're here. The hall was very tranquil, except for the Buddhist music played at a low volume. Grandma. Carlos had some supplements he had bought for his grandma. He nodded and gestured for Tristan to give them to a nearby maid. The maid left the hall to put the supplements into the storage room, while Tristan stood outside the hall to wait for his boss. Valerie and Carlos sat on the sofa together. She asked with concern, "So how are you feeling? Fully recovered?" Carlos gave her a smile and assured her, "Yes. Don't worry about me, Grandma. No more medicines." After a while he added, "But I still need regular injections." Valerie nodded and asked, "How are you and Stephanie?" "I broke it off." He didn't explain the reasons behind it to his grandma. Valerie sighed helplessly. "You and Debbie back together?" she asked. Carlos' expression remained the same. "She's my ex. I plan to fix that," he said. Valerie shook her head. "Whatever. I'm too old to get involved. So when am I gonna see some great-grandkids? Otherwise, I can't die in peace." His face softened when he thought of the little girl. "Grandma, Debbie gave birth to my daughter 3 years ago. Her name is Evelyn." Her eyes glittered with joy. As she was about to ask something, he added, "She's an adorable girl. She looks like Debbie, but she acts like me. Why didn't you bring her along? I'd love to see her," Valerie complained, pouting her lips. Carlos pulled out his phone from his pocket, found the album he made with Evelyn's photos and gave it to Valerie. Valerie put on her presbyopic glasses and began to study the pictures carefully. When she saw the first one, she murmured, "Such a pretty girl. She does look like Debbie. But that expression is so you. Look at her eyes. She is rather cute in this one. This one, look. She looks exactly like your mom. Maybe she'll be like Miranda after she's grown. Cold aloof. Well, maybe not. Debbie's upbeat and cheerful. Maybe she'll turn out more like that." Carlos wore a broad smile as Valerie made comments on Evelyn. "No matter who she resembles in character, I will love her forever," he thought. After a while, Valerie gave his phone back and said, "Please bring her here to visit me if you have time. I don't know how much longer I will live." "Grandma, don't say that. Debbie and I will have another baby and you will have to take care of it for us," Carlos said with a soft smile. He gazed at the photo on his phone for a while before locking it and putting it back into his pocket. "She's pregnant again?" Valerie asked, eyes wide open. Carlos shook his head. "Not yet, but it won't be long before she is." Valerie was a little disappointed, but she still had Evelyn. "If you are too busy, just send her here. I'll take care of her myself." Carlos stood up, poured a cup of tea for her and said with a sigh, "Grandma, I'm afraid I can't bring her over now." "Why?" Valerie asked in confusion as she took the cup from his hands. "What happened?" Carlos paused, wondering what he should address Miranda as. "Mom has been delegating her duties in New York. She will be flying to Y City next week to take care of Evelyn." It took Valerie a few seconds to realize that Carlos was referring to Miranda, and not Tabitha. She comforted him. "Carlos, it was me who had forced Miranda to give you up to James and Tabitha. Please don't blame her for that. Be nice to her and your dad." Carlos nodded his head as he stared out the window absent-mindedly. Before he and Tristan left the Huo family's house, Carlos promised Valerie that he would stay overnight at her place. He was incredibly busy. After visiting Valerie, he had to go and meet Stephanie's parents in Y City. It had been 4 days since Carlos had left for New York. Debbie stared dejectedly out the window. Not too far away, workers were working. That place used to be a villa which her music studio and yoga room were in. But then James had it demolished and planted a garden instead. Now Carlos hired these workers to build a new villa there. Debbie turned away from the construction site. "Ugh, this is so boring," she thought and pulled out her phone to call Carlos. The call connected soon, and before the man could speak, she spat. "Carlos Huo, I need to get out of this house today. If you still refuse to let me leave, I will not divorce Ivan." "Okay." She was ready for a retort, not having expected that he would agree so easily. "What? she asked in disbelief. Where are you going today? He asked, his voice devoid of any emotion. Did my threat work? She wondered. I need to go to work. And I also want to pick Piggy up from the kindergarten myself, she replied. All right. Since when has Carlos Huo been so open to persuasion? Is he plotting something? She scrunched up her eyebrows. But Carlos said nothing more and hung up on her abruptly. Confused, Debbie stared at her phone, wondering what he was doing in New York right now. Whatever. I can focus on my work now. Debbie called Ruby and began to schedule her work. She had many ads to shoot. One day, when she had just finished a photo shoot for the cover of a magazine, her phone rang. She picked it up from the table and checked the caller ID. It was an unknown number. It's probably someone from the Huo family, she reckoned. Hello. She answered the phone. Debbie Nian? Came an unfamiliar woman's voice. Yes. Who is this? After a moment's pause, the woman answered. Glenda Schur, Stephanie's mother. I'm in Y City right now. How about you and I have a cup of tea together this afternoon? Stephanie's mother? Debbie didn't know what the woman wanted, but she knew that she was up to no good. I'm sorry, but I don't have time for a meet and greet. What do you want? She asked. Glenda's expression changed. She felt offended. I need to talk to you face to face about my daughter and Mr. Huo. Debbie chuckled and said casually, I don't think we have anything to talk about, Mrs. Lee. Glenda clenched her teeth and spat. This is the first time I've seen someone so shameless. Who do you think you are? You are nothing but a mistress. A mistress? Me. Debbie scoffed. I think you are well aware who the mistress is between the two of us. That word suits you and your daughter more than anyone else. What did you say? Glenda yelled at the top of her lungs. Debbie pulled her phone away from her ear. She smirked and thought, I thought Glenda was more scheming than Stephanie. Looks like she can hardly retain her composure either. Didn't you hear me? Fine, I'll repeat it for you. You and your daughter are the mistresses here. You bitch. Glenda cursed, unable to control her fury. TSK. TSK. Mrs. Lee, don't forget who you are. You are a lady of the high society, and yet you are acting like an uncouth shrew. Debbie's outright disdain only enraged Glenda even further. Gasping for air, she scoffed. I've never seen a woman so bitchy like you. You not only seduce my daughter's fiancé, but even disrespect your elders. It's really no wonder. Your parents haven't taught you any manners. The smile on Debbie's face vanished. Mrs. Lee, do you know how the last person who had said those words ended up? Glenda froze. What do you mean? Debbie sneered into the phone. Do you know Megan Lawn? She had once said those same words you did. And you know what? She's dead now. Actually, it was Valerie who had said those words, and Megan was just present at that time. But Glenda didn't need to know the details. And of course, Glenda knew Megan. Her daughter and Megan had acted as friends on the surface, but had always been enemies. When Debbie mentioned Megan, Glenda felt shivers travel down her spine. She turned around to look behind her. She was at a mall, and she heaved a sigh of relief when she saw the crowd around her. No one could attack her at a public place like that. Don't you try to scare me. It's useless. Wait, the murderer hasn't been caught yet. Are you saying that you were the one who killed her? Debbie laughed at her response. Mrs. Lee, congratulations. You've successfully attracted my attention. Let's meet. When and where? I'm at the Shining International Plaza now. You can come over right away, Glenda said. Debbie, however, simply said, Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Lee. I'm quite busy at the moment. Maybe another time. Glenda was so angry that her hands started quivering and her knuckles went pale. Before Glenda could respond, Debbie hung up on her. Unconvinced, Glenda continued to call her, but Debbie didn't bother to answer. She looked at the many missed calls on her phone screen. Who does she think she is? Why should I waste my time on her? Debbie thought to herself. At ZL Group, the moment Carlos arrived in Y City, he went straight to his office. Frankie stood before the desk, giving his report. After that, He put an envelope on the table and said, "Mr. Huo, the letter is from Mr. Wan. I didn't open it." Carlos cast a sideways glance at it and said coldly, "Open it." "Yes, Mr. Huo." Frankie opened the envelope swiftly. He was stunned for a moment and then looked up at Carlos. "Mr. Huo, it's a wedding invitation." He unfolded it slowly. "A wedding invitation?" Carlos, who was working on his laptop, was taken aback by Frankie's words. "Give it to me," he ordered. Frankie already read the names on the invitation, and his eyes widened in surprise. "It's Mr. Wan and—" His voice trailed off. "Never mind. Let Mr. Huo handle it," he thought. Carlos frowned upon seeing the names. Ivan and Casey are tying the knot at the end of next month? They're inviting Debbie and me to their wedding ceremony. Carlos held the invitation in his hand, deep in thought. He rubbed his brow when something suddenly occurred to him. "Check Debbie and Ivan's marriage certificate. Now!" he ordered. Even though Debbie had shown Carlos her marriage certificate before, something didn't seem to add up. With his heart in his throat, Frankie immediately made the phone call. 5 minutes later, when he got the information, he approached his boss and said in a shaky voice, "Mr. Huo, a member of staff from the Civil Affairs Department has informed me that there is no registration record of Miss Nian and Mr. Wan. I guess that means that they didn't get married." The truth was that Debbie and Ivan had fooled Carlos. However, he wasn't the only one that they had duped. Many people were led to believe that Debbie and Ivan were a married couple. Carlos leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. After what seemed like an eternity, he finally opened them again and dialed Ivan's number. Ivan won. His voice was as cold as ice. Upon hearing Carlos' icy tone, Ivan guessed that the fake marriage thing had been exposed. He said in a playful tone, "Hi, Mr. Huo.
Surprise.
Debbie and I didn't get married. Are you overjoyed?" Carlos sneered. "Yes, I am. So in return, I plan to give you a wedding gift that you'll never forget. How about I buy the one group?" Ivan was rendered speechless. Carlos is a ruthless man. I have to do something. He knew the only one who could deal with Carlos was Debbie. So he said, "Thanks, Mr. Huo. That's very generous of you. By the way, if I let Debbie know that you've regained your memory, how do you think she would feel about that? You've been keeping that little bit of information away from her. Do you think she would be thrilled or furious when I tell her?" "Well, my guess is that she won't be happy." Carlos' face darkened and he clenched his fist. "How dare you threaten me?" he said through gritted teeth. "My daughter is calling him daddy. Now he's threatening me. Am I too lenient with him?" He thought. No, no, no. "Mr. Huo, I don't dare threaten you. Debbie and I are only friends. Nothing more than that. My mom forced me to get married, so I asked Debbie to do me a favor and hold a fake wedding with me. I swear we never did anything intimate. I didn't even kiss her once. Sorry, Debbie. Your man is too brutal. I'm unable to deal with him. I have to betray you to save my company," he thought. Debbie had once told Carlos that she and Ivan had made love. Given the current position that Carlos had put Ivan in, he chose to believe Ivan's story. Somehow he had a hunch that Debbie would stir up even bigger trouble in the future. Though what could he do? He could only go along with it. Even so, Carlos didn't plan on letting Ivan off the hook so easily, so he said, "I heard that a model signed up with your company recently, and that she became popular after just one show." "Wait," Ivan said, interrupting him. "Mr. Huo, are you implying that you want me to send the model to you? Hey, does Debbie know about this?" Ivan won. Carlos boomed in a foul mood. Ivan realized that he had gone too far, so he said in a serious tone, "Mr. Huo, if Debbie finds out that you have taken a model away from my company, she'll make a fuss." What Ivan said did make sense. Without saying another word, Carlos hung up on him. He felt somewhat dejected at this moment. Debbie was his Achilles heel, and it seemed that everyone knew it and used it to their advantage. Ivan, on the other hand, didn't feel at ease. Although he had the upper hand this time, he knew that Carlos wouldn't let this go so readily. "I have to keep an eye on him," he told himself. The day after Debbie had received Glinda's call, Glinda went to see her with 2 bodyguards. Debbie was with her lyricist, writing a song in a cafe near her company, when a woman wearing a long dress and dark sunglasses stood before her. Glinda looked down at Debbie before asking arrogantly, "Are you Debbie Nian?" Although Debbie had never met her before, her gut feeling told her that she was Glinda. "Yes, I am. And you are?" she asked. Glinda removed her glasses, revealing her eyes, which looked exactly like Stephanie's. "I'm Stephanie's mom," she said. Debbie dismissed the lyricist with an apologetic smile. Then she sipped her coffee, and without offering Glinda to sit down, she blandly asked, "Are you here for your daughter?" Glinda sat down opposite Debbie, sizing her up. Debbie was wearing a red and white jumpsuit with a pair of beige high heels. Glinda had seen Debbie's photo before. However, now she found that Debbie was even more stunning in the flesh. She gnashed her teeth and cursed, "You are indeed an enchantress. No wonder you have bewitched Mr. Huo." Debbie wasn't angry at all. "Really? I believe you said that wrong. Your daughter stole Carlos from me," she said with a smile. Glinda seethed and reached for the half-filled coffee cup that the lyricist had left behind. She waved the cup and tried to splash the coffee onto Debbie's face. Debbie realized her intention and dodged the coffee easily, which stained the rug on the floor beside her. Before Glinda could even put the cup down, Debbie raised her cup and poured the coffee onto Glinda's head. Glinda shrieked at the top of her lungs. Debbie glared at her in disdain and snorted, "Woman, are you crazy? If you think that I'm a pushover, you should have learned more about me before you came here. I'm not someone that you can mess with." Glinda pulled out a pack of wet tissues from her bag and began to wipe the coffee from herself. Taking a deep breath, she said, "Bah! Learn more about you? I already know enough about you. You're just a shameless bitch who cheated on Mr. Huo and eloped with another man." While playing on her phone, Debbie said nonchalantly, "What are you talking about? I didn't hear you. I said you cheated on Mr. Huo and eloped with another man. You even gave birth to a bastard child. And you told Mr. Huo that bastard was his daughter. I've never met someone as shameless as you. You deserve to rot in hell." Debbie chuckled and opened the WeChat app. She sent Carlos a message saying, "Mr. Handsome, someone just called Evelyn a bastard. What should I do?" Then she turned to Glinda and said, "Come on. Many women have said the same words before. You're just like them, unable to get close to Carlos." "I said that wrong. It's your daughter who is unable to get close to him. So you can only slander me to vent your frustration." Glinda's face twitched when she heard what Debbie said. "You're just after his money, aren't you? Tell you what, I'll give you 10 million. Take your bastard child and leave Mr. Huo." 10 million? Debbie sneered. "At least you're not as stingy as your daughter. She offered me 5. Glinda cast her a disdainful look. "Like the idea? Then fine, take the money and get your ass out of the country. I won't even say a word about the coffee you poured on me." Debbie didn't have the time for games. If I ever had any doubts, they're gone. James, Glinda and Stephanie are definitely family. All arrogant and shockingly open about their cruelty. But neither mother nor daughter is as cunning as James. Like mother, like daughter. You've cheated on your husband for so many years. Your daughter stole my husband while his memories were gone. And you both think money can buy everything. 5 million? 10 million? Come on. You can do better than that." Debbie stood up from her seat and added, "Lady, and I use the term loosely, I'll give you 50 million. Take your bitch of a daughter and get out of my sight." Glinda couldn't keep her cool anymore. She stood up and raised her hand, about to slap Debbie. Debbie, however, caught her wrist with her left hand and slapped her in the face with the right. Smack. Arg. Glinda screamed at the top of her lungs. There were not many guests at the cafe. Only 2 young girls, likely students, were sitting at another table. Not wanting any part of this, they immediately picked up their backpacks and went to the cashier's desk to pay. They left in a hurry. Debbie shook her hand and said impatiently, "Don't call me. Ever. I'm busy and I don't have time for your drama." Glenda's face was already red and swollen from the force of Debbie's slap. Her tears fell as she yelled, "You bitch!" Guards. The bodyguards, who had been standing by the gate all this time, ran towards her. "Mrs. Lee." Glenda raised her hand and pointed at Debbie. "Grab her," she said in a chilly voice. Debbie shrugged helplessly. "Seriously? I really don't have time for this." She turned to the bodyguards and said, "Hey guys. Let's take this outside. Don't want to smash the cafe, right? Hey, didn't you hear me?" While she was speaking, a bodyguard kicked a chair hard and sent it flying forward, spinning on one leg. The young mother dodged the chair, and then quickly reached into her purse. She took out a few $100s and gave the money to the cashier, who was shivering behind the counter. "Sorry about the mess. Keep the change." The cashier didn't take the wad of cash she offered, cowering behind the counter at the sight of the two fierce bodyguards bearing down on Debbie. Debbie smiled and put the money on the counter before heading outside. However, a man grabbed her by the shoulder and was about to spin her around. At this moment her phone rang. She smashed the hand with her purse and shouted, "Get your filthy paw off me!" Ignoring the bodyguard's stunned expression, she pulled out her phone and checked the caller ID Carlos Huo. She held her phone up, making sure she had Glenda's attention. "It's Carlos. Last chance to call them off." Name-dropping certainly had its perks. Glenda was afraid of Carlos and what he might do if her guards manhandled Debbie. "Stop," she ordered. Debbie smiled and answered the call in Glenda's presence. "Hi honey, you miss me?" she asked softly on purpose. Without sparing Glenda another glance, she walked off. "Who's with you?" Carlos asked, his voice devoid of any emotion. "None of your business." Since she was out of the cafe, she didn't need to act anymore. "It's cool. I handled it. Don't cause any more trouble." After saying that, she hung up. "Ever since we've been together, people have come out of the woodwork to mess with me," she thought angrily. Carlos was stunned. "I caused trouble for her? When? How?" Rubbing his aching temples, he called Frankie in. "Find out who Debbie was with today and what they did." "Yes, Mr. Huo." Debbie thought Glenda was done, but she was wrong. Glenda asked her bodyguards to follow the singer's car. Debbie stopped the car and got out. The bodyguards did the same. She leaned against her car and used her finger to call them forward. It worked. They were pretty upset. The two bodyguards looked at each other before rushing over. Before they could even touch Debbie, she kicked one in the stomach and grabbed the other's arm. He stumbled backward before tripping over his buddy, hitting his head on the ground. They rolled on the road and finally stopped. They then realized that they were no match for Debbie, so they struggled to their feet, ran back to their car and sped off. Glenda called her daughter and complained, "Hey Stephanie, I finally know why you hate Debbie so much. She has a sharp tongue." Stephanie took a look at the photos in her hand and asked casually, "You met with her?" "Yes. I wanted to find out why Carlos chose her instead of you. I didn't expect her to slap me. She'll pay for that. Stephanie has to be Mrs. Huo. Otherwise, everything James did would be in vain," she thought. Stephanie froze for a moment and asked with a frown, "Mom, she hit you?" "Yeah. She's a tough cookie. Even my bodyguards failed me." "Stephanie, be careful if you deal with her," Glenda said through gritted teeth. "Seriously? She hit my mom." Angry could be seen in her beautiful eyes. "Mom, I have to go." "Don't worry. She'll pay for what she did today." Stephanie called her assistant over and told her, "Post these photos online." "Yes, Miss Lee." That evening, the pictures went viral, and Debbie's name was trending high on social media. Almost everyone in the city saw the photo of her and Ivan's marriage certificate. The news said they had secretly been married for some time. Of course, this made her look like a liar. She had said publicly in her concert that she and Ivan were just friends. What was more, someone even snapped a photo of Debbie trying on a wedding dress. People speculated about whether they were holding a wedding ceremony soon. The important part was that someone released photos of Debbie and Carlos hugging each other on the beach while on vacation. Rumor had it that Debbie had dated two men at the same time. Carlos had gotten engaged to Stephanie. So many people cursed Debbie angrily online saying, "I feel bad for her husband and Stephanie. Debbie Nian is such a bitch." Debbie was not affected by the news at all. She even asked her PR team to make the news go viral. What made Debbie uncomfortable was that Carlos was rather calm this time. He didn't call her, nor did he deal with the news posts online. Previously, whenever she was trending online, he would do damage control by deleting the comments and news posts. But this time he did nothing. After the topic had spread like wildfire for 5 hours, one of the victims finally gave an interview, Stephanie. The reporters had many questions. "Miss Lee, what do you think about Mr. Huo and his ex-wife falling in love again? Miss Lee, why did you choose to be with Mr. Huo in the first place? Do you love him? Miss Lee, I heard that Mr. Huo broke off your engagement. Is that true? Did he do it to get back with Debbie Nian?" The reporters bombarded Stephanie with questions. She could hardly answer one before another question was headed her way. Stephanie's eyes were red and swollen, like she'd been crying hard before the interview. She still managed to smile politely for the cameras. "Carlos and I love each other very much. Don't believe everything you hear. And I can understand why she'd be hugging my fiancé. She can't bear to move on. He's a good man. Anyway, Miss Nian and Mr. Wan are about to hold their wedding ceremony soon. I think congratulations are in order. And don't mention these rumors around them. That would be quite rude." "Wow. Miss Lee, you're such a wonderful woman.
Y me impresa, Miss Lee.
You're the only one good enough for Mr. Huo." Stephanie's smile grew wider at the reporters' compliments. They were positively sycophantic, falling all over themselves to fawn over her. And why not? She presented an elegant figure. Another reporter chimed in. "I heard that the rumors were leaked by your assistant, Miss Lee. Is that true? Did your assistant post this stuff online?" "What? Miss Lee's assistant? Did you start these rumors to get back at Debbie Nian?" "Miss Lee, I heard that you and Carlos broke up. Is that true? Things seem to be spiraling out of control." Stephanie's smile froze. Luckily, she was smart enough to give a good answer. "It doesn't matter who posted it. Miss Nian has so many enemies in the city. Anyone could have done it. Let's hope she behaves herself in the future." Imagine being the other woman. A smart person would read between the lines. Stephanie was slinging mud at Debbie, saying that the rumors were true. If Miss Lee said it, then it's probably true. She's a famous businesswoman. She's never been known to lie, and probably isn't now. "I agree. Miss Lee, I hate to touch a nerve, but did you leak this?" Stephanie finally realized what was going on. These reporters wanted to force her to admit she released the news. Who sent these reporters? Why are they focusing on who started the rumors? Stephanie took a deep breath and managed to stay calm. In a cold voice, she said, "Many people know that Miss Nian loves my fiancé. Could be any one of them. You can't be sure that it was me, right? Let's call it a day. I need to get back to work. Carlos and I are good." To show this, she lifted her hand, and the diamond ring glinted in the sun. The move was intended to be casual. The netizens became more excited after watching the interview. They left numerous messages under Debbie's posts on Weibo and asked for an explanation. Debbie, the talk of the town, sat in her office on a phone call with Ivan. "Clever boy. How did you know it was me who hired the reporters? She fell right into my trap." "Ah." Debbie laughed into her phone. Ivan's phone was on speaker. When Casey heard that, she said, "Nice. We got your back. But won't Carlos get pissed? He is Stephanie's fiancé after all." Ivan patted Casey's shoulder and pointed to his own head. She instantly got the point. Right. Mr. Huo has his memory back. Stephanie's toast, she thought. She heaved a sigh of relief. Debbie, however, was the only one among their little group that didn't know Carlos had gotten his memory back. She was kind of worried about it. If Carlos sides with Stephanie, then I'm screwed. He'll fire me. I may have to sponge off you guys. Ivan chuckled and said playfully, "Well, if that really happens, Casey and I will put our plans for a family on hold. We'll treat Piggy like our own daughter. And you can clean our house and take care of the kid for a living," Debbie yelled. "I can't believe you. You want to take my daughter away and make me your housemaid. What a jerk." Casey pinched Ivan's arm and complained, "Hey, don't bully my friend. If it weren't for her, you'd still be a bachelor now." Ivan held her in his arms and kissed her lips. Okay. She's our matchmaker, and I should be nicer to her. She can just cook for us." Debbie rolled her eyes and retorted, "Hi Casey, I saw the hottest guy recently. He's young and super caring. Would you like me to introduce you?" "Of course. Tomboy, how old is he? What does he Casey's voice trailed off. Debbie knew what was going on at the other end of the line. She blushed. "Don't forget to follow me on Weibo and play along. Bye." Then she hung up immediately. What happened next was beyond belief. Carlos consented to an interview to clear up the rumors. He held it in one of ZL Group's mini conference rooms. He projected a dapper and gallant appearance, in a custom-designed black suit, a black shirt and a silver tie. Rounding out the outfit was a pair of luxury shoes. With no PR team or a draft for his speech, Carlos started with a serious expression on his face. "I broke up with Stephanie Lee for several reasons. The most important reason is that I'm still in love with my ex-wife Debbie Nian. I had amnesia from that car accident 3 years ago, but I couldn't help falling in love with her again. She is sincere and caring, and the only one I love. Even though I don't remember her, she's been trying her damnedest to bring back the love we had. I'm greatly moved by what she's done for me. 3 years ago, someone made up vicious rumors about her. She was cyberbullied by so many people for something she didn't do. She was even forced to leave Y City while pregnant. She gave birth to our daughter in a foreign country and raised her all alone. She'd been waiting for me the whole time. Maybe I'd been waiting for her too, but I didn't realize it then." Debbie slumped back lazily on the sofa as she watched the news. What Carlos was saying made her tense. She sat up abruptly and focused her full attention on the screen and hung on his every word. He stood there dashing as ever. There were no tears on his face, nor did he look sad. However, his words touched every listener. "I lost my memory and oppressed Debbie. Heartbroken, she finally gave up on me and left. During her absence, I was miserable and started reflecting on my acts. I'm not proud of what I did, and I regret every bit of it. Even though I want my ex-wife back, I have never cheated on Miss Lee, because she was never my girlfriend. After I had lost my memory, she worked with someone else on a scheme against me, posing to be my girlfriend. This was only her role in the scheme that they had concocted together. So she is not the victim here. Debbie is. From 3 years ago up until this moment, Debbie has been suffering too much because of me." Debbie gaped in shock and put her hand to her mouth. The tears flowed freely down her cheeks like a broken dam. Then her phone began to ring incessantly from people who were concerned about her, but she hung up without answering each time. How could she possibly speak on the phone in this condition? She had lost all sense of composure, and could only hold her bleary eyes fixed to the screen on Carlos. He was clearing her name in front of everybody. He was declaring his love for her to the world. Every word he said warmed her. Once her heart was broken, but now she felt that she was whole again. Unable to contact Debbie on her phone, Ruby ran over to Debbie's office instead. She wanted to tell Debbie to watch the news, but when she walked into the office and stopped to catch her breath, she saw that Debbie was already watching it. Ruby was relieved. She handed Debbie a tissue and consoled her. "Debbie, don't cry, although I feel like crying too. What Mr. Huo said is so touching," Ruby said, choking on the words. Debbie wiped her eyes silently, but it was no use. Each time she did, the tears would just roll down her cheeks again. If Carlos were by her side now, she would hug him tightly and wail in his arms. She would tell him how much she loved him and that her love for him had never stopped and never would. Carlos went on, "I had loved and treasured Debbie. In the past 3 years, she was framed and had endured unbearable pain. It's all my fault. I owe her an apology. Debbie, I'm so sorry for everything. From now on, I'll protect you and make sure no harm comes near you. I will remarry Debbie as soon as possible. I hope that I have made my feelings and intentions for Debbie loud and clear. Thank you. The reporters were in a frenzy now and wanted to ask Carlos more questions, but Carlos turned them down. Just then Ruby thought of something. She urged Debbie. Release the proof. Hurry. Debbie looked at her bewildered. She remembered that she was going to do something before the news had started but forgot what it was. Proof. Oh, right. She remembered. Quickly she scrolled through the pictures on her phone and found the one she was looking for, and posted it on Weibo. It was her single status certificate proving that ever since she divorced Carlos 3 years ago, she had remained single and never married Ivan. Once the photo was out, the rumors were shattered. Under 3 minutes, Ivan posted a picture too. It was his marriage license. Beside the picture he wrote, Casey and I are holding our wedding ceremony at the end of next month. Welcome. It was like a slap across the face of the culprit. Casey reposted it. In the comment section she explained that she and Debbie were besties, and Debbie was the matchmaker. Stephanie was in shock while everything was unraveling right before her eyes. Carlos' determination to break it off with her was beyond all of her expectations. There was not a trace of affection in his tone when he spoke of her. Each sentence was harsher than the last. Has he recovered his memory? She wondered. She wasted no time calling James. Uncle James, who told you that Debbie and Ivan got married? James had sent her those pictures. Initially, Stephanie planned to wait for the perfect moment to release them online. But when Debbie hit Glenda, it was the last straw. Stephanie was pushed over the edge and sold the pictures to the press. When she called, James was already beside himself with rage. The news made his blood pressure soar. He placed his hand on his chest and said slowly, It was Debbie. She told me she and Ivan got married and that she had given up on Carlos. She asked me not to harm her daughter. It wasn't until he saw the news that he realized that Debbie had duped him. Judging by what Carlos said, he wasn't sure if his amnesia was gone or not. Feeling confused, he called Dr. Zhu to confirm. The doctor informed him that Carlos had been having the injections. Whether Carlos remembered or not, it didn't matter anymore. The most important thing was that Carlos was totally on Debbie's side now. James had lost control over him. Carlos had even started dealing with Stephanie. James assumed that Carlos would take action against him next. Either way, he had to exercise extreme caution and avoid making any mistakes. Stephanie put her phone on the table, and then threw a file folder against the wall out of frustration. The entrance of the office building was swarming with reporters demanding an interview with her. To add insult to injury, her boss called her after watching the news and said, Considering that you have done a pretty good job for the company, I'll give you the liberty of resigning instead of firing you. Perhaps you should take some time and travel the world. Stephanie waited it out in her office until it was late in the evening, avoiding the media and not saying a word. When Debbie finished work, Carlos' car was already waiting for her in front of the building. Debbie ignored the curious gazes from the onlookers and walked up to his car and hopped in. She was considering talking with Carlos to find out whether he had remembered everything. Because only the Carlos from 3 years ago would have protected her as he had when he made an appearance on the news. Once she entered the car, Carlos took her into his arms, and she leaned against him. They sat quietly like that until the car reached the gate of Carlos Manor. Stop, Debbie suddenly said, sitting up. Frankie hit the brakes. Carlos, get out of the car, she said, turning to him. Then she opened the door and got out herself. Carlos said nothing and followed her out of the vehicle. What's wrong? He asked, smiling. Debbie gazed at him and smiled. Gently she began to straighten his tie. I think you have regained your memory, although I can't prove it. If you don't give me an answer now, I won't enter the manor. Carlos knew he had no choice but to tell her. Why did you tell me that you got married to Ivan? He asked. It pained him to think about how she put on a wedding gown for another man, and how he carried her into the wedding car himself. He even walked her down the aisle and handed her over to another man. When he recalled all of that, it hurt him so much. However, it turned out that it was all just one of her tricks. She pulled it off so well that everyone had been convinced. Carlos had to applaud her, though his heart ached. As for Ivan, Carlos hated him so much that he wanted to kill him. You didn't love me. What did it matter whom I married? She asked in an innocent tone. Carlos pinched his forehead in frustration and explained, You should have understood me given the circumstances. Well, too bad. I didn't. She retorted bluntly. Fine. Let's drop that. Why did you tell me that you had sex with Ivan? He knew Ivan and I never slept together? Ivan must have told him everything, Debbie thought. Then she replied in a wrong tone. When we were on the island I was horny, but you wouldn't do anything. So I said that Ivan and I did it to piss you off. Carlos stared at her intensely. The fierce look in his eyes made her nervous. Don't look at me like that. I thought you didn't want me anymore. I'm the one who should be mad, she added. How could I not want her? I was just trying not to cause problems because she was married, Carlos thought. And why didn't you know my marriage license was fake? People are always saying you're so clever. She continued. Carlos didn't know how to respond to that. He had tried to lay a guilt trip on her, but she turned it around, made everything his fault. This woman is really savvy. Debbie was glad that he didn't talk back to her. I've answered your questions. Now it's my turn. Carlos' heart fluttered. He knew what she was going to ask. She figured it out faster than he thought, and he smiled resignedly. Do you have your memory back or not? She asked, her face betraying no emotion. What he didn't know was that underneath that stony expression, her heart was pounding. Carlos looked her in the eye and took her in his arms. Mom! What a simple reply. But it was powerful enough to open the floodgates. Instantly, tears gushed from her eyes. Before he could say or do anything to console her, she lifted her foot and kicked him hard in the leg. The moment her pointed-toe stiletto hit his leg, a sharp pain seized him. He endured it silently. As the moments fled, the pain had dulled to an ache. Damon and Kinsley had talked him into pretending he still had amnesia. Carlos decided he was going to kick those guys' asses. During this time, Frankie sat in the car. Bored, he got out to smoke and happened to see Debbie giving Carlos a kick. Ha! He burst out laughing. Since it was dangerous to laugh at Carlos, he stopped himself. He couldn't believe his eyes. The mighty Carlos Huo, kicked by a woman. This was awesome. And he wasn't supposed to see it. Quickly, he got back in the car. He was so afraid his desire to smoke went out the window like so much smoke. He couldn't help watching the two either. One kick wasn't enough to vent her anger. Debbie kicked Carlos again. He didn't grimace, didn't scream, only looked at her tenderly. But her anger didn't stop there. She gave him 2 more good kicks just for good measure. Feel better? Carlos asked her. Debbie snorted and walked toward the car. He followed. But she got in and slammed the door shut. He was trapped outside the car. She locked the door quickly and opened the window a crack. Don't follow me, she said angrily. Then she turned to Frankie. Please turn the car around. Frankie looked at Carlos. Carlos nodded to him resignedly. After leaving the manor, Debbie asked Frankie to take her to Champs Bay Apartments. Since he had Carlos say so, he did as he was told. That evening, Carlos invited Damon for a drink. Just the two of them. And it wasn't at Orchid Private Club but at a bar that catered to all kinds of people. Carlos had booked a booth. Since nobody else was around, Damon thought Carlos had invited him there to discuss some secret plan. He was excited. Dude, you were awesome in front of the camera. I almost cried. I bet Debbie was in tears. Nope, Carlos said simply. Damon was shocked. No way. Women are way more sensitive. They always cry. What happened to her? Carlos recalled Debbie's angry face and then, without warning, he aimed a kick at Damon's leg. He was wearing his wingtips tonight. It was a special occasion and ass-kicking. He knew his kick would hurt much more than Debbie's. Damon grimaced. For a long while he was in too much pain to utter a word. Bending over the table, he clapped a hand over his leg, his face red from the pain. That's what I got when Debbie found out I was lying to her about my memory, Carlos began flatly. Damon realized why Carlos had brought him there. This man is so vindictive. He finally managed to ask, "So why blame me?" "You told me not to tell her," Carlos said after taking a sip of alcohol. "I did it for your own good, you ungrateful jackass. How was I supposed to know it would go south? Why are we friends again?" Carlos wasn't angered by this. He smiled at him and asked, "Do you know how many times Debbie kicked me?" Damon had a bad feeling about this. "Hey, calm down, man. We're good buddies, ah." When Carlos kicked him again, Damon couldn't bear the pain anymore and screamed. His howl filled every corner of the booth. 4. "Should I kick you and Kinsley twice each, or should I kick you 4 times? Carlos asked slowly. Damon stuck out his hand at once to stop Carlos kicking him again. At this moment he forgot Kinsley was his friend, or maybe he even didn't remember who Kinsley was. "Twice each, please. I don't think I'd survive a third." Carlos didn't kick him anymore. Damon thought he was done with him. However, what Carlos said next didn't exactly make him happy. "You always badmouth my wife," Carlos remarked coldly. Damon cried, "I didn't mean to. I told you James tricked me. I swear I'll make it up to her. I'll apologize." "Good enough." "No," Carlos said ruthlessly. Damon gritted his teeth, regretting having made friends with such a cold-blooded, brutal creature as Carlos. "I swear to God, quit it. We won't be friends and you don't want me as an enemy," he threatened. "No problem," Carlos replied easily. Damon regretted having made that threat. "Dude bro. Boss. What do you want from me? Liar. He told me he wanted to have a drink with me. It turns out he was just trying to get back at me for Debbie." Carlos thought about it and stated, "I heard your wife's pregnant again." Damon flashed a goofy smile when he thought of his wife. "Yes. I'll be thrilled if I have a daughter half as lovely as Evelyn," he flattered. Carlos also was in a better mood when he thought of Evelyn, but not by much. "How far along is Adriana?" 3 months, Damon giggled. 3 months, Carlos murmured. Then he pulled out his phone and called someone. "Send in 10 women," he commanded. Damon was surprised. "What are you doing? Are you going to cheat on Debbie? Dude, don't do that. Everyone saw you say you love her." Just then the door was pushed open and 10 hot women walked in. As Damon was trying to figure out what was going on, Carlos stood up and told those women, "Serve Mr. Han well." Then he said to Tristan, "Get 2 bodyguards in here. They'll watch Damon and make sure he keeps his hands to himself." "Yes, Mr. Huo." Only then did Damon realize what Carlos was doing. The sly man knew that he hadn't had sex in 3 months. She hadn't felt like it, so he had to do without. Now Carlos was using that to punish him. He asked those women to seduce Damon, but at the same time, he ordered the bodyguards to keep him from getting any. "Carlos, you son of a bitch." Damon cursed inside. Carlos turned to leave. "Don't do this. Get these women out of here. You can't do this to me. Adriana will kill me." Carlos paused, turning around. "Relax. I won't tell. And nobody else will either," he said calmly. "Tristan, remember to take pictures." "Yes, Mr. Huo," Tristan remarked. Damon was desperate. "Damn you, Carlos. How could you do this to me? Come back," he denounced. But as soon as Carlos left the room, those women surrounded Damon. "Mr. Han, I've heard so much about you. You're indeed a handsome man."
"Mr. Han, I'm Mitzi."
"I'll take good care of you," Damon raged. "Take good care of my ass." Mitzi was dazed for 2 seconds. Then she articulated with a goofy smile, "Of course, I'll take good care of that as well, Mr. Han." Damon was rendered speechless. On the 6th floor of Building 2 of Champs Bay Apartments, Stephanie was sitting on the living room couch smoking as she watched the news on TV. The reporter was saying, "Not very long ago, our correspondent informed that Mr. Huo, Debbie Nian and their daughter were seen outside his villa and they went inside together. It looks like the rumors are true." "Oh, shut up." Stephanie turned off the TV angrily. She put out the cigarette and ruffled her messy hair restlessly. Carlos had regained his memory. It was not a part of their plan. Dr. Zhu had told them that there was no way Carlos would regain his memory, not as long as they didn't miss the regular injections. Liar. They're all liars. Furious, she smashed the lighter against the tea table. Debbie had used a fake marriage license to set up James, but Stephanie got screwed over too. Now, both her and James' reputations were ruined, all thanks to Debbie. Hate gnawed at her as she thought of what Debbie had done to her. Just then her phone rang. What? Stephanie asked impatiently when she saw the caller ID. Angus Lee, her father, sighed from the other end of the line. Stephanie, your mom has been arrested. You're in Y City, aren't you? Head to the police station right away. I'm on my way there, he said in a rush. Stephanie's eyes widened in shock. Arrested? For what? She abruptly stood up from the couch. The police who called me said that she was sued for slander, assault and attempted murder. Attempted murder? Stephanie raised her voice at the absurd accusation. That's ridiculous. Glenda was too much of a coward to do something like that. That's what I think too. But I don't know what happened yet. Get a lawyer and go see your mom in prison. Ask her what happened. I'll take a flight right away. Stephanie said impatiently. There's no need for you to come over yet. I'll call you after I talk to Mom. Okay, he said in a low voice. At the police station, Glenda told Stephanie that it was Debbie who had sued her. Glenda had planned to go back to New York, but the police had arrested her at the airport lounge. It was humiliating, so many people had witnessed the arrest. Glenda grabbed Stephanie's arms tightly and said with tears in her eyes, "No wonder James wants her dead. She is a vicious bitch. All I did was call her names, but she hired that famous lawyer Xavier to charge me with attempted murder. I didn't do anything. Stephanie, bail me out. I don't want to stay in this hellhole another minute." Stephanie stared at her mother awkwardly. "I brought along a lawyer hoping to bail you out, but the police wouldn't allow it. I think Debbie Nian is behind this. She must have bribed the police to hold you here." It was just like when Debbie had been accused of murder and had been detained in the police station. Back then, James had bribed the police to refuse her bail. In the end, it had taken Carlos to bail her out. Glenda panicked. "What should we do now? How can Carlos be so heartless? You took care of him when he was in a coma. Did he forget all that? How ungrateful he is." Stephanie thought about it for a moment and said, "Mom, don't worry. I'll think of a way to get you out of here." Good. Stephanie, I'm counting on you. You're my sweet little girl. Oh, inform your Uncle James of this. Perhaps he can help." Okay. Stephanie called James after she left the police station. When the evil fox learned that Debbie had put Glenda in prison, he was so shocked and furious that he almost passed out. "Steph, don't worry. I'll get your mom out of jail." Stephanie was relieved. "Thank you, Uncle James." "Don't mention it, kiddo," James said with a smile. It was hard to believe that this man could ever be so benign. His soft tone made Stephanie furrow her brows. As much as she didn't want to accept it, the truth was laid out in the open. Sooner or later, she would have to accept James as her father. After hanging up Stephanie's call, James called Carlos. But it was Frankie who answered. "Mr. James Huo, I'm sorry, but Mr. Huo is in a meeting right now. I will take your message to him if it's urgent." James wanted to talk to Carlos himself, but the matter was too urgent to wait. He feigned a calm tone and informed, "Tell him that his Aunt Glenda was framed by Debbie Nian and has been arrested by the police. The Lee family members are my friends. If he still sees me as his father who had raised him for the past 30 years, he'll bail her out." Sarcasm laced Frankie's eyes, yet he maintained a professional tone. "I'll pass on your message, Mr. James Huo. Is there anything else I can help you with?" Stephanie looked after him for 2 years when he was in a coma. He should be grateful to her. She might have done some things, but considering what she has done for him in the past, he shouldn't abandon her at a time like this. Noted. That's all. James hung up without waiting for Frankie's response. Carlos' meeting ended soon, and Frankie told him everything James had said. He took his phone from Frankie and sneered at it. "What's he been up to lately?" He assumed that by now, the old snake should have known he had gotten his memory back. From his message, Carlos could tell that James was still pretending to not know that he remembered everything. He was trying to maximize the benefit of his identity as Carlos' father. Frankie replied. On the surface, it might look like he's doing nothing unusual, but he has been secretly transferring his assets overseas. Some of them have been transferred into Glenda's relatives' names. Transferring assets? Carlos lit a cigarette and observed sarcastically. He has cheated many people off their wealth. Isn't he worried that it might break his arms? The bribes James had taken from many and the money he had embezzled had reached billions of dollars, which was enough for him to squander for the rest of his pitiful life. Glenda has filed for a divorce. She must have done it to be with James. Mr. Huo, what should we do next? Carlos fell silent. He was thinking about Angus Lee. Glenda was evil, but Angus was an honest and decent man. He had never done harm to anybody. Despite suspecting that his wife was having an affair, he had been pretending to be ignorant of it for so many years, all for their children's sake. That was the only reason why the Lee family had always been so peaceful in the past. We won't interfere in their marriage. Glenda's bail issues are not up to me. With that, Carlos picked up the file on the table. He was ready to set off to meet a client. Carlos' decision was to be expected. Glenda was an outsider and an enemy to him. He wouldn't upset Debbie for her. Debbie knew what Glenda did to her at the cafe the other day wasn't serious enough to get her locked up for a long time. So several days after Glenda was sent to prison, Debbie compromised with her. She agreed to withdraw the charges on condition that Glenda apologized to her in person. Left with no other choice, Glenda conceded. 1 week in prison had dramatically changed Glenda's appearance. When she walked out of her cell, there was no way of telling that she was a first-class lady. Her long curls tumbled over her shoulders in a tangled mess. Her clothes were dirty, and her face was smudged. She looked 10 years older than she was. When Stephanie saw her mother in that state of disarray, she vowed to herself that she would turn Debbie's life into a living hell. As Stephanie and Glenda walked toward the entrance of the police station, they noticed Debbie watching them with a proud and cold demeanor. She was leaning against a $10 million stretch limousine, custom-made by the ZL Group exclusively for ladies only. Stephanie shot her a venomous look. It reminded Debbie of James. Like father, like daughter, thought Debbie to herself. The sun shone brightly, and the day was pleasantly warm. Debbie was in a pretty good mood. Glenda, jail time must have been tough, she said, rubbing salt into her wounds. Hearing her deliberate provocation, Glenda lifted her head abruptly and glared at Debbie. She wished that she could pounce on her and snap her neck like a twig. You bye. She managed to keep her anger in check before the word bitch flew from her lips. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, she asked, You want my apology? No problem. Leave Carlos. Debbie scoffed. What makes you think that you could ask me to do that? What are you to Carlos? If it weren't for you, I would be his mother-in-law. Glenda asserted. This bitch destroyed my daughter's happiness. James and I have worked hard for many years so that Stephanie could marry Carlos. Now this woman has ruined everything. The hate grew in her heart by the second. But you're not, are you? Debbie retorted with a cynical smile and tilted her head. And Carlos is clingy. He can't stand me being out of his sight. Then she patted the pink limo behind her and said, See? He bought this for me. What can I do? He spoils me. I'll thank you if you can let him be a little low-key. Debbie was showing off. Glenda and Stephanie sensed that, and they were about to explode. Stephanie recognized the car. The day that it had been transported from abroad, before it even got off the expressway, there was a big hype about it on the news and internet. Many people wondered which wealthy man had bought it to please his wife. The moneybags turned out to be Carlos, and the car was a gift for Debbie. If word had got out, the netizens would be excited again. Debbie checked the time on her wristwatch and urged flatly, I'm in a rush and you haven't apologized to me yet. So hurry up. Aware of the consequences, Glenda took a deep breath, closed her eyes and said grudgingly, Sorry. TSK, listen. Does that sound like an apology to you? It sounds more like I owe you some money. Why are you so proud? At least show some sincerity, Debbie remarked. Just like her daughter, Glenda was also condescending, treating people like they were second-rate citizens. Debbie wondered why they felt so confident about themselves. Suddenly, Stephanie's face darkened. She held Glenda's hand, squeezing it so tightly that it hurt, but she didn't realize that she was doing it. Glenda looked at her in surprise and asked, "Stephanie, are you all right? You're hurting me." Stephanie realized what she was doing and loosened her grip. Narrowing her eyes, she told Debbie, "I'll apologize on my mom's behalf." Debbie shook her head. "I'll settle the account with you later. This is between your mother and me. It's none of your business." No longer able to contain the fury she felt inside, Stephanie suddenly let go of Glenda's hand and then rushed over to Debbie. With anger clouding her mind, she lunged at Debbie, trying to slap her across the face. However, she had forgotten that Debbie was good at martial arts. Before Stephanie could get close enough to her, Debbie kicked her hard. "Ow!" Stephanie groaned, lying on the ground. It took her a while to realize what had happened. Glenda ran to her in a fluster. "Stephanie, are you okay? Let me have a look." Stephanie held her stomach and gasped to ease the pain. Passers-by coming and going through the entrance of the police station were drawn to the commotion that the three women were creating. Glenda knew she and Stephanie were no match for Debbie in a fight. So with clenched fists, she got to her feet and bowed to Debbie. "Debbie Nian, I'm sorry," she said respectfully. It sounded much better this time. Debbie didn't plan on wasting too much time on them. Satisfied with the apology, she got in her car and drove off. At ZL Group, Niles suddenly barged into Carlos' office and said to him in a hurry, "Carlos, bad news. Your wife has gone on a date." Carlos knitted his brows. "What the hell are you talking about? Who in Y City would be crazy enough to dare try to steal my woman away from me? That would be a death wish," he thought. "I saw Debbie just now. She was in the new limo the ZL Group had made, and she looked ravishing. The point is, she was with a gorgeous guy. What makes you think she was on a date?" Carlos put the lid back on his pen. He couldn't focus on his work anymore. "She told me so," Niles replied. Carlos stood up, grabbed his coat, and darted toward the door. Where? Where what? Oh, they were at the sushi shop diagonally opposite this building. A date at a sushi shop? Without further ado, Carlos walked out of his office. He called Debbie before he got in the elevator. When Debbie answered his call, his brows unknitted. "Honey, what are you doing?" he asked gently. The sightseeing elevator arrived. Carlos stepped in and scanned the scenery outside.
"I'm eating sushi."
She was telling the truth. Her reply collaborated with the location Niles had said. Carlos pinched his forehead and said, "Honey, don't call me that." Debbie interrupted him coldly. Carlos didn't get mad. Instead, he chuckled. "No matter what you do, I won't give up on you." Giving up wasn't in his nature. For a moment, Debbie didn't know what to say. The man sitting opposite her was enjoying his food. Looking at him, Debbie replied in a cold tone, "What do I care?" Since the place they were in was close by, Carlos didn't drive his car. After getting out of the elevator, he strode straight toward the sushi shop. When Carlos walked into the sushi shop, he was still on the phone with Debbie. Around that time, she was nibbling at a meat floss sushi. "Why aren't you talking?" she asked when she noticed his silence. The man sitting opposite her choked when he saw Carlos walk in. He kicked Debbie under the table and winked at her as he gulped down his glass of water. Debbie turned around to look directly at the man. Carlos ended the call and put his phone into his pocket. He looked at the man at the table and asked coldly, "Kinsley, what are you doing here?" Carlos nudged Debbie, motioning her to move over. Kinsley quickly swallowed a mouthful of fish eggs and explained, "Please don't misunderstand. I'm flying to Z Country this afternoon and will be staying there for the next 3 months. Me meeting Debbie here was a complete coincidence." That was a lie. He had called Debbie to have sushi. He was curious about what was going on between Carlos and Debbie. To his utter surprise, before he could ask her anything about their relationship, Carlos had called Debbie right at that moment. He wondered if Carlos would believe his blatant lie. The man just glanced at him and remained silent. Debbie was surprised that Carlos had found her so quickly. She looked at the haughty man who was now drinking her juice and queried, "Niles told you, didn't he?" It was the only possibility she could think of. A waiter came along with a menu card and handed it to Carlos. He ordered a few dishes and said, "He dropped by." He didn't deny it. "Yeah, right. What a coincidence," Debbie observed sarcastically. Niles had seen them together earlier. When she and Kinsley had just gotten out of their cars in front of the sushi shop, Niles, who was waiting at the traffic signal at that time, happened to see them. He waved to them and shouted, "What are you guys doing?" Debbie had answered with a stony face, "Dating." Shocked, Niles stepped on the gas and sped away. Within the next 10 minutes, Carlos had stepped into the sushi shop. It had to be Niles who had informed him of the meeting. Soon after Debbie had mentioned him, Niles arrived huffing and puffing. He patted Kinsley on the shoulder. Kinsley took the hint and slid over to make room for him. Remembering that he was taller and sturdier than Niles, he switched seats with him. And so the two-person lunch turned into a lunch for four. Carlos ignored the two single men completely. He kept flirting with Debbie. He whispered something in her ear, and then kissed her lightly on her cheek. Kinsley rolled his eyes at him. Suddenly the sushi tasted bland to Niles. He stopped eating and started drinking some plum alcohol, continuously complaining about Carlos to Kinsley. When they were done eating, they went their separate ways. Debbie said goodbye to Kinsley and Niles and left, ignoring Carlos. As soon as she left, Carlos called without looking at him, "Kinsley." Kinsley had a bad feeling. "What's up, man?" he asked with a grin. Carlos watched Debbie leave. He gazed into the distance even after she couldn't be seen anymore. Then he said casually, "I heard that there's a woman that you hate since you were little." The grin on Kinsley's face disappeared immediately. "Off I go. Have a flight to catch," he said hastily. "Kinsley." Carlos turned to look at Kinsley, who was trying to run away. Kinsley quivered and turned back to look at him. "Buddy, I'm begging you. Don't force me to see her." It was painstakingly difficult to get rid of her. "Have a heart, man." Carlos straightened his cuffs and replied, "No. Carlos, how can you be so vindictive?" Carlos glanced at him. "Don't you know anything about me?" Kinsley had always known that the man was petty, and he had gotten on his nerves now. Damon had warned him how possessive Carlos was. "I only met Debbie to persuade her to forgive you. I was doing it for you, man." "Well, that was what I thought at first. But then it wasn't." "Why not? What did I do wrong?" Kinsley was confused. "Are you really going to go after me just because I invited Debbie to lunch?" If that was really the case, the man was really the king of jealousy. Carlos gave him a sharp look and walked away. As Kinsley looked on, Carlos and Niles walked back to ZL Group's office. Soon after, a familiar figure came into view. Kins. Kinsley's face turned pale. "Carlos, you asshole," he cursed inwardly. He ran towards his car, trying to flee before the woman could pounce on him. However, thanks to her previous experiences, the woman already knew what he was about to do. As he rushed to the driver's seat, she opened the back door and hopped into the car. Their eyes met in the rearview mirror. "Kins, don't blame Mr. Huo. He promised to let you endorse ZL Group's clothing. This is a big deal. Just imagine how bright our future will be." "What bright future? This is more like a disaster." There was no future for him with this woman, only nightmares. Carlos deliberately put him into this position, and then promised the endorsement to appease him. He didn't care. That evening, Debbie was invited to a celebration dinner for the completion of a movie. She looked perky and innocent in her green flowy dress. Her bodyguard secretly took a picture of her and sent it to Carlos. When he saw that, Carlos dropped whatever he was doing and asked Frankie to drive him to the hotel where the dinner was taking place. The dinner wasn't over until past 9 o'clock. Debbie had her arm around a male coworker's as she walked out of the hotel. The man saw Carlos' car and let go of Debbie frantically. Gotta go. With that he ran away. Huh. Debbie didn't realize what was going on until she saw Carlos step out of the car. Under the public gazes, he walked towards her with a tender smile, put his arm around her and led her to his car. Inside the car, Carlos pressed his body against hers and lifted her chin to make her look directly into his cold eyes. Can't you just stay the hell away from other men? He asked grimly. Debbie wasn't afraid of him. She retorted. Mr. Huo, what am I to you? Why are you meddling with my life? Carlos said through gritted teeth. Let's get remarried right now. It's late. The Civil Affairs Bureau is closed now. It'll be open if I want it to be open. Could this man be any more overbearing? Debbie shook her head silently. She then wrapped her arms around Carlos' neck and said in an extremely tender voice, Mr. Huo, it hurts, doesn't it? I had lunch with Kinsley earlier, and now I just walked arm in arm with another man. Imagine how I felt when I watched you kiss Stephanie and get engaged to her. Carlos realized that she had done all those things to get even with him, just as he had anticipated. The look in his eyes softened. He bowed down his head and kissed her on the lips. The space inside the car was filled with passion and lust. But Debbie pushed the horny Carlos away and snickered. Mr. Huo, we should stop here. I got my period today. Carlos was frustrated. She is determined to torture me. They rode to the manor to see Piggy. When they arrived, Miranda welcomed them in. She smiled at Debbie and said, I just finished reading to her. She fell asleep. Do you want to check on her? Yeah, thanks, Debbie replied. She pushed the door open without making any noise. The light in Piggy's room had been dimmed to a perfect glimmer. If it were to be too bright, she would have difficulty falling asleep. If it were too dark, she would get scared. The little girl was sound asleep now. Miranda went to her room to get some sleep. Carlos leaned on the doorframe, looking at Debbie and Piggy tenderly. Before he found out who Piggy really was, he had envied her parents so much. But it turned out that he was her father after all. He was grateful to Debbie for giving him such a lovely daughter. He wondered when she would forgive him. If she did, the three of them could live together every day. How great that would be, he thought. Debbie walked over to him and whispered, I'm sleeping with Piggy. Good night. With that, she shut the door on his face. He heard the lock click from the inside. She was avoiding him, he realized. While he was in the study, Carlos got a call from Frankie. Mr. Huo, I found out. He had been expecting this call. Shoot. Miss Nian and Mrs. Miranda Huo had come up with the plan together. Carlos wasn't surprised. Frankie continued. Mr. Wen had a part to play too. They worked together to make Miss Nian marry Ivan. On the one hand, it would stop Ivan's mom from pressuring him to get married, and on the other hand, it would make you jealous. Frankie said the last word very cautiously. He paused for a reply. Carlos closed his laptop and ordered, Go on. There were others involved too. Xavier, Yates, and Curtis. So they all played me, Carlos thought, squinting. At first, the plan had included only Miranda, Ivan, and Debbie. But considering that Carlos was too smart for them, to make sure the plan would go perfectly, Debbie decided to get more people to work with her. So later, she persuaded Yates, Xavier, and Curtis to join her to pull it off. When Xavier had sent Carlos the picture of Debbie in a wedding dress, it had actually been Debbie's idea. Since they knew that Debbie and Ivan weren't in love, everyone in the group tried their best to bring Debbie and Carlos back together. What was Yates' part in their plan? Carlos' voice betrayed no emotion. Frankie coughed to cover his embarrassment before he continued. Yates and Xavier knew long back that Miss Nian was your ex-wife. That was why they chose to be Piggy's godfathers. They kept the truth from you because they knew that once you and Miss Nian were back together, she would be the one in charge, and they wanted to see you get bullied around by her. Carlos had always been a proud man and was looked up to by everyone. His friends wondered what it would be like if the powerful Carlos ever became submissive. But Carlos had different plans for the whole lot of them. Starting from the very next day, The supervisory department and the police continued to show up at Yates' businesses. Yates couldn't catch a break. Meanwhile, an announcement was posted on Xavier's official Weibo account saying that he would be representing everyone in court for free for the next 3 months, starting from that very day. Xavier received more than he had bargained for. So far, Carlos had gotten back at Damon, Kinsley, Xavier, and Yates. Wesley, Ivan, and Curtis were the only ones left. Since Curtis was Debbie's uncle, he couldn't touch him. Wesley was his next target. Carlos called him. He took a long drag on his cigarette and blew the smoke out. When the call connected, he spoke without any pleasantries. I heard that things between you and your girlfriend haven't been going well lately. Wesley knew Carlos. He was alert. He spat a mouthful of smoke too. Carlos, I'm surprised that you still have time to think about me and Blair. Debbie hasn't forgiven you yet, and you have done nothing yet to make James and Stephanie pay. So why don't you just mind your own business? Wesley had proposed to Blair, but she had turned him down. He wanted a baby, she said no to that too. He was pissed. Under the current circumstances, he had to be very careful not to give Carlos a chance to create more trouble for him. I'm not worried about Debbie. Claiming her heart is an easy task. I just have to get her into bed with me. As for James and Stephanie, I'm waiting for the perfect moment and then they are done. Carlos seemed to have an answer for everything. Wesley frowned. You still have your ZL group to run. Focus on that and stop nosing around. Damn that old goat, James. Wesley cursed inwardly. If that man hadn't deceived all of them and turned them against Debbie, Carlos wouldn't be going after them now. Carlos put out the cigarette and said, All right. All right. Wesley didn't believe a word that came out of the devil's mouth. Relax. I'm going to apologize to Debbie, Wesley assured him. I've been chasing Debbie for so long, and she's not making it easy for me. As my friend, you can't just sit there and do nothing. Help me, Carlos said with a faint smile. Help him. Wesley frowned. Carlos would never ask anyone for help. You broke Debbie's heart and created a hell of a mess for yourself. Don't drag me into it. I'm warning you, Carlos, don't create any trouble for me. Blair is not as tough as Debbie, you know. She can't live on her own. She is a dodo. She won't be able to survive without me. Carlos chuckled. You talk about your girlfriend like that behind her back? Aren't you worried that she might hear you? She is sleeping in the bedroom and I'm in the living room. Just then, a soft voice came from behind him. Wesley. Startled, Wesley choked on the smoke and coughed violently. Blair wasn't loud, but Carlos heard her clearly. Take care, buddy, he said to Wesley and hung up with a smirk. Wesley was stunned. He didn't know what to say to her. Do I look that useless to you? Blair asked him with a pained expression. She knew that she wasn't the smartest person in the room. Otherwise, she wouldn't have failed time and again to run away from this man. But it still hurt to hear him talk about her like that to others. Wesley put out the cigarette and walked to her. I was just joking around with Carlos, he explained with an awkward look on his face. Oh, Blair responded. He knew that she wasn't convinced, but he didn't know how to comfort her. It was all Carlos' fault. If he could, he would make that hateful man run 100 kilometers with a 20-kilogram load on his back. Before Ivan's wedding, news that the ZL group was going to take over the One group was spread everywhere. Nobody knew why or if it was true. Only very few people knew that it was all because Carlos was enraged. So many of them had already suffered under his rage. And it was all for Debbie. Ivan was very busy dealing with the issues at hand. It was true that Carlos was about to buy out the One group. So while preparing for his wedding, Ivan had to work overtime to cope with the trouble Carlos made for him. Numerous times, he cursed himself late at night why he had been dumb enough to have chosen Debbie, out of all the women, for a sham marriage. After all, he had many other female friends to choose from. If he hadn't made the wrong choice, Carlos wouldn't have been angry with him and giving him a hard time now. However, just as he was busy solving problems, Carlos suddenly stopped progressing with the purchase. Just as he felt relieved and thought Carlos had let him off the hook, Ivan found that someone was buying his company's shares at a high price and selling them low. Ivan was on the brink of having a nervous breakdown. He was so miserable and helpless that he had to call Debbie for help. "Debbie, I raised Carlos' child for more than a year. Does he have to be so heartless to me?" he complained once she answered the phone. "What's wrong?" Debbie was puzzled. She knew nothing about Carlos' recent acts of revenge on Ivan. Ever since that press conference that Carlos held, she had been swamped with commercials. Then for the first time in Ivan's life, he broke down and started confiding in a woman about the cruel and callous things another man was doing to his business, which were taking a great toll on him. Debbie was completely taken by surprise.
I'm sorry, Ivan.
"I didn't know he was doing that. It's all because of me. I'll try and talk to him. Please speak to him soon. The company is in utter chaos. I didn't even have time to accompany Casey to pick out her wedding dress. My mom had to go with her instead, because I had to sort out the mess Carlos created for me. At times I have been so depressed I wanted to kill myself. Please, Tomboy, call him now." The day Casey and Ivan went to the bridal shop to pick out a wedding dress, Ivan was just about to try on a suit for himself when he got an urgent call and had to rush back to the office. Before he left, he called his mom to come to the bridal shop to keep Casey company. Thankfully, Casey was understanding, and she didn't complain. "Okay, I'll call him now. Carlos has gone too far." Debbie was deep in thought before she finally made the call. The phone rang a couple of times before it was answered. "Honey," Carlos called gently. "Knock it off. I'm not your wife. Why are you so mean to Ivan? Are you trying to make me feel bad?" Debbie asked bluntly. Carlos smiled. "Of course not. If you stay at the manor tonight, I'll let Ivan off immediately. What do you say?" "Too busy. I have a business trip tomorrow. I have to get ready," she refused without hesitation. "Where are you going?"
France.
"It's beside the point. I'm calling to ask you to leave Ivan alone. He's innocent. I agreed to have a sham marriage with him. If you're angry, take it out on me or hit me. Just leave Ivan out of it." "Hit Debbie? Carlos would rather hurt himself than do that."
Fine.
"Call me, honey. Then I'll let him off," Carlos said, compromising with a frown. Debbie rolled her eyes. "Carlos Huo, this call never happened. Since you're so stubborn, there's only one choice left for me." "What's that?" "I can't let you take the one group from Ivan, so I'll leave the Star Empire and go back to the one group." Debbie wouldn't concede. "You can't afford the default fine," he declared calmly. Debbie smiled. "No, I can't. But my ex-husband can. If I want to leave the Star Empire, he'll support my decision and help me out. Right, Mr. Huo?" Carlos smiled hopelessly in a resigned manner. She knew he cared about her and that she was his Achilles heel. "How about a kiss, then?" Carlos tried again. Although Debbie was amused, she still maintained a cold tone. "I can't. We're not a couple. There are boundaries. Thank you for leaving Ivan alone. Bye." Carlos shook his head when she hung up and stared at his phone. Then he called Tristan on the inside line. "Stop the operations on the one group." Tristan was confused for a moment, and then he understood. "Yes, Mr. Huo. Ivan must have called Debbie for help," he realized. The next day, before Debbie left for France, she went to the manor to see Piggy. Miranda had come back from New York. When Debbie arrived, she was having breakfast with the little girl, whereas Carlos had just finished his morning exercise and was taking a shower upstairs. "Aunt Miranda," Debbie called. Miranda looked at her and announced, "Sooner or later we'll be a family again. I don't like this form of address." Debbie was surprised by her bluntness, but she didn't object. "Mom," she called, blushing. "Mom, have you had breakfast?" "Yes. I'm going on a business trip today. I came to check in on Piggy," she said as she kissed Piggy's cheek. Evelyn already knew what a business trip meant. She hugged Debbie and said, "Mommy, play with me when you come back." "Sure, I will, sweetheart." Debbie stroked her cheek, feeling guilty that she was a lousy mom. She spent too little time with her daughter. By the time Carlos came downstairs, Debbie was already gone. Daddy, Mommy will be away for half a month. I miss her already, Piggy said to her father. Did she come over? He asked Miranda. Miranda fed Evelyn a slice of fruit. Yes. She came to see Piggy and then left quickly. I guess she didn't want to see you. She didn't sugarcoat her words at all, and Carlos felt hurt. Miranda continued. I plan to live in Y City. Your father will come back as well in 2 years. In the long run, it won't do for us to live with you and Debbie. So I'm going to have the old residence revamped and move in there with Evelyn. You can come and see her when you miss her. And if you're busy, you don't have to worry about her. Carlos and Piggy looked at each other as Miranda spoke. You've got a point. There is another villa available behind this one. You and Evelyn can live there. Miranda joked. You just want your daughter to be as close to you as possible, don't you? Yes, he admitted. Okay then, I'll have it renovated. Once it's done, Evelyn and I will move in. Then she turned to Piggy, who was eating breakfast. She asked in a soft voice. Evelyn, you and I are going to live in the next house. Would you like that? Evelyn swallowed her food and asked, Can I see Daddy every day? Carlos felt warm inside when he heard that, and smiled happily. Of course you can. And you can see your mommy too. Okay. Evelyn agreed in her sweet little voice. What an adorable girl. She's as easygoing as Debbie, Miranda commented. As easygoing as Debbie? Carlos shook his head. I don't think so. Must be my genes. Debbie isn't an easygoing person at all, he said curtly. She was a hard nut to crack. If she were easy to handle, he would have already had her by his side. It was way more difficult to coax her than to snag a 100 million contract. On the contrary, he would easily surrender to her as soon as she gave herself to him. The ever-aloof Miranda was amused by Carlos' childish words. A rare wide smile crept across her face as she said, Your genes? What would Debbie say to that? If you were easy to handle, she wouldn't have had to suffer so much in the past months. See how angry she is with you now. Carlos couldn't find a word to say. He was stumped. It was a scoff from his biological mother. When he said nothing in reply, Miranda changed the topic and asked, How are you going to deal with James and Stephanie? The smile on her face was replaced by a serious look. Carlos drank the remainder of the juice that was left in Evelyn's glass before answering calmly, There's no hurry. He wouldn't let them die peacefully. He wanted to torture them slowly, inch by inch, and exhaust them physically and mentally. Fine, I'll leave them to you. But be cautious, James is cruel and heartless. He'll probably try to get his hands on Evelyn. It would be wise to tighten the security around her. She needs more armed bodyguards, Miranda suggested. As she thought of the possibility of danger, she decided to stay in the manor for the time being until Carlos finished off James and Stephanie for good. She would then consider whether she should move out or not. Yes, I will do that. Carlos didn't need to do anything much to deal with Stephanie, because ironically, it was now her turn to become the target of cyberbullying. As arrogant and proud as she was, Stephanie could hardly endure the negative comments on her. She was already devastated. Debbie received Carlos' messages every day since she had flown to France. Today was the 7th day of her stay there. When she finished her work and returned to the hotel at midnight, she received his text again. Honey, did you miss me today? Lying on the bed, she typed. No. Carlos didn't mind her cold reply. He continued to text her. You should stop lying to yourself. You miss me. You can tell me that you do. I won't judge. Debbie choked on her saliva when she saw his reply. He had recently gotten very good at sweet-talking. Was this really the stoic CEO she had known for years? Did he find someone to teach him some romance? She didn't bother to reply and closed her eyes to rest. Her phone buzzed again. Honey, I love you, his message said. Debbie smiled. Of course, she knew how much he used to love her before he had lost his memory. Now his memory was back, and his love for her was stronger than ever. Nonetheless, she still tried to stay angry at him. Mr. Huo, I'm just one of your staff and you're the CEO. You're beyond my reach. I'm not expecting any love from you. I just want to earn my salary and make a living. Babe, gimme some sugar, and I'll give you everything in return. My body, my heart, everything that is mine belongs to you. Debbie got goosebumps as she read his brazen words. She put her phone away without replying. 2 minutes later, she grudgingly got out of bed and plodded towards the bathroom to shower. She was exhausted after the whole day's work. She regretted having accepted this commercial job in France. The work was signed for 15 days and there was still 8 days left. She would be drained of energy by the end of it. The 8th day of the event was the most relaxing day for her so far. She had a dinner party that night and she could go back to the hotel earlier than usual. She was going to hang out in the streets of Paris and do some sightseeing if the party ended early. Luckily for her, the dinner did end very soon. She left the restaurant with a colleague from France and they walked together since they were heading in the same direction. Her colleague was a muscular man with blonde hair and blue eyes. He very much appreciated Debbie's music, so they had a lot in common to talk about. Debbie, I would like to develop my career in your country as well. Do you think your compatriots will like someone like me? The man asked as he flexed his elbow to show his bulging biceps. Debbie was amused. She laughed. Of course. A lot of girls love muscular men like you. They feel. She stopped mid-sentence as she gazed into the distance in front of them. Suppressing the shock that was traveling through her entire body, she finished her sentence. Safe. The foreigner noticed the change in her expression. He followed her gaze and saw a man and a little girl standing 10-odd meters away, looking at them. The man was dressed in a white woolen sweater, black leisure trousers and a black overcoat. He was handsome, but his eyes radiated disturbingly cold calmness. One glimpse at him and you'd never forget that face. Next to him, the little girl was holding a doll in her hand, her straight hair done up. She was wearing the same style overcoat as the man, with a belt tied around her waist and a pair of light-colored princess shoes. They stood there holding each other's hands. With the artistic buildings of Paris in the background, they looked like figures from a breathtaking oil painting. Some passers-by took out their phones and began snapping pictures of them. Debbie heard someone marvel in Chinese. Wow, he's so hot. Is he a model? Is that his daughter? I wonder who the mother is. Debbie tittered under her breath. Of course, that's his daughter and I'm the mother, she thought proudly. Debbie, do you know them? The foreigner asked curiously. She nodded, without taking her eyes off the father and daughter duo. My ex-husband and my daughter, she said with a sigh. The man threw a glance at Carlos and asked, I heard from someone that your ex is the CEO of an international group. Is that him? Yeah. Debbie waved to her daughter. Evelyn instantly broke free from Carlos and began walking towards her mother. Debbie squatted and stretched out her arms, expecting the little girl to run and jump into her embrace. However, she didn't. Debbie squatted there embarrassed, as she watched her daughter gracefully walk towards her with the doll in her hands. Debbie was still in a daze as Evelyn walked up to her and gave her a hug. Mommy, I miss you. Debbie wanted to cry and scream. Why is my dear baby becoming as cold as her dad? She's only 3 years old. Kids, they say, are easily influenced by the adults whom they spend most time with. Evelyn had been staying with Miranda and Carlos for a while and now, she had become as aloof as those two. She scooped her daughter up and pecked a kiss on her cheek. Then she turned to her friend and introduced, This is my daughter Evelyn. Baby, say hi to Uncle Davis. The foreigner greeted Evelyn cheerfully. Hi little girl, my name is Davis. Nice to meet you. Evelyn smiled politely and waved her hand at him. Good evening, Uncle Davis. Good to see you too. Both Debbie and Davis were shocked by how fluently the 3-year-old girl spoke English. Debbie knew that Piggy could say a few simple English words. But so fluently? She had no idea. Davis was excited. Wow, Debbie, your daughter is amazing. She's cute and clever. As Davis was speaking, a tall figure came over and embraced the mother and daughter. Carlos planted a kiss on Debbie's cheek and said in English, Honey, I've missed you. Before she could react, He looked at the man who was still very excited by the scene in front of him. The two gentlemen shook hands. Thank you for taking care of my wife. Sorry, we should get going now. Debbie wanted to say something to Carlos to stop the man from addressing her as honey. But Davis wouldn't shut up. He was so excited and animated. He cut in, You're welcome. Your daughter is amazing. I really should get a wife and have a son right now. That way, when he grows up, I can have him court your daughter. As he finished speaking, he clearly saw Carlos' emotionless face gradually fall. Awkward silence engulfed them. In the end, the stone-faced man told the foreigner icily, First, you need to get on the Forbes billionaires list. Second, marry the most beautiful woman in the world. She should have good genes. Third, give birth to a son that is older than my daughter, and make sure he knows how to handle your money, not to mention make more. So if you do all that, your son can date my kid. Debbie's jaw dropped as she listened to Carlos' standards on their future son-in-law. She couldn't believe her ears. Forbes billionaires list? Some billionaires don't make that list. It starts at $40 billion. Does he think anyone can do that? And marry the most beautiful woman? For good genes. So he means Davis's kid needs to be rich, powerful and handsome enough to be worthy of Evelyn. But what drove Debbie nuts was his third requirement. A son older than Evelyn? That was impossible. Carlos had to be joking. The cap to a list of impossible demands so the guy would give up on the idea of his son marrying Evelyn. Of course he'd want a mature, stable man as a son-in-law, but this was over the top. Carlos had clearly given him a picture of his ideal son-in-law. Powerful, rich, handsome, considerate and caring. Carlos took Piggy from Debbie's arms. Holding his daughter with one arm, he wrapped his other arm around Debbie's waist and led her away. The foreigner was still in a daze after hearing what the CEO said. He stared blankly at the mother and daughter who were waving goodbye to him. The mother smiled apologetically while the daughter wore a sweet smile. After pondering over Carlos' list for a while, Davis somehow figured out what exactly was on the CEO's mind. It sounded reasonable. If he had such a wonderful daughter, he'd strive to give her the best things in life. So how could he do this? How could he have a son who measured up? Forbes billionaires list? The most beautiful woman in the world? A son older than Evelyn. Davis recalled Carlos' words once again in his mind, but he stopped there. There was no way he could make it. Staring at the receding figures of the three, Davis suddenly realized something. Carlos was making a joke. Hey wait, was he talking about himself? He's one of the richest men in the world. He's powerful. His wife is the loveliest singer. Of course he'd want someone just like him to vie for his daughter's hand. Even after they were too far away to see Davis, Carlos still wore a dark expression, emanating coldness. He wasn't happy with the idea that someone would marry his lovely daughter one day and take her away from him. Debbie sighed helplessly. When did you get here? Why didn't you tell me you and Piggy were coming? She asked. Carlos' face softened a little, but his voice still sounded stern when he spoke. So if I told you I was coming, would I see you eating with another guy? Debbie snapped nonchalantly. What? You have a problem with me having dinner with my colleagues? Carlos didn't say anything else. He didn't dare. He didn't want to piss her off. At this point, his anger had completely vanished, and he apologized tenderly. No. My bad. Sorry. He pulled her closer to him. Debbie sneered. Mr. Huo, no need to apologize. Give me my daughter and you can leave now. With that, she reached out her arms to Piggy. Carlos held their daughter tightly and pulled away from Debbie while patiently coaxing. I didn't fly all the way out here to give you our daughter. We'll wait till you're done with work and go home together. He winked at his daughter. Evelyn got the hint and echoed, Mommy, Daddy, and I missed you. Don't make us go. Make them go. Debbie took a deep breath and forced out a smile before explaining. Mommy won't make you go. You'll stay with me. But Daddy's a busy CEO, so we shouldn't keep him from his work. Honey, that doesn't matter. Mom can run the company for me. Carlos quickly chipped in, a cunning smile on his face. Debbie's lips twitched. Miranda and Carlos were ganging up on her. She smirked. "Quit calling me honey. By the way, are you going to deal with James or not?" With this name brought up, the playful smile on his face faded away. "Of course," he said, a cold glint in his eyes. He had just seen James 2 days before. The sly old fox should have figured out Carlos was back to normal. But they didn't talk about that. They just made small talk. "He's transferring his property. Some of the staff, cooperative projects and company assets are involved in his case, including the branch company in New York. So I have to handle it carefully and quietly," Carlos explained. He knew Debbie wanted to see James live out his remaining days in jail, so he was collecting evidence of James' crimes, leaving no stone unturned. He had even employed a third-party finance company to audit ZL Group's accounts, just in case. As far as he knew, corruption and bribery had become commonplace in ZL Group when James took over as CEO. And it didn't stop with James. Many employees were involved on some level. But most of them had cleaned up their acts after Carlos resumed his rightful place as head of the company. "I see. So what about Stephanie? She up to anything?" Debbie asked as she stole a glance at the man. She was glad to see that his face didn't twitch. No cocked eyebrow, no set grimace. Nothing. Carlos drew closer to her and whispered in her ear. "I think she has something to do with Megan's death." Debbie froze and widened her mouth in shock. As his words sank in her heart, she got goosebumps all over. Carlos wouldn't just come up with that out of the blue. He must have found some clues that led to Stephanie's involvement. Although Debbie hadn't been around her that much, she hadn't pegged her as a murderer. Arrogant, definitely. But a murderer? As they talked, Evelyn gradually fell asleep, her head resting on Carlos' shoulder. After shifting his daughter to his other arm, Carlos held his wife's hand and continued walking. "I read Megan's diary and found that they really weren't friends at all. They pretended to keep up appearances. Stephanie hired someone to Megan, but Megan didn't have solid proof, so she didn't tell us. But she was planning her revenge. But unfortunately for her, she was brutally cut down before her plans could come to fruition." "Her diary? What else was in there?" Debbie asked, genuinely curious. She wanted to know what the drama queen thought of her 3 years ago. Carlos gave her a long glance and squeezed her hand before apologizing. "I'm sorry. I've been a bad guy. I want to make it up to you." "Why?" she asked, confused. "Megan said in her diary that she hated Wesley and me a lot, because her parents died for us. After her parents died, she wasn't happy, so she aimed to make us suffer as well. She drove a wedge between you and me. She stirred up trouble between Wesley and Blair, even Curtis and Colleen. What a nut job," Debbie thought, shaking her head. But Uncle Curtis didn't have anything to do with her parents' death. Why bother them? Curtis is a good friend. She figured if she made his life hell, then Wesley and I wouldn't be happy either. Anyway, she'd try anything to make us sad. Debbie felt a chill run down her spine as she heard Carlos talk about Megan's diary. She never knew Megan was like that. If you're interested, you can read her diary after going back home. It's pretty heavy stuff and she wrote a lot. But enough about them. "It's been too long," Carlos said unhappily. He had brought their daughter here to reunite with his wife. Life was too short to dwell on criminals who would do them harm. Debbie threw a glance at Carlos. "How did you know I'm staying at this hotel?" she asked coldly. But the moment she asked that, she realized how stupid that question was. It was no big deal for Carlos to find out where she stayed. He smiled and joked. "We're a couple. I always know what you're thinking. Mr. Huo, we aren't married yet. It's not like we are an item now," Debbie scoffed. She thought that he would brag about his influence and say how easily he could get wind of her information whenever he wanted. But again, unexpectedly, he used his chance to sweet-talk her. So once again she wondered if he had really found someone to teach him how to be romantic. "We will get remarried sooner or later. You can't run away from me for the rest of your life." He squeezed her hand tighter. She tried to break free, but he didn't loosen his grip. The hotel which Debbie was staying at wasn't too far away from the restaurant. It only took them 10 odd minutes to walk to the hotel. Carlos had earlier called the front desk and had asked them to shift Debbie into a luxury family suite. There was a kid's room inside the suite in addition to the master bedroom. After laying the little girl comfortably on the bunk bed, Carlos covered the quilt over her and left the room. Debbie squatted on the floor in the master bedroom, unpacking her luggage. When she saw him walk in, she asked casually, "Is she asleep?" "Yes." Carlos pulled her up to her feet and wrapped his arms around her. Without warning, he drew his face close to hers and kissed her lips fervently. "No, I need to unpack my things," she said in between their hungry kiss. She was frightened by his burning passion. He didn't let go of her. With his lips still pressed on hers, he caught a glimpse of Debbie's suitcase on the floor out of the corner of his eye and kicked it away. In no time, he pinned her down onto the king-sized bed behind them. Their kiss was broken and they gasped for air. He said in haste, "Leave all that to me. I'll unpack your things later. Now give yourself to me." When he was about to kiss her again, Debbie put a finger on his lips to stop him. He was perplexed. She grinned playfully. "Mr. Huo, do you really want to marry me again?" He nodded vigorously, without any hesitation. He desperately wanted to. "All right then. I'll promise you that I will think about it, but you have to respect my wishes before we get married. You can't keep bugging me for sex before that day comes." As she said that, she flirtatiously drew circles on his sturdy chest with her index finger. Carlos' face fell. His lust was already triggered and he was in the peak of his hunger. He wanted her so badly, and yet she had the nerve to ask him to respect her wishes. She was politely asking him to back off. This was torture to a man with such strong sexual drive. He was well aware of Debbie's intentions. She knew his desires for her, and she deliberately set this rule to make him suffer. Carlos shut his eyes tightly to compose himself. After a moment's pause, he reluctantly nodded. "Okay." He got off her and went straight to the bathroom for a cold shower. His thirst for her remained unquenched. Watching him walk away from her with his head down, Debbie felt her heart ache a little. She wanted him too. She was craving for his touch as much as he did. She wanted to call out to him and take back her words. But a voice rang in her head. "No, Debbie, don't be so soft-hearted, right?" She couldn't go easy on him this time. That night, Carlos did behave. He slept quietly with Debbie curled up in his arms. He remained the same for the following week in France, and didn't dare be intimate with her, except for the deep kisses they shared time and again. He patiently waited for Debbie to wrap up her work in Paris. Then they flew back to Y City together. The black Bentley sped along the highway from the airport. Debbie received a call from an unknown ID. She picked it up and was surprised to hear Wesley's voice from the other end. After a simple greeting, Wesley said, "Debbie, I owe you an apology. When we meet next time, I'll apologize to you face to face. But right now I need a favor." Debbie squinted at Carlos, who was playing with their daughter. "Go on. Did Blair ever contact you in this past week?" Debbie replied, "Nope. I've been in France for work." "What happened to Blair?" There was only silence from the other end. A few seconds later, Wesley said in a grave tone, "She's gone. It has been a week." "Gone? What do you mean? Where did she go? Did she leave on her own?" Debbie asked, abruptly sitting up in her seat. "Ask your husband." With that, Wesley hung up angrily. Debbie stared at Carlos in confusion. Before she could ask anything, he said calmly, "I helped Blair leave him." Wesley had arranged a few bodyguards to protect Blair and to prevent her from leaving. But Carlos had some men block those bodyguards and let Blair flee successfully. "Why did you do that?" Debbie didn't understand his intention. Weren't they supposed to be good friends? Carlos replied casually, "Blair wanted to leave him for so long. I only offered her a little help. That was just one of the many reasons." Carlos meant to force Wesley to understand his own heart. Wesley would never know how much he cared for and loved Blair if he didn't lose her once. But of course he had a selfish motive as well. Debbie had suffered through the same pain. Carlos wanted to give him a taste of that sadness. Shortly after, Carlos' phone rang. He already knew who was calling. Swiping the screen, he said over the phone without any greeting, "I asked her what she wanted. She chose to leave Y City. Wesley, I didn't force her to leave." All the curse words which Wesley had prepared for Carlos were stuck in his throat. He swallowed them and tried to collect himself. After a pause, he asked, "So she did leave on her own?" "Yes." Wesley punched his fist on the wall next to him. "Carlos, damn you. Can't you just mind your own business and stay out of my affairs?" Carlos wasn't angry. "You're my friend, Wesley. You've known Blair longer than I've known Debbie. You two have kept your issues unsolved for 10 years. A decade, man. Is it that much fun?" Wesley snarled. "Yes, it's fun. All I want is to have her by my side. Blair should be with me. That's where she belongs," he thought irrationally. Carlos sighed. "Do you think you can win her over by forcing her to stay with you? She doesn't want another man, and you don't want to be with any other woman either. You love her, so why do you have to torture yourself in her? Why can't you just live peacefully with her?" Carlos had made some grave mistakes in his own life, but as an outsider in Wesley and Blair's story, he could see their problems clearly. As they say, lookers on see more than the players. Wesley clenched his teeth and snapped, "I proposed marriage to her and she said no." Carlos sneered. "She proposed to you a long time ago, but you refused her even more mercilessly. Don't you remember that?" His words were like a dagger to Wesley's heart. He said nothing. Then the call was disconnected. Debbie was curious about what Carlos had just said. Blair had proposed marriage to Wesley? He put his phone away and nodded. "Yes, a long time ago." But Wesley turned her down in front of a few hundred soldiers. Blair's uncle was Wesley's superior at that time. He had given Blair the privilege to show up at the troop camp where Wesley was, draped in a wedding dress. Debbie knitted her eyebrows deeply after hearing their story. Indeed, men could be very ruthless when they didn't love you. Just like how Carlos had been when he was amnesiac. She asked, "Do you know where Blair is now?" Carlos nodded. "Yes. She's pregnant and needs care. I sent her to the Lee family's mansion in a country. Wesley's mom is taking care of her now." "What? In Wesley's hometown? That's a clever idea." "He will never expect that Blair is right beside his own mother," Debbie thought. So, did the Lee family agree to keep it a secret from Wesley? Are they just going to sit by and watch Wesley search for Blair everywhere? Yeah, Wesley quit the military. He's planning to study in England. He'll probably drop by before he leaves, saying goodbye to his family. After that, he won't be back for a long time, Carlos said. So, Blair would be safe staying with the Lee family. Wesley wouldn't have to know. Debbie was speechless. Poor Wesley. "Good luck to you," she prayed, shaking her head. But then, she suddenly realized something. Wesley would be taken in by the same trick, something she'd done to Carlos too. As she was thinking, she sensed Carlos' intent gaze. She tilted her head and met his deep eyes. Piggy slumbered in his arms. Why are you staring at me?" Debbie uneasily touched the tip of her nose and leaned her head against the glass window of her car door. Carlos asked sarcastically, "The Holy Family is keeping a secret from Wesley. Sound familiar?" Debbie was taken aback. Did he read her mind? "Didn't think I knew?" Carlos asked a bit angrily, but deep down he felt happy to see Debbie's frustrated face. She had been ordering him around and giving him the cold shoulder these days. Finally, he had a chance to fight back. The young mother felt guilty. She decided to pretend to be innocent. "What do you mean?" He flashed a smile and pulled her closer to him. Looking down at her in an arrogant manner, he scoffed, "Don't play dumb. My mom, Xavier Yates, Ivan, and the others knew your marriage was fake. I didn't. They kept the secret. I was the odd man out like poor Wesley." Debbie felt embarrassed. Since Carlos had figured it out, it was pointless for her to hide it anymore. "How did you know?" "But wait. Everyone knew I didn't love Ivan. And my wedding to Ivan was part of my plan to win Carlos back. But not everyone knew the licenses were fake, Debbie thought to herself. That's not the point. The point is you're good, aren't you? You had them all charmed, Xavier, Yates, and even my mom. You got them to play along with you. Thinking of this, Carlos really wanted to punish her now, but he didn't dare. He kissed her forehead with force, as if he were protesting how she treated him. Debbie chuckled. Hey, don't blame me. Not my idea. He sighed resignedly. Blame you. Suppressing her laughter, Debbie pretended to be indifferent. Yes, blame me. You're good at holding grudges. Let go of me. I want to get out. The car had arrived at the manor. Debbie got out first. Then Carlos carried the sleeping piggy out and caught up to her. The housemates grabbed the suitcases and carried them into the villa. As they walked inside, Debbie gently patted the little girl's back and said, Piggy, baby, we're home. Wake up. Grandma's here. Miranda knew they were coming home today, so she was waiting at the manor. Piggy slowly opened her eyes. She looked at Debbie and swept her gaze around the house with her sleepy eyes. In a haze she called out, Mommy! But then she cradled her dad's neck and went right to sleep again. Blame it on the jet lag, the little girl seemed really drowsy, Carlos said. Let her sleep for a while longer. I'll put her to bed upstairs. Debbie nodded in agreement. Miranda asked in a low voice, How long has she been asleep? If she sleeps now, she'll be up all night. A hair over 10 minutes, Debbie said as she changed into her slippers and walked into the living room with Miranda. Okay then. Let her sleep. After tucking his daughter into the quilt in the kids' room, Carlos came downstairs. He told Miranda, Debbie and I aren't having dinner at home tonight, Mom. Get the chef to cook up something for you and Evelyn. Miranda nodded and asked casually, Going out? Tonight is Barlow's 100th birthday. We're invited to his party, he said matter-of-factly. Debbie looked at him in surprise. Hey, you didn't tell me that. Would you have come if I did? He retorted. She was wordless, and he was right. If he had told her about it, she would have just had him drop her and Evelyn off at her apartment. But why are you so sure I'll go now? Ignoring her question, he shifted his gaze to the housemates standing by. Bring them out. Yes, Mr. Huo. 2 minutes later, 3 housemates walked over to them carrying boxes. Debbie opened one and looked inside. There was an evening dress, a pair of high heels, and a set of jewelry. Obviously, he intended for her to go by force if necessary. He made a gesture to indicate the boxes. Dress, shoes, accessories. They're all here, all customized for you. Put on them and then I'll take you to a salon. No. Debbie wanted to turn him down, but Miranda interrupted. She explained with a smile, Barlow's is well respected. He holds traditional views on relationships between men and women. Every guest there will be family or spouses. No lovers or friends allowed. Nonetheless, Debbie still tried to excuse herself. But we're not. She left her sentence unfinished. Carlos said nothing. He understood what his mom meant, and he was sure that she'd side with him this time. As he expected, Miranda continued working on Debbie. She grabbed the evening dress and handed it to the young mother, whispering, Don't be stupid. Now you can prove you're his wife. I know you're still pissed, but look at the big picture. This is a good thing. Get it? Debbie listened to her. She made sense. Miranda had told her she could be mad. She could throw tantrums or yell at him. But if she wanted to be Mrs. Huo, she needed to do everything she could to achieve that goal. Still reluctant, Debbie pursed her lips and glared at the silent man. He looked back at her, feigning innocence. Then, she took the evening dress from Miranda's hands and nodded. Yeah. She went upstairs to get changed. Mother and son sat opposite each other on the sofa. Miranda poured 2 cups of tea and offered one to Carlos. James had a private meeting with Fengxiang, assistant general manager from Pinsent Group. Something seems fishy. Keep an eye on them, she advised seriously. Carlos took a sip of the tea and replied calmly, I know. James helped Fengxiang land a big account before. That fattened both their wallets. What timing! James must be feeding the guy insider news. Miranda smiled understandingly. Let me guess. News leaked to them by you. Of course. Carlos smirked. He wasn't going to let that sly old fox outwit him this time. The news he let slip was fake. Now he could get at James and Fengxiang or even purchase the Pinson Group. After chatting for a while, Carlos went upstairs to check if Debbie was ready. Debbie had just changed into her evening dress and was about to don the high heels. As soon as he came into the bedroom, he saw Debbie dressed in the pale apricot fishtail gown. Only thin layer of lace covered her shoulders and arms, so her sexy collarbones were revealed. The color complemented her fair skin and the vintage style made her look elegant. Carlos was smug. He had such good taste. As he stared at her with passion in his eyes, he began to fantasize. He knew what lay beneath that dress, and he wanted to see it. God knew how much he wanted to take that dress off her and make love to her. After some wild fantasies, he swallowed hard and composed himself. He dismissed the maids. Then he walked up to Debbie. When she looked at him confusedly, he suddenly knelt on one knee and helped her put on the shoes. Debbie stared affectionately at the man helping her with her high heels. She was so moved. Ever since he regained his memory, he treated her so well, even better than when they were first together. She told herself to keep him at arm's length, but each time he treated her like this, she couldn't be mean to him. She didn't know what to do. After helping Debbie with her high heels, Carlos opened the jewelry box on the desk and helped her put each piece on one by one, despite her reluctance. At last he took out a ring. He held it up to her, displaying the huge heart-shaped diamond, a 3.50 CT princess cut. And now the piece de resistance, he announced. He was about to put it on her ring finger, but Debbie protested silently with her index finger pointing forward. Her meaning was obvious. Carlos flashed a thin smile. He obeyed her this time and put the diamond ring on her index finger instead. After that, she tried to draw her hand back, but he grabbed hold of it again. Staring into her eyes, he declared imperiously, "I'm just going to take your protests in stride. It's normal to fight every once in a while. But no matter what, you'll be my wife. I'm not budging on this one." Debbie looked back at him sullenly. In her mind, she thought, "Do you have to be so possessive?" Carlos carried Debbie in his arms as they descended the staircase. Her dress was floor length, and he didn't want her to trip on it. A fall down the stairs could be lethal. Miranda was on the phone in the living room. Seeing them come downstairs, she smiled at Debbie and nodded her head. She mouthed to her, "You look great." Debbie felt shy at her praise. Blushing, she returned, "Thanks." A loving smile hit Carlos' lips when he saw her blushing face. Then, holding her hand, he led her towards the door. The moment they set foot in the venue, every guest's eyes were fixed on them. Seeing the legendary couple walking side by side with their fingers entwined, a lot of people couldn't help complimenting and blessing them. They looked every inch the aristocratic couple. Carlos was in a good mood, of course. Everyone was sure about that because they were surprised to get a rare smile or nod from the usually cold CEO. Barlow was a big shot in business circles. A bevy of distinguished guests and celebrities were invited to his grand birthday party. Debbie and Carlos walked up to him and greeted him. As Carlos and Barlow exchanged some pleasantries, Debbie took a gift from Frankie's hands and handed it to the old man. It was an authentic Chinese painting. Barlow accepted the gift happily. When his assistant helped him unroll the painting on the spot, the guests just had to get a look. Many of them were astonished at the magnificent piece. It was a traditional painting with some symbolic elements that meant longevity, such as deer, cranes, pine trees, cypress. A few Chinese characters were beautifully written in the margin, blessing Barlow and wishing him a long and happy life. More importantly, the signature was none other than the famous painter and calligrapher, Mr. Chai. The artist was still living, and this was his magnum opus. The price for his services was at least $1 million per square meter. This one was about 5 square meters, so it should be worth about $5 million. The guests were so impressed by how generous Carlos was. The 100-year-old man grinned from ear to ear. He looked very impish then. In an instant, he instructed his son to take it home and hang it on the wall of his bedroom. He wanted to be able to appreciate it every day. After excusing themselves, Carlos held Debbie's hand and walked away. They went to greet Curtis and Colleen. The two couples chatted casually for a while. Colleen suddenly pointed to a corner and signaled to Debbie with her eyes. Debbie looked towards the corner and saw Stephanie there. She was dressed in a black evening dress tonight, obviously trying to keep a low profile. Her arm was wrapped around another man's. Debbie guessed the guy next to her was her father, Angus Lee. But of course, Debbie already knew that Angus wasn't her true father. A fun prank sprang into her thoughts. She nudged Carlos, who was talking with Curtis. He shifted his eyes to her and asked, "What's up?" Debbie tilted her head to indicate where Stephanie was standing. Carlos followed her gaze and saw Stephanie and Angus. Coincidentally, father and daughter also looked at him. Their eyes met. From a distance, Angus raised his glass of wine in the air, as if proposing a toast to Carlos. The CEO raised his glass in return, nodding at him. Then Carlos turned to Debbie and asked, "Okay. And?" She cocked her eyebrows and scoffed. "Your fiancé and future father-in-law are there. Go say hi." As she spoke, she happened to make eye contact with Stephanie. By one glance, she could clearly see the resentment and jealousy in her eyes. Carlos put his hand on her waist and pulled her closer. Looking down at her delicate face, he warned, "Quit it. You're my wife and don't you forget it. And I have only one father-in-law. Your late father." Colleen and Curtis tittered when they saw them bantering back and forth. Curtis pushed up his glasses and joked, "Then call me Uncle Carlos. Colleen would be your aunt. Come on, be a good boy. Say it, and I'll give you the dowry." He had waited a long time for this. He wouldn't miss it for the world. Debbie burst into laughter. Carlos stared at Curtis, his face deadpan. To add fuel to the fire, the naughty girl echoed her uncle. "Come on, Mr. Handsome. Aren't you always saying I'm your wife? Curtis is my uncle, so he's yours too, right? You're not showing much sincerity." Curtis pulled out his phone and told Debbie, Debbie, be a dear and open your WeChat. I need your 2D barcode. If Carlos calls me uncle even once, I'll scan it and wire $1 million to you right now." $1 million? Debbie's eyes lit up with excitement. She nodded admiringly and marveled, "Uncle Curtis, you're amazing." The sullen man suddenly thought of something. A cunning smile broke on his face. He gently swirled the red wine in his glass, looking at it, and gulped it down. Then he said casually, "Okay, deal. Honey, take out your phone and get ready." Debbie thought Curtis was just joking, so she didn't even mess with her phone. Seeing that, Carlos lunged for her, grabbed her purse and took out her phone himself. He opened her WeChat and tapped on the 2D barcode. Lifting the phone in front of Curtis, Carlos called out respectfully, "Hi, Uncle Curtis and Aunt Colleen." At this, the couple laughed heartily. Colleen even said hi back. Curtis felt like he was on cloud 9. The ever-proud CEO, who everyone deferred to, who bowed to no one, was now calling him uncle respectfully. Of course Curtis was excited. Without any ado, he scanned Debbie's barcode and wired her a cool $1 million. When it was all said and done, Carlos wasn't done. He didn't put the phone away. "Uncle Curtis and Aunt Colleen," he repeated. Curtis nodded smugly. "Good, my dear nephew-in-law." Emotionless, Carlos spat, "Money." Colleen looked at him, doubt in her eyes. Didn't he wire the money just now? Carlos grinned evilly. "Aunt Colleen, Uncle Curtis said that if I called him uncle even once, he would give Debbie $1 million. Now that I've said it twice, it should be $2 million. A deal's a deal." Colleen was left speechless. It did sound like that. Curtis smiled bitterly. "Hey, Carlos. Are you twisting my words to rip me off?" With a nod, Carlos admitted honestly, "Yeah. Cut the crap. Where's my money?" Sighing resignedly, Curtis scanned the barcode again and wired $1 more million. When Carlos was about to address them the third time, Debbie hastily reached up and covered his mouth. "Stop. Are you trying to bankrupt them?" As she said this, she yanked her phone away from him. The CEO winked at her and nodded. Debbie put away her phone and scolded him. God, you're such a jerk. He smiled innocently. It's not my fault. He said it, I didn't. Curtis chuckled under his breath. Patting Carlos' shoulder, he joked. Carlos, you haven't remarried Debbie yet. Payback's a bitch. He turned to his niece and advised. Debbie, I've got the perfect guy for you. Young, handsome, rich. Unlike this sourpuss, my friend is tons of fun. He'll make you laugh every day. What do you think? Pulling a pure and innocent face, Debbie clapped her hands and nodded. Sounds like my ideal type. The next second, the unhappy man grabbed hold of her arm and pulled her behind him. Facing Curtis, who was smiling playfully, Carlos warned again. I said, Debbie is mine for the rest of her life. You want to find another man for her? Let them go through me first. Debbie stuck her head out and retorted, You don't have the final say in this. Carlos' face instantly fell. When Curtis and Colleen burst into a fit of laughter, Carlos pulled her into his arms and whispered in her ear, I think we need a talk now. Debbie pursed her lips. She could sense the warning in his tone, but she wasn't afraid. In a hushed voice she threatened, You sure you want to talk now? There's no telling of the outcome. The great CEO chickened out at once. He couldn't afford to irritate her now. A few moments later, Carlos and Curtis were invited to a business talk by some other guest. Meanwhile, Debbie and Colleen sat idly at the food section, enjoying the food and watching the guests come and go. Debbie's phone suddenly buzzed. It was a message from Ruby. As she bowed her head to text back, she heard some people behind her gossiping. Look, that's Debbie Nian, the woman who separated Mr. Huo and Stephanie Lee. Isn't she Mr. Huo's ex-wife? Why did she do that? Do you think she wants to remarry Mr. Huo? Of course. After all, Mr. Huo is so rich and powerful. I bet she must have been regretting it every day after the divorce. Their voices were loud enough to be heard by Debbie and Colleen. The two simultaneously turned their heads around, only to find the gossipers were a group of unacquainted women. They were glaring in Debbie's direction while berating her fervently. The gossipers were taken aback and caught off guard when they made eye contact with Debbie, although they didn't flinch nor leave the spot. With her right elbow rested on the table behind her, Debbie smirked and asked in a raised voice, Hey girls, are you talking about me? Colleen stood up in a bid to give those women a piece of her mind, but Debbie tugged at her sleeve to stop her. The group of women remained silent, staring at her warily. Debbie glanced over their shoulders and saw that Carlos was slowly approaching them. In an instant, a bright smile crept across her face, and she spoke again in the same raised voice. How did you know that I'm only after Carlos' money? What should I do now? You've seen through me. Yes, Carlos is rich and I love his money. One of the nosy women widened her eyes in disbelief upon hearing Debbie's words. She cussed. Listen to yourself. Shame on you. Shame. Debbie blinked her eyes mischievously. You mean me?
I'm shameless.
She was deliberately provoking the women. She could see that Carlos was standing right behind them, and could hear every word that was said now. Many of the other guests had noticed that there was a commotion going on. Out of curiosity, they began to make their way to the food section, so that they could hear what was happening. Yes, we're talking about you. Mr. Huo and Miss Lee were engaged, but you stepped in between them. You're the other woman. A home wrecker. One of the women spat out crossly. She envied Debbie so much. It was a good opportunity for her to vent her anger since Carlos wasn't by her side to defend her now. You home wrecker. Shameless bitch.
Slut.
We should expose your true colors to Mr. Huo. You're only after his money. You don't love him at all. Another woman abused in an agitated voice. With her eyebrows raised, Debbie almost laughed herself to tears. She echoed the woman's words. Yes, yes. I'm back with him only for his money. Look, this is one of the diamond rings he gave me. Its price would be equal to hundreds of your evening dresses. Everything on me is all from Mr. Huo. The women stared at the huge heart-shaped diamond ring on Debbie's finger, while myriads of different colors dazzled brightly from it under the lights. It stirred up jealousy in each of them, and they turned green with envy. Suddenly a deep calm voice rang from behind the women. "Ladies, I hear that I'm the topic of discussion here. True." The unexpected voice sent a shiver down their spines as they quickly turned around. When they saw Carlos standing directly behind them, they became flustered. They didn't know how long he had been there or how much of their conversation he had overheard.
No.
And Mr. Huo. Mr. Huo, no, we didn't. Two of them cowered at once and denied it. They knew they shouldn't offend Carlos. However, some of them were stupid or ballsy enough to confront him. A woman came forward and told him boldly, "Mr. Huo, word came out from your father that Debbie married you for the sake of your money. We felt sorry for you and wanted to help you seek justice. She's fooling you." A waiter came by with a tray in his hands. Carlos casually took a glass of champagne from the tray. While gently swirling the liquid in the glass, he smiled faintly. Everyone held their breath and gaped at him curiously to see what he would do next. Carlos walked past the gossipers and nonchalantly approached Debbie. To everyone's shock, he leaned over, pecked her on the lips and questioned slowly, "For money?" "Yes, Mr. Huo. Debbie Nian tried every means possible to marry you just for your wealth," the same ballsy woman asserted. Holding the champagne glass in one hand and the other tucked in his pocket, Carlos tilted his head at the woman and taunted, "So what? If she wants money, then I'll give her my money. If she wants love, then I'll give her my heart. Whatever she wants, I'll satisfy her every need. As long as my wife is Debbie Nian, I don't care what her motive is. I'll give her anything, let alone money." His romantic and doting words caused a rumble of exclamation among the onlookers. Some women couldn't help but sigh out aloud in admiration. Upon hearing Carlos' reply, the ballsy woman was left speechless. Her face burned with embarrassment. When she looked around, she noticed the disdainful looks from everyone and she hastily retreated, leaving the food section awkwardly. "Now, who said that Debbie was a shameless bitch?" Carlos asked, portraying no emotion in his voice. The group of busybodies looked guiltily among themselves and fell into silence for a moment. Then, a woman was pointed out by the others. Engulfed with fear, the woman shook her head vigorously. The color drained from her face, and she was white as a sheet. Opening her mouth, she wanted to apologize to Debbie, but Carlos' death glare silenced her. Carlos instructed Frankie in a low and cold voice, "Take her outside." "Yes, Mr. Huo." Frankie gestured to the bodyguards. Soon enough, two bodyguards emerged from the onlookers. They sandwiched the woman and locked her arms. While dragging her outside, one of the bodyguards covered the woman's mouth to avoid attracting more attention. They left the banquet hall in a low-key way. However, there were still many guests who witnessed the woman being taken out. No one dared say anything or try to stop them. They were afraid that they might meet the same fate as she did and land themselves in trouble. Debbie tugged at Carlos' sleeve. "Where are they taking her?" she asked in a worried tone. Carlos looked at her and gently caressed her head. Sensing her concern, he assured her, "Don't worry. Ever since he had a wife, Carlos wasn't as cruel as he used to be." Debbie whispered, "Just teach her a little lesson. Don't go too far, okay?" She was angry with that woman's insulting words, so she didn't want to let her get away with it. It was okay to punish her, but she didn't want Carlos to overdo it. Carlos raised an eyebrow and held her chin. "I know what to do. Don't you trust me?" Debbie slapped his hand away. "No, I don't." She had heard a lot about how brutal and merciless Carlos could be. People said that anyone who offended him or crossed his line would end up miserably. So she felt worried about what would happen to the woman. To set her mind at ease, Carlos took out his phone and called Frankie. He ordered coldly, "Carve a bitch on her face and throw her out onto the street." After putting his phone away, he brazenly pulled her closer to him and asked, "Honey, is that okay?" Debbie got goosebumps just thinking about the order that Carlos gave. "No, that's too painful. Just punch her a few times." Carlos didn't listen to her this time. He shook his head and reminded her, "Honey, you need to know one thing. To be kind to your enemy is to be cruel to yourself. If it were a few years ago, I would have had that woman's mouth stitched up. She's lucky that I'm much more benevolent now because my kind and lovely wife has changed me. You're my angel. Debbie listened to Carlos silently. His last words surprised her. He didn't miss a single chance he got to flatter her or say sweet words to her. Were those really words from the arrogant Carlos? Taking a sip of the juice, Debbie turned to Colleen, who was also stunned by his words. Aunt Colleen, Carlos has been acting really weird ever since he regained his memory. He's being sweet to me every day. It's not like him. Do you think there is still some problem with his brain after the accident? Rubbing her forehead in frustration, Colleen begged in her mind. Don't get me involved in your affairs, Debbie. But of course, Debbie couldn't hear Colleen's silent voice. She just kept staring at her for an answer. Left with no choice, Colleen replied with a sigh. You little fool. There's nothing wrong with his brain. He loves you so much and that's why he's acting this way. His romantic side shows up only for you. Debbie pursed her lips. Fine, forget it. Carlos was very much satisfied with Colleen's answer. He grinned broadly and said, Carry on with your food. I still have something to discuss with Barlow. I'll take you home after that. With that, he mischievously planted a kiss on her cheek before walking away. Taken advantage of by the brazen man once again, Debbie flushed, feeling bashful and angry at the same time. Colleen almost choked. Looking at Carlos' receding figure, she whispered to Debbie, I'm pretty sure that there's absolutely nothing wrong with Carlos' brain. He has completely recovered. Didn't you see the affection in his eyes when he looked at you? I'm really impressed. It reminded Colleen of the old days. 3 years ago, before he lost his memories, Carlos always showed off his love for Debbie in front of his group of friends. It was the same again. The old Carlos had indeed come back. Debbie chuckled at her words. Of course, she had noticed the affection in his eyes. A river of happiness flooded through her. Debbie waited for Carlos at the food section. She thought that he would finish his talk soon, but after waiting for a long while, he still hadn't shown up. Even Curtis had come back after he was done socializing with the other guests. As they waited, a man ran through the crowd and made his way to Debbie. Miss Nian, something is wrong. Mr. Huo and Miss Li went upstairs to a hotel room just now. Debbie recognized the man as one of Tristan's helpers. Without a second thought, she shot to her feet and rushed towards the elevator. Colleen grabbed hold of her wrist. Debbie, calm down. We're coming with you. Debbie turned around to look at both Colleen and Curtis. With them by her side, she found her composure. She trusted Carlos. He would never do anything to hurt her. The three of them followed the man into the elevator and went to the 17th floor of the hotel. Tristan was already waiting in front of room 1710. When he saw Debbie, he quickly walked up to her and reported in a low voice, Mr. Huo and Miss Li went into the room a minute ago. Staring at the closed door, Debbie questioned, Just the two of them? Tristan hesitated for a second before answering honestly, Yes. But Mrs. Huo, please don't worry. I'm sure that Mr. Huo has his reasons. Debbie walked closer to the door. Suddenly, they heard Stephanie shriek from inside the room. Everyone outside the door was startled. Since it was a scream coming from a room where a man and a woman were alone, they couldn't tell whether it was a shriek of fear or pleasure. Curtis patted on Debbie's shoulder to comfort her. He had asked someone to fetch the room key. Shortly, a waiter hurried towards them with the master key. He swiped the key card on the lock and opened the door ajar. Debbie froze the moment she saw what was happening inside the room. So did Curtis and Colleen. Stephanie was lying on her back on the king-sized bed, her dress disheveled, while Carlos was standing beside the bed, neatly dressed. His hand was tightly gripped around Stephanie's neck, strangling the woman. His eyes were like those of a demon's, cold and bloody. Stephanie's face had turned a bright red as she struggled to breathe. When she heard the noise from the doorway, she crazily flailed her right arm, asking for help from whosoever. With his back to the door, Carlos didn't give a damn about who had come in. All he wanted to do at that moment was strangle Stephanie to death. Snapping back to reality, Debbie hastily rushed to the edge of the bed. She grabbed Carlos' arm to stop him.
Carlos, no.
Debbie's voice brought him back to his senses. He loosened his forceful grip a little bit and called out, "Honey." Carlos let go of her. Debbie yelled anxiously when she saw that Stephanie's breathing had weakened. The woman had even stopped struggling. In a panic, Debbie squatted on the bed next to her and tried to pry Carlos' hand away. But the man didn't move a muscle. He spat between clenched teeth. No, she must die today. Curtis realized that Carlos was dead serious. Before things could turn worse, he ran over to stop Carlos. He grabbed the angry man from behind and tried to drag him away. Meanwhile, Debbie was still trying hard to pry each of his fingers open. Yet their efforts ended in vain. He just wouldn't let go. Stephanie's face now began to turn deathly pale. Debbie's heart skipped a beat.
No, no.
I can't let Carlos commit murder, she thought, burning with anxiety and fear. She collected herself and changed the strategy. Pulling an angry face, she glared at Carlos and berated. Carlos Huo, you aren't even listening to me. I swear I'll leave Y City with your daughter if you don't let go of that woman right away. You'll never see Piggy or me ever again. Debbie turned on her heels and walked away from the scene. But just as she walked past Carlos, he grabbed her hand. She heaved a sigh of relief when she saw his big palm holding her hand. His hand was on hers, so Stephanie should be safe now. In an instant, she heard Stephanie gasping for air and coughing violently. The sound echoed through the quiet room. Carlos pulled Debbie into his arms. Where are you going with our daughter? He asked, sounding rather helpless. What do you care? Debbie yelled, her voice trembling. She was still haunted by the fear of Carlos becoming a murderer. He kissed her forehead gently and showed his empty hands to her. I let go of her, he coaxed. Since Carlos had regained his memory, Debbie wasn't afraid of getting mad at him in front of others. She reprimanded him further. Did you consider my feelings when you were trying to kill her? If you become a murderer, what should Evelyn and I do? I won't be put behind bars, he wanted to say, but Debbie didn't let him finish. Yes, I know how powerful you are in Y City. Even if you kill both Stephanie and James, you won't be put in jail. But how do you think I would feel about it? It would haunt me forever if I see you kill a person in front of my eyes. My life would be overshadowed by the trauma. You always say that you love me. Is this the love you have for me? Make me spend my life with a criminal. Carlos said nothing. Curtis couldn't help but let out a chuckle under his breath. Carlos looked like a kid being scolded by his mother. You're a grown man, not a kid. Can't you think before you spring into action? Did you even think about your wife and daughter? When Evelyn grows up, people will laugh at her saying that her father is a murderer and her mother an accomplice. Your daughter will be frowned upon by others for the rest of her life. Do you understand what I am saying? She continued to bombard him with a barrage of tongue-lashing. Carlos patiently waited till she vented all her anger. He understood her anger. Although he was being scolded in front of others, he wasn't bothered at all. Instead, he hugged her again and tried to appease her. Honey. Debbie struggled in his arms, trying to break free, but to no avail. In the end, she slapped his shoulder lightly. Don't call me that. I'm not your wife. If you won't listen to me, never say that you love me again. Okay. I heard you. I'll listen to whatever you say from now on. Don't be pissed. He coaxed her again. The last thing he wanted to do was make this woman angry. The others in the room stared at Carlos and Debbie. They thought that they would be witnessing a horror scene with Carlos strangling Stephanie to death. But instead, it seemed like they had ended up watching a romantic movie. Carlos and Debbie were openly showing their affection for each other. Debbie had calmed down after hearing Carlos' soothing words. She cast a sideways glance at him and asked, Really? Really? I promise. Carlos said with a soft smile. Debbie heaved a long sigh of relief and then said, You would be doing Stephanie and James a favor if you kill them off so easily. We should torture them first and then turn them over to the police. Let them suffer for what they did. Although Carlos didn't tell everyone that he had gotten his memory back, almost everyone around him already knew the truth, including James. James already had plans in place to deal with the situation if Carlos ever turned against him. He just didn't know when that day would come. Carlos hadn't planned to deal with his enemies this soon. But Stephanie's actions had pushed his buttons. She tried to drug him. When Carlos had figured out her intentions, he pretended to be drugged and came to the room with her. Then he had laid her tricks bare. Okay, I'll do as you say. After soothing his woman, Carlos turned to the others. His eyes were cold again. He looked at Curtis, Colleen and Tristan and asked indifferently, "Wanna stay and watch the show?" Curtis nodded with a smirk. Colleen felt uneasy and tugged at Curtis' sleeve. "Show? Is it gonna be bloody?" she asked, fear evident in her voice. She had heard of Carlos' cruel means whilst he dealt with his enemies, and had just felt his demonic aura a moment ago. Curtis patted her shoulder. "Don't worry. Carlos is a reasonable man." Carlos had his men take Stephanie to a presidential suite's bedroom. Then he and the rest of the party went after them. After arranging everything for the show, Carlos and Curtis sat at an automatic mahjong table in the living room. A few minutes later, Niles entered, gasping for air. After quickly grabbing a glass of water, he asked, "Carlos, I've been working for the whole day. I am only here since you asked me to come as soon as possible. Dude, I'm super exhausted. What do you want?" Carlos, who was playing with the mahjong tiles, raised his eyes to look at Niles. "Did you bring enough money?" "What?" Niles stared blankly at Carlos. "General Never Victorious, he wants you to play mahjong with us," Curtis said with a grin. "You know that Carlos seldom loses. If you don't have enough money, call your brother and ask him to wire some money to your account." "Hey, watch it. Who are you calling General Never Victorious, huh? I won big against Carlos the night before Pepper Nian's wedding." Debbie was stunned. "The night before my wedding? How did I not know about this?" she thought, staring at Carlos. Curtis chuckled. "How silly. You just reminded Carlos of his very unpleasant memory. You are doomed, Niles. I do feel bad for you." Niles had not only reminded Carlos of the money he had lost that night, but also mentioned the one thing Carlos hated to hear the most, Debbie's marriage to Ivan. Niles panicked. He knew that he had messed up. He said immediately, "I don't feel like playing mahjong today. I'm only here to watch the show." "Carlos, you called me here to watch the show, right?" Without sparing him even a single glance, Carlos simply spat. "No mahjong, no show. Damn. I shouldn't have come here. No, I shouldn't have answered his call in the first place. He's gonna torture me now." Niles cursed inwardly. Left with no choice, he sat opposite Carlos. Staring at the empty chair, he asked curiously, "We need a fourth player. Who else did you call?" Carlos finally raised his eyes to look at Niles. "You'll know when he's here." Within a few minutes, someone knocked at the door, and then two bodyguards pushed a woman into the room. Debbie recognized her. Glenda, Stephanie's mother. Debbie asked Carlos in a low voice, "Why bring her here?" Her hot breath on his ear made his senses tingle. He bent towards her and said in a whisper, "Mother and daughter should share their weal and woe." Debbie frowned. Share their weal and woe? What does he mean? Does he have something planned for Glenda as well? Glenda's face was in shock when she saw the people in the room. But before she could say anything, one of the bodyguards gagged her, and the other tied her up. She could neither speak nor move. Horror was seen plainly in her face. She made strange noises, but no one could make out what she was saying. No one cared. The bodyguards threw her into the bedroom where Stephanie was being held. Stephanie was on the bed, struggling because of the drug. Beads of sweat broke out on her face, and her clothes were loose. After another 10 minutes, the last person of the show arrived. The Fox. James Huo. He was relieved when he saw so many people in the room. Carlos had asked him to come over, and he had been uneasy the whole way. He can't do anything to me under so many watchful eyes, he thought. When Debbie's eyes met James, she ground her teeth in rage. Her hands balled into fists, her eyes full of resentment. How she wished she could kill the old bastard right there. A warm hand wrapped around her fist. Carlos raised her fist and kissed it softly. Like a magic spell was cast upon her. Debbie instantly calmed down. Curtis put on his usual smile and greeted James. "Good evening, Uncle James. You came at just the right time. Come and play with us." Niles too gave him a broad smile and said, "Uncle James, I have already lost too much money to them. Help me." James didn't miss the intimate interaction between Debbie and Carlos. He looked away from them and forced a smile. "How rude of you guys. It's so late, yet you called me over to play mahjong." After he sat down, Carlos pressed a button and the table automatically shuffled the mahjong tiles. "Playing just mahjong will be boring. Wait for a while. We have an interesting show coming up soon," he said. James had a bad feeling in his gut, but he didn't know what was going to happen. He tried to stay calm. "Really? I'm looking forward to it." The first round started. While they were playing, no one spoke. The atmosphere was rather tense. By the end of the round, Niles said cheerfully, "I won. Ah, looks like it's my lucky day." After taking the chips from the other three, Niles pressed the button on the table once again and they began the second round. As if Carlos and Curtis had made some deal beforehand, Niles and James continued to win more rounds. James became much more relaxed after winning some money. "Niles, you have made a lot of money this evening. You have to buy us something to snack on." Niles raised his chin proudly and said, "No problem. Order anything you like." "Ah." James laughed heartily. After a while, the doorbell rang again. Tristan went to answer the door. James raised his head to see who it was, and then he frowned deeply. A bad smell pervaded the room. Everyone in the room closed their noses, overcome with a feeling of nausea. Unable to bear the smell, Niles held his nose and asked, "Carlos, what do you want?" Carlos looked at the mahjong tiles before him and answered casually, "Just enjoy the show." Debbie covered her nose and mouth with both her hands. It wasn't because she looked down upon beggars. It was because the stench was overbearing. She looked at Carlos in shock. "I thought he was a germaphobe? How can he be so calm?" she thought. Curtis and Carlos continued playing mahjong as if they didn't smell anything, whereas everyone else had disgusted expressions and struggled to keep themselves from running to the bathroom to vomit. The bodyguards led the beggars to the bedroom where Stephanie and Glenda were. After the bodyguards whispered something to them, the beggars said in unison, "No problem." James had his back to the bedroom. He turned in an attempt to see what was going on, but his view was blocked by the wall. He turned back to Carlos and asked, "Who are they? Why bring them here?" Carlos removed a white dragon tile and flashed a cynical smile. "There are 2 women in the bedroom. It's going to be a wonderful night for the guys." 2 women. James' heart skipped a beat. "What women?" James could hear muffled sounds of 2 women struggling coming from within the bedroom. Their mouths were covered, so he was unable to identify who they were. Carlos' eyes were as cold as ice. He had every intention of telling James who the women were. "Stephanie Lee masqueraded as my girlfriend and bullied Debbie while I lost my memory. She even tried to drug me this evening. Her mother insulted Debbie. I need to teach them a lesson so they won't dare mess with my woman again." Carlos had already told Debbie and Curtis that Stephanie had tried to drug him. Fortunately, Carlos had swapped his drugged glass of wine with the other glass, and consequently, Stephanie ended up falling into her own trap and drinking it. James froze. It was not until then that he realized that the women inside the bedroom were Glenda and Stephanie, his mistress and daughter. The blood immediately rushed to his head, and he was as red as a tomato. He banged the mahjong table with his fists and roared, "Carlos Huo, you're pushing this too far. How can you do this to them?" Debbie felt elated when she saw how angry James had become. Without bothering to even glance at James, Carlos said nonchalantly, "You've got high blood pressure, don't you? You really should keep calm." Then he raised his head and looked James in the eye. "Why are you so nervous? Are you going to help them?" he asked, feigning ignorance. "Do I look like I'm nervous?" James was startled. He took a few breaths to calm himself down. Should I tell him everything and confront him?
No, no.
I can't. As long as I'm his father nominally, he can't deal with me. I still have a chance to leave this place. Having made up his mind, James said, Carlos, Stephanie is a weak girl. She's innocent. How can you get people to her? And Glenda just said something unpleasant to Debbie. Don't you think you're going too far by doing this? Just put a stop to it. James' face and neck were all red, but he didn't realize that. He thought he was giving the appearance of being calm. They deserve this, Carlos said. Since no one was in the mood to play mahjong anymore, he began to play with Debbie's hand. James had tried to put in a good word for the two women to save them, but it was to no avail. So he tried another tactic. Carlos, how will you be able to live with yourself and be able to face Stephanie's father in the future? It'll affect the ZL Group's reputation significantly if this gets out. Carlos didn't respond. Instead, he looked at Frankie, who stood by the door of the bedroom, and said, "Let them enjoy the night." Frankie understood immediately. Nodding his head, he took a deep breath before entering the foul-smelling bedroom. Before long, everyone in the living room heard Stephanie's and Glenda's desperate moans. Debbie was sickened by the sounds and wanted to cover her ears to block them out. She understood now what Carlos meant when he said, mother and daughter should share their weal and woe. Niles was the last one who realized what was going on. With his eyes wide, he complained, Carlos, I'm still a kid. How can you do this to me? My white soul is tainted because of you. Carlos is such an asshole. The reason why he called me over is that he needs me to take first aid measures if something bad happens. Niles cursed in his mind. Carlos picked up a chip and threw it before Niles. Take it, little boy. Debbie and Colleen can take the rest of your chips and buy some candies for you. What?
No.
My chips. I finally managed to win so many chips. Niles cried inwardly. Unable to endure the horrible sounds any longer, Debbie and Colleen stood up from their seats and planned to leave the hotel. When Niles saw them about to leave, he took the opportunity to leave as well. However, Carlos stopped him in his tracks. Stop, he demanded. Niles turned to look at Carlos in confusion. Carlos lit a cigarette and said casually, You need to stay and take care of them. What if they die here? Then I'll be a murderer and my wife will leave with my daughter. Fighting hard to hold back the impulse to vomit, Niles pointed to the door to the presidential suite and asked, Can I stand by the door?
No.
We're good buddies. We should share our weal and woe. Carlos refused him outright. He is a devil. How can he remain so calm? Niles thought, Why didn't you call Damon and Wesley over? They're your good buddies too, he complained. Curtis chuckled and explained to him, Your brother is busy looking for Blair. And Damon was so angry at Carlos for what he had done that he blocked his number. Niles cast a glance at Carlos and wondered if he should block his number too. Carlos knew what he was thinking and shot him a warning look. If you dare block my number, you'll be needing a doctor, he threatened. How can you bully me like this? Said Niles, pouting his lips. The three of them argued among themselves as if they were unfazed about what was happening in the bedroom. James, who had been closing his eyes all this time, opened them and stood up from his seat. I have to get out of here, he said, walking towards the door. Carlos smiled and asked sarcastically, What's the rush? Glenda heard James' voice and suddenly cried out loud, James, help us! MMMPage. When James heard her pleas for help, he stopped in his tracks. He couldn't do anything to help them, so he pulled out a small bottle of pills and put a few into his mouth. He then turned to Carlos and warned him, Carlos, I can't just sit here and let you do this to them. If you still refuse to let them go, I'm going to call the police. Carlos exhaled a mouthful of smoke and mocked, I am your son. Adopted though. The woman inside the room tried to drug me, yet you chose to side with her. James Huo, you value an outsider more than me? Sounds like Carlos doesn't realize Stephanie's my kid, James thought to himself. He was relieved, but he tried not to let it show. Thinking of this, he pretended to be sad and dejected. Don't even think about it. I didn't raise you to be a criminal. They're just two women. Leave them alone. Just two women? Carlos flashed a scornful smile. Stephanie hired someone to Megan and tried to frame Debbie for Megan's death. She hired thugs to kill me and Debbie while we were on vacation. She even put Ivan and Debbie's marriage license on social media. An open invitation to cyberbullying. She slipped me a Mickey to try and have sex with me. Just a woman? She's a vicious, evil bitch. Her mother Glenda isn't any better. She's been James' mistress for years. She's the one who wanted me and Stephanie together, and James just gave in to her. Carlos thought to himself. James, of course, saw the disdain in Carlos' eyes, but he could do nothing. He couldn't just come clean to the CEO. That would implicate him. Carlos, listen to your old man. Just let it go, he pleaded. Let it go. Carlos pressed the button on the mahjong table, and it began to shuffle the tiles. Let's play a few more rounds. If you win, I'll leave them alone. James had no choice. He had to sit down and pit his skills against Carlos. This was vital. If Carlos went after these women, they might blow the lid off the whole thing. The other guests started scanning the table, formulating strategies even before the tiles were revealed. Before this, Niles and James were on top. But now things changed. Curtis was the victor this time. Niles was already in a bad mood because of the stench. Now that he kept losing, his face grew even darker. I bet you cheated, he spat. Curtis smiled and said nothing. He was cheating after a fashion. Carlos kept giving him the right tiles. Beads of sweat appeared on James' forehead. The mere thought of his lover and daughter being raped by beggars made his heart ache. Of course, Carlos was doing this on purpose. He didn't want James to win. As a result, James lost round after round. Debbie and Colleen, on the other hand, went to the bathroom and retched after they left the living room. Colleen washed her face and rinsed her mouth before saying, "That's messed up. Carlos paid the bums to them. James can't be happy." Debbie leaned against the wall and said, "Stephanie drugging him was the straw that broke the camel's back. She deserved it. Lucky she didn't succeed. It's a little poetic justice. Try to someone, get raped in return. Thank God Carlos was smart enough to figure it out," she thought. Colleen approached her and whispered in her ear, "I heard Stephanie hired someone to kill Megan. Is that true?" The mention of Megan reminded Debbie of something. "I'm heading to ZL Group. Do you want to come with me?" she asked. "What? Why?" Colleen was completely confused. "Megan's diary is just sitting in Carlos' office. I've been too busy to go check it out. We're at loose ends. Don't you want to know what's in there?" But the hour was late, and she wasn't going to go there alone. She needed Colleen to keep her company. Colleen immediately nodded her head. "Sure. Why not? Maybe I'll get some answers. Like why she tried to mess with me and my husband." They left the bathroom hand in hand. As they both had a few drinks tonight, Debbie called a bodyguard over and asked him to drive them to the ZL Group offices. On the way, she called Carlos and told him that she and Colleen were going to take a peek inside Megan's diary. "It's about time," Carlos said. "I'll have someone standing by to unlock the doors." When they arrived, 2 security guards were waiting for them at the entrance. They led them to the CEO's office and then waited outside, guarding the door. "Not very friendly, are they?" Colleen remarked after the door was closed behind them. "They don't have to be. They just have to be effective," Debbie said, looking around for the safe. While Debbie searched for the diary, Colleen walked towards the indoor golf court and set a golf ball on the tee. Meanwhile, Debbie had located the safe and opened it with the code Carlos gave her. There were many important documents and a few rings of keys inside. Debbie was stunned for a while and thought, "Carlos trusts me that much? If I'm not wrong, any item here could be worth at least 10 million. He just gave me the code without a second thought." Debbie was deeply moved. She started to tear up and had to take a little bit to compose herself. She took several breaths to calm down and began to root around inside the box for the diary. Soon she found a thick notebook and thought she might have finally found it. She opened it and confirmed it was a diary. She took it out and locked the safe. Colleen looked over and was about to ask how she was coming along. She saw that Debbie finally held it in her hands, so she dropped the golf club and walked over. They sat on the sofa and began to page through it. Megan started her diary more than 10 years ago. The entries were short and she didn't write in it every day. Some entries were jumbled and referred to past events, some of which the women were unclear on. So they skimmed it, looking for the relevant parts. Colleen and Debbie didn't know why Megan had written everything down, including how she felt about Carlos and Wesley. It turned out that Megan got close to Carlos, Wesley, Damon and Curtis on purpose because she swore to mess up their lives. And she could use her feminine wiles to do so. In order to make Colleen jealous, Megan flirted with Curtis. Megan would be delighted when Colleen and Curtis started fighting over it. Megan screwed things up for Wesley and Blair. Blair had even gotten engaged to another man. As for Megan's hatred for Debbie, she had also written it down. It read, "Carlos loves Debbie a lot. She gets all the love and affection he used to reserve for me. He even blamed me and asked me to be nicer to her. Well, fuck him. Why should I be nicer? My parents died saving Carlos and Wesley. I lost my parents and these guys got off scot-free. Well, not anymore. They'll pay for the misery they caused me. They'll wish they died then and there. I hate them. If I can't be happy, then nobody can. They'll pay. Believe me, they'll pay." In the diary, Megan had confessed that she had deliberately caused trouble for Debbie in the Huo family's house in New York. It worked, they all hated her. She wanted to screw up everything and everyone in that family. It would be a pleasant surprise if Valerie hated Debbie so much that the old woman died because of it. Debbie continued reading the diary and became infuriated. It read, "I accidentally hit Casey, Debbie's friend. Why didn't she just die like that? With Casey dead, Debbie's life would be hell. If Debbie was unhappy, then Carlos would be unhappy too. I was frightened after I hit her. I bought off someone to eliminate the surveillance video, but Carlos still found out about it somehow. He had his men recover the surveillance video. I was worried that he would report me to the police, so I went to his office and begged him to delete the surveillance video and help me. But he didn't. So this is the man who swore that he would take care of me forever. He's so cold-hearted. It was the worst time of my life when I was behind bars. I swear I'll send them to jail one day, Debbie, Carlos, and Wesley. I'll make them pay for what they've done to me." After reading the diary for a while, both Debbie and Colleen felt that there must have been something wrong with Megan's mental state. They could feel her dark and gloomy thoughts just by reading the diary. They also found Stephanie mentioned in Megan's diary. Debbie had always been curious about why Stephanie and Megan got along so well with each other. However, after reading the diary, she discovered that it wasn't like that at all. Stephanie and Megan were also enemies. Megan had done many things to drive a wedge between Carlos and Stephanie. She acted intimately with him before Stephanie, pretended to be ill so Carlos would come to her place late at night, and so on. She did similar things to separate Carlos and Debbie as well. However, unlike Debbie, Stephanie was extremely cruel and merciless. She hired people to go to Megan's college and frighten her. They would beat her in the beginning. Back then, when Debbie got to Megan's apartment, Stephanie was there too. Stephanie had gone there to question Megan why she had done so many things to separate her and Carlos. Megan had even slapped Stephanie before Debbie arrived. Perhaps Megan was too weak, so there was no palm print on Stephanie's face. Later, Megan was hospitalized for drinking raw eggs. Before long after she had been discharged from the hospital, something bad happened to her. The bodyguards Carlos had hired for Megan sensed that Carlos and Wesley had become indifferent toward Megan, so they weren't as responsible as before. This allowed Stephanie to do something terrible to her. One day, two men grabbed Megan and dragged her to one of the groves near the college. In the grove, they raped her. Megan didn't know whom the men worked for, but she assumed that it must have something to do with Stephanie. Since she had no proof, she had to keep it a secret first. Debbie's reappearance had stressed Stephanie. She wasn't dumb. The flirtation between Carlos and Debbie didn't escape her eye. She told Megan that she would deal with her first, and then handle Debbie, who was bold and good at martial arts. Megan's last diary entry was still about Debbie. It read, Debbie is getting married to another man. Carlos looks so sad. Wow, what a wonderful day. He will be giving her away himself. I wonder if he'll kick himself once he gets his memory back. They love each other but can't be together. Let it be this way forever. Make them suffer. Ah. Debbie closed the notebook and looked at Colleen. Disbelief was written all over their faces. Both were silent and deep in thought for a long while. Colleen finally broke the silence and exclaimed, "Oh my! Am I daydreaming? This woman was despicable. All she did was mess with Carlos and Wesley. It's a good thing that she's dead. Otherwise, I don't know what would happen." Debbie nodded. Stephanie is indeed James' daughter. They're both cruel and scheming. Thinking about that, she shuddered with fear. When she first met Stephanie, she thought she was a pretty and elegant businesswoman. The saying was indeed right. Never judge a man by his appearance. Stephanie wanted to kill two birds with one stone. She could get rid of both Megan and you by doing this. Luckily, Carlos helped you out. Otherwise, things would have been rather complicated, Colleen commented. She had met Stephanie several times before. Never in her wildest dreams did she imagine that Stephanie could be such a vicious woman. Maybe it's because she loves Carlos so much, Debbie sighed. Luckily, Megan never loved Carlos. She just wanted to avenge her parents' death. If she loved Carlos, she might have done more crazy things, she thought. Colleen looked at Debbie and asked curiously, "Debbie, what is it that you want? Now that Carlos has his memory back, why don't you get back with him?" Debbie shook her head. "Oh, Colleen, you don't know how he treated me in his amnesia. If it weren't for Piggy and you guys, I would have been struck with depression again. Nevertheless, I won't have a row with Carlos for now. We still have common enemies. I'm not that stupid to push him away. After dealing with James and Stephanie, I'll make Carlos pay for what he had done to me. Revenge is a dessert better served cold." After saying that, Debbie gave Colleen a cunning smile. Colleen patted her shoulder and said, "Sis, your plan is great. I'm behind you 100%. However, you better not push him to other women. You know, your husband is popular. Rest assured, I don't give a damn about the other women. If he genuinely loves me, he won't make me sad." Debbie firmly believed that Carlos was head over heels in love with her. Footsteps could be heard from outside the office, and then the door was pushed open. Carlos and Curtis came in. Debbie pulled out her phone to check the time. It was already 1 a.m. "Honey." Carlos pulled her into his arms and kissed her on the lips. With a blushed face, Debbie pushed him away and spat out, "Get away from me. I'm not your honey." Colleen stood up and walked towards Curtis. "Carlos, if you want to marry Debbie, you'll have to get permission from us first. After all, Curtis is her uncle," she said playfully. Carlos held Debbie's waist and said, "After my wife has said yes, I'll talk with you too." "Man, we're not as accommodating as Debbie," Curtis said with a smile. Carlos raised an eyebrow. "Debbie is accommodating? You've got to be kidding me." Carlos had recovered his memory for quite some time now, but Debbie still hadn't agreed to remarry him. This frustrated Carlos to no end. On the way to Carlos Manor, Debbie pondered on Megan's diary entries. Carlos took her hand and kissed it non-stop, which annoyed her. She pulled her hand back and snapped at him. "Enough! You're drooling all over my hand and it's gross." Carlos was taken aback and didn't know how to respond. He looked at her smooth hand. There was no saliva at all. Carlos sat straight and pulled Debbie in his arms. "Honey, we need to talk," he said seriously. "What do you want to talk about?" "Our sex life." He hadn't made love to her for a long time. Blushing, Debbie stole a glance at Tristan, who was driving the vehicle. She covered Carlos' mouth with her hand, glaring at him, and spat. "Stop talking nonsense, old man. You're not young anymore. Too much sex is bad for your health." Carlos chuckled at her red face and rolled up the interior screen so they could have some privacy. Debbie removed her hand from his mouth, and Carlos held her tightly in his arms, refusing to let her go. He whispered in her ear, "Honey, if I wait any longer, I'm afraid that something might happen to my manhood." Debbie pulled out her phone and started reading updates on Weibo while saying, "Does that have anything to do with me? Of course it does. You're my wife, yet you forbid me from doing my duty as your husband. If I get sick one day because of that, you'll be the one to blame." After saying that, he kissed her affectionately on the lips. Debbie pushed him away and ignored what he said. "How's Megan's case going? Now that we know the mastermind is Stephanie, what are you planning to do?" she asked. The mere mention of Stephanie was enough to gross Carlos out. His desire decreased, and his eyes became clearer. "Well, I haven't found the woman who disguised herself as you. Once I find her, I'll sue Stephanie for it." "What if you fail to find her? Will Stephanie get away with this?" Carlos played with her hair, and a murderous look appeared in his eyes. "Of course not. If I fail to find that woman, I'll use all means to make Stephanie speak." Debbie held his hand so he couldn't play with her hair. "How did it go in the hotel room? Did James give himself away?" she asked seriously. Carlos gave her a reassuring smile and said, "Stephanie is his daughter. All he had done to you was to separate us and make his daughter the hostess of the Huo family. When his daughter and mistress were being raped right before him, of course, he failed to maintain his composure. James tried his best to appear calm, but his red eyes and quickened breaths had betrayed him. He had to take 2 pills to lower his blood pressure. Otherwise, he might have had a heart attack. When the beggars left the hotel, James didn't even dare to go inside and check the 2 women's situation. Poor Niles. Carlos forced him into the bedroom to check on both mother and daughter to see if their lives were in any danger. At that time, Niles deeply regretted having chosen to be a doctor. "I should have listened to Wesley and joined the army. That way, I wouldn't have had to face such an unpleasant situation now," he thought. A few minutes later, when Niles walked out of the bedroom, his face was drained of all color, and he was as white as a sheet. He shook his head, meaning their lives weren't in danger. Then he rushed to the bathroom to vomit. Carlos didn't know what had happened after that as he also left. Before leaving the hotel, he gave 2 cleaning staff members a check each, and then drove off with Curtis. Debbie contemplated his words and then said, "Stephanie deserved everything she got. She had people Megan and kill her. But Glenda just insulted Piggy and me and nothing else. I think Carlos was too hard on her," she thought. Carlos snorted. "Neither of them can get away with it. Glenda insulted my woman and my daughter. By doing that, she was playing with death. I would have had her killed if it weren't for you." Debbie rolled her eyes and couldn't help wonder how cruel Carlos had been before they met. After Carlos swore that he wouldn't have sex with her against her will, Debbie finally agreed to go to the manor with him. He held her in his arms, kissing her repeatedly in an attempt to arouse her, but it was all to no avail. In the end, he had to take a cold shower to calm himself down. It seemed that Debbie had made up her mind to teach him a lesson. To Carlos, not being allowed to make love to her was the cruelest torture. The next day, Carlos got a text message from his man that James had disappeared last night. Before he left the hotel, he had tried to take Stephanie with him, but Carlos' people had stopped him. Glenda and Angus got divorced. Angus was not surprised at all, nor did he try to make her stay. He had mentally prepared for this day a long time ago. After signing the divorce papers, Angus flew to New York. The first thing he did after he arrived was to go to the mental hospital and visit Tabitha. At the mental hospital, Tabitha was a mere bag of bones and not the elegant lady she used to be. She was playing with a beach ball, and her eyes were lifeless and empty. At times she would laugh like a lunatic and other times she would cry like a baby. Angus was in a nice suit and leather shoes. His heart ached when he saw her. "Tabitha," he greeted her in a soft voice. Angus had known Tabitha when he was a kid. They had been desk mates at primary school. When they grew up, she married James, and he married Glenda because of his grandfather's request. Upon hearing her name, Tabitha raised her head and gave Angus a broad smile. "Are you here to play with me?" she asked. Angus shook his head. He wasn't sure if Tabitha could understand him, but he still said, Glenda and I got divorced. All these years I thought I could make her fall in love with me, but I was wrong. His voice trailed off. He had long known that Glenda and James were having an affair, but he was always too cowardly to accept it and expose it. Tabitha took a bite of the beach ball in her hand. Her eyes lit up and she gave it to Angus. Yummy. Do you want to try some? Angus looked at her stunned and then shook his head. Tabitha, I want to tell you something. James lied to you. He isn't the man who saved you. I feel bad for you. Tabitha, you should divorce him. You deserve someone better than him. The mere mention of James' name put Tabitha on alert. She looked at Angus warily and asked, Who are you? What are you doing here? Where's James? Bring him here. Why doesn't he come to see me? Angus forced a bitter smile. How could he tell Tabitha that her husband had been fooling around with another woman while she was suffering in a mental hospital? Tabitha, we're no longer young. We should just let it go and move on. James won't end up well. Carlos is dealing with him now. It's all because of Stephanie. Angus' eyes reddened. That night, Carlos had his men bring him to the hotel, so he knew what had happened. Carlos had a block booking for the whole floor and didn't close the door to the room. As a result, Angus could hear everything that was happening while he was standing outside the room. He saw the beggars enter the room with obscene smiles. He also saw James sit at the mahjong table. He wanted to stop the beggars, but when he thought of everything that Glenda had done to him, he decided otherwise. He hated her. She had been cheating on him for 30 years. The daughter that he had doted on, loved and cherished wasn't his daughter at all, but a product of her infidelity. Fortunately, he still had a son, his own flesh and blood. Tabitha threw the beach ball away. The ball was quite light, buffeted by the winds. But what goes up must come down. Ah! See? It won't fly. Hey, are you James? Tell me why it won't fly. She had gone completely insane. Angus sighed helplessly. After a while he said in a sad voice, I need to leave. I'm heading back to Y City. Take good care of yourself, Tabitha. Get well soon. Before he left, he gave the nurses taking care of Tabitha some money and asked them to take excellent care of her. There's more where this came from if I find her in the best of health, he said. Although he knew Carlos would have already shoved tons of cash in their direction, this was the least he could do for Tabitha. That very evening, Carlos got a phone call from a nurse at the mental hospital. Mr. Huo, I'm sorry to bother you. I regret to inform you that Mrs. Tabitha Huo killed herself. The news of Tabitha's death came as a shock to Carlos. He felt like he'd been slapped. He flew to New York immediately. The other family members came along as well. By the time they arrived, it was the next day. When they got there, he asked the driver to send Miranda and Evelyn to the Huo family's house. He and Debbie went to the mental hospital first. Some of the family lived in New York. They were already at the hospital. Tabitha lay in the bed peacefully, covered by a white blanket. Debbie remembered the first time she saw Tabitha. It was at the Y City airport. Tabitha was dignified and graceful as she walked, a woman with a regal bearing. As she approached Debbie, she had a warm and welcoming smile on her face. She held Debbie's hand and said her name softly. She gave her a pair of jade bracelets, heirlooms of the Huo family, and cooked delicious dishes for her. Only 4 years had passed, but now she was a mere bag of bones. She didn't look like a woman who had come from wealth and power, but a starved, emaciated beggar. Debbie raised her head to look at the ceiling, holding back her tears. Carlos could see how distraught she was. He squeezed her hand and gave her a reassuring look to comfort her. Fraser handed a stack of papers to Carlos and said, Aunt Tabitha signed the divorce papers, Carlos. These are the original documents. Expressionless, Carlos accepted the papers and briefly looked them over. He saw Tabitha's signature on the very last page. Tabitha once had flawless penmanship, but her signature this time was scrawled and hard to read. Carlos turned to look at Tabitha and asked Fraser in a cold voice, How did she die? Who told you she killed herself? Are you sure? Fraser explained in a sad voice, Yesterday afternoon, Aunt Tabitha cooked up some excuse, and the nurses left her alone at her request. She stole a bottle of sleeping pills and swallowed them all. At dusk, a nurse came by to serve dinner. She found the body. Carlos turned to look at the nurses, who were standing in a corner, shivering. Did she act weird at all? He asked. One of them stepped forward and answered in a shaking voice. A man came to visit Mrs. Tabitha Huo yesterday morning. After he left, she sat in the room a long time. She stared out the window without saying a word. A man. Carlos wondered who it might have been. Fraser explained. That was Uncle Angus. I already called him. He told Aunt Tabitha that he had divorced his wife, and advised her to divorce James. He said he'd be here to explain everything. Carlos didn't respond. Then he started to make preparations for Tabitha's funeral. When Douglas passed away, it was Carlos who handled the funeral arrangements. Although Tabitha was not Carlos' biological mother, she had raised him and done what a mother should do. As a result, Carlos conducted her funeral instead of her own son, Louis. Louis showed up on time for the funeral. He used to be a little chubby, but he looked much thinner since James and Tabitha hadn't had the time or energy to take care of him. As for Portia, she divorced Louis and left the country when Carlos lost his memory. Carlos also had his men try to get a hold of James, but the man was nowhere to be found. Maybe he was too afraid of Carlos to show his face. Or maybe he had never loved Tabitha at all. James never showed any affection for Tabitha, the woman who had been his wife for decades. When Douglas passed away, Carlos had cried like a baby. But this time he didn't shed a single tear. Maybe what Tabitha had done to him and Debbie had been a complete letdown. Nevertheless, he did what a son should do. Tabitha's funeral was grand yet solemn. Ivan and Casey held a wonderful and beautiful wedding ceremony later on in the fall. Debbie was her bridesmaid, and she insisted that Carlos serve as the best man. With the great CEO as the best man and the superstar as the bridesmaid, the wedding was rather eye-catching. All the paparazzi were there, snapping pic after pic. Even after the ushers had escorted the worst offenders out, they waited outside, hoping to get an exclusive with any of the wedding party. Then Debbie focused on getting her new album ready, while Carlos kept himself busy with work, taking care of his daughter and courting his ex-wife. One day, Carlos was finally able to relax at lunch instead of being chained to his desk. He called Debbie. Hey baby, want to catch a show with me tonight? What show? She asked curiously. Remember when you were on the operating table? Were you scared? He asked in a low voice. What? When? Debbie wasn't sure what he was talking about. When James threatened Evelyn's life and forced you to divorce me and leave Y City, Carlos said. Debbie's heart skipped a beat. Of course. Why? She stammered. Because I swore I'd make James pay for what he did to you. And Debbie had a bad feeling about this. I'll pick you up tonight. We'll watch a reality show together. Live audience, front row seats. Debbie didn't know how to respond. A reality show? It seems like no matter where James holes up, Carlos always hunts him down. After hanging up, Debbie put off all her work that night. She was too curious about exactly what was going down. When Carlos came to pick her up, she was waiting for him at the entrance. He got out of his car, kissed her, and tied her scarf for her, tucking part of it into her pink overcoat. Gallantly, he offered her his hand, and they walked hand in hand to the vehicle. The car rolled to a stop in front of a hospital. Debbie recognized the place. Niles worked here. After they got out, Carlos held her waist tightly, ignoring her protests. They went inside the building together. Debbie snapped at him. When I first met Niles, I was injured. But someone didn't offer to give me a ride, and didn't even look at me. I was a wreck then. Carlos knew the guy she was talking about. It was him. Feeling guilty, he kissed her hair and apologized. I'm so sorry, honey. I swear it won't happen again. While they were walking to the elevator, Debbie cast a scornful glance at him and snorted. You're such a liar. I only believe about a third of what you say. Carlos curled his lips and said, How about this? How about what? I love you. I love you. I love you. 9 words. Believe a third of them and that would be 3. You can believe that I love you. This was what he meant. Debbie blushed at Carlos' love confession, and she felt so happy at that moment. They reached the 12th floor, and the whole floor was shrouded in silence. Carlos led Debbie to the door of an office when 2 familiar voices came from within the room. Niles, will you stop talking nonsense? Hurry up and check my kidneys. I feel there is something wrong with them, said Damon. Oh really? Niles asked nonchalantly. What's wrong with your kidneys? Damon looked at him with a sad look and complained. It's all Carlos' fault. What? Carlos? What did you guys do? Damon's answer not only stunned Niles, but also made Debbie giggle. With a gloomy face, Carlos kicked the door open. When Damon saw Carlos, he was shocked and cowered with fear, blurting out nervously, Carlos, what are you doing here? Carlos cast a scornful glance at him and scoffed. To have someone's kidney removed. Whose? Yours. Disdain was written all over Carlos' face. Damon covered his waist and rushed towards the door. However, Niles grabbed his collar and said, Hey, let me give you an injection.
No, no.
I have to keep my kidneys to meet my wife's needs. Damon broke free from Niles and rushed to a corner sitting on the chair, feigning terror. Carlos stared at him and asked, Why are you here? Damon rolled his eyes and snapped back at him. Have my kidneys checked. It's all your fault. Carlos had hired women to seduce him every day. Faced with so many hot women, Damon could do nothing but restrain his desires. As time went by, he felt that he had a kidney deficiency. Niles opened the door to the examination room and gestured for Damon to go in. I'll give you a thorough examination, he said. Then he turned to Carlos. Everything is ready. You guys go to the operating room first. It's next to this one. Carlos couldn't be bothered to stay to watch Niles carry out a checkup on Damon. He and Debbie made their way towards the room Niles had shown him. When he pushed the door open, he saw several bodyguards standing inside. Upon seeing their boss, they greeted him respectfully. Carlos nodded to them and walked inside. There was an operating table and some medical equipment with several doctors standing around the table. Stephanie was lying on the table. She seemed to be fast asleep. Her eyes were shut, and her face was deathly pale. Carlos turned around and ordered the bodyguards. Bring them in. Yes, Mr. Huo. Soon 2 people were brought in. To Debbie's surprise, they were James and Glenda. Their hands and feet were tied with ropes, and they were both gagged. Horror was evident in Glenda's wide-open eyes, but James looked rather calm. However, when James saw his daughter lying on the operating table, fear gripped his entire body in an instant. He turned to look at Carlos with pleading eyes, but Carlos didn't so much as spare him a single glance. Ignoring James' imploring moans and grunts, Carlos studied the scalpels that were spread out on the table. Debbie fixed her eyes on the operating table and grabbed Carlos' hand tightly. It brought back the horrific memories from 3 years ago when James had tied her to an operating table and forced her to divorce Carlos. He had threatened that he would have doctors abort her baby. She was so traumatized that several months later, when she went into labor, she was too afraid to go into the delivery room. However, at the doctor's insistence, she finally went there at the last minute. In the delivery room, she focused on observing the doctors vigilantly. She was afraid that the doctors were sent by James and that they would take her baby away. During the childbirth, even though Debbie was in great pain, she refused any medication. She wanted to be fully conscious and aware to keep an eye on the doctors. Carlos sensed that something wasn't right with Debbie. She was trembling all over. Carlos gently pulled her into his arms and patted her back to soothe and comfort her. Honey, trust me. No one will ever harm you again, he said softly in her ear. Carlos, are you going to do something to her baby? She said she didn't want the baby, so I'd like to help her get rid of it. I'm a good man, right? Carlos said with a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Carlos had his principles. No matter how much he hated Stephanie, he wouldn't deal with an unborn baby. It was Stephanie herself who didn't want it. Stephanie had made an appointment with a doctor of another hospital to abort the baby. Carlos, however, asked his men to bring her to this hospital. If Stephanie had regretted her decision and wanted to keep the baby, Carlos would have let her keep it. But she didn't. Help her. Debbie shook her head helplessly. In his arms, she took a deep breath and calmed down a lot. She raised her head again and gave him a small smile. "Will you give her anesthesia?" she asked. "No," Carlos simply said. His reply sent a chill down everyone's spine. Debbie looked at the scalpels and said, "I want to stay." "Okay. Sure. You can do whatever you like." The reason Carlos had brought her here was to avenge her. He ordered his men to remove the gags from James and Glenda. Glenda sobbed bitterly. "Carlos, please don't do this to my daughter. Please let her go. I beg you, please." James' whole body was shaking. "Carlos Huo, you can vent your anger out on me. Let her go." Carlos curled his lips. His smile was as vicious as a venomous snake. "Don't worry. You'll be next. No one will be getting away with what they have done." Glenda's loud crying woke Stephanie. She slowly opened her eyes and looked around. When she discovered where she was, she tried to sit up and yelled, "Carlos Huo, what do you want?" That was when she realized that her hands were tied to each side of the operating table. At that moment, Niles came into the room while cursing under his breath. "Damn! Damon is such a coward. There's nothing wrong with him, yet he forced me to do a thorough checkup on him. It was such a waste of my time." When he saw so many people inside the room, he flashed a broad smile. Uncle James. Uncle James, mistress." "Hello, Miss Lee. You're finally awake." "Uncle James, mistress?" Both James and Glenda turned sour. Ignoring Niles, Stephanie fixed her eyes on Carlos. Unlike her mother, she was calm and composed. "Carlos Huo, you better kill me right here and now. Otherwise, the first thing that I'm going to do after I leave here is report you to the authorities for having people me and holding me against my will." Carlos picked up a scalpel and played with it in his hand. The scalpel shone under the light. After a while he said mockingly, "Kill you." An evil smile appeared on his lips as he shot the scalpel towards Stephanie. Debbie watched in horror, and a chill ran down her spine. "Arg!" Stephanie let out a blood-curdling scream. The scalpel cut her arm and dropped to the floor. "You think that I wouldn't dare kill you?" Carlos mocked. James roared, "Carlos Huo, only a coward will torment a woman." His voice trailed off as he remembered what he had done to Debbie. "Right. Only a coward will torment a woman," Carlos said sarcastically when he heard James' words. With one hand in his pocket, he walked up to James, patted the slimeball's cheek and said, "Be patient. It will be your turn soon. I will not let you down, Dad." He stared the old man in the eye. Without averting his sight, he ordered the doctors. "Since Stephanie doesn't want the bastard in her belly, let's do her a favor, rip it out." He had waited for this day for more than a month. Stephanie was finally pregnant. It was showtime. He would make James watch while he paid him back with interest. Then he would know who was crueler between the two of them. Two doctors held Stephanie tightly onto the operating table, and another one grabbed the tools and started the abortion procedure. Stephanie's eyes widened in fear. Debbie watched. The operation was being done without giving her an anesthetic. She could imagine how painful it was. But Stephanie bit her lower lip stubbornly. When the cold equipment was inserted into her body, she refused to scream, no matter how much it hurt. Even if Carlos hadn't ordered the doctors to do the abortion, she wouldn't have kept the bastard anyway. James bowed his head and clenched his teeth as hatred filled his heart. Glenda cried so hard that she was on the verge of passing out. She was making too much noise, so Carlos had her mouth gagged again. Debbie couldn't stand the bloody scene anymore. She turned her head away from the operating table. But she told herself not to be soft-hearted. 3 years ago, James hadn't been merciful to her. When the procedure was done, everyone thought that Carlos was done with the punishments. But the doctors remained. Carlos glared at James and asked, Do you understand how Debbie had felt back then? His voice was cold, radiating an undeniably dangerous aura. Debbie gazed at him and saw bloodlust in his sharp eyes. James wondered whether he should nod or shake his head. Carlos didn't really care how he felt. While James was working on a response, Carlos asked Stephanie, "Where's the woman who had impersonated Debbie?" Blood drained from her face, making her look as pale as a ghost. But her eyes were not dead yet, and she didn't respond to Carlos' question. The man stared back at her. "I hate your eyes," he said calmly. Every time Stephanie looked at Debbie, her eyes were full of malice and disdain. Carlos' words shocked everyone. Debbie had never asked Carlos how he was going to deal with Stephanie, so she had no idea about any of this before she had walked into this operating room. What he had just said gave her a feeling that Stephanie was about to lose her eyes. And she was right. Operating on Stephanie without anesthetizing her had been cruel enough. Also, having a group of hobos her in Glenda was sickeningly heartless. What Carlos said next sent shivers down Stephanie's spine. "I had someone fill in an application to the Red Cross to donate your corneas and a kidney. Loss of sight and one kidney wasn't bad enough to kill her, but it would damage her life forever." Glenda was having a nervous breakdown. James' blood pressure was acting up and he was feeling dizzy. Yet, unlike her parents, Stephanie gave Carlos a cold smile and asked in a weak voice, "What do you expect me to say? Thank you for not killing me?" Carlos loathed her expression and tone. He averted his gaze towards James and announced, "If you kneel before Debbie and apologize, I'll spare her corneas." James was stunned into a daze for a short moment. Then he nodded vigorously. The gag in his mouth was removed. Once he was brought in front of Debbie, a bodyguard gave him a hard kick in the back of his knee, and he thumped to the floor on his knees. His face went pale from the pain in the knees, and his forehead was filled with beads of sweat. Stephanie saw all this from the operating table, but she was nonchalant like an emotionless machine. Debbie wasn't going to let James off so easy. She glanced around the operating room and saw a bottle of anti-phlogiston. She strode over, grabbed it, and smashed the bottle in front of James. The glass bottle broke into pieces. The drug spilled all over the floor and splashed onto James. Debbie's shoes were stained too, but she didn't care. "Your apology wasn't sincere at all. Kneel over the broken glass. Then we'll talk about forgiveness." Carlos was surprised by Debbie's act. He grinned and thought, "My wife is meaner than me. She is so cool. I'm so proud." James gasped and his eyes rolled in their sockets uncontrollably. He was about to faint. Niles was quick to run over to him and fumbled around his coat for his medicine. He found the pills for his high blood pressure. He looked at the label to confirm, took out 5 pills and gave them to James. A minute later, James felt better. He took a deep breath and sneered at Debbie. "Don't push me." "Push you." Debbie was enraged. She shook off Carlos' hand and kicked James in the chest. He groaned painfully on the floor. But Debbie was not done. She lifted her right foot and stamped on his chest mercilessly. Looking down at him, she asked, "I'm pushing you? Did you forget what you did to me 3 years ago? After Carlos' accident, you tied me to an operating table and coerced me into signing the divorce papers. You should have known this day would come." Overwhelmed by emotions, Debbie raised her voice and yelled at him. "You hit me, forced me to leave Carlos in my home, staged his death and tricked me to a fake funeral. You ruined my happiness and destroyed my life. You pushed me into severe depression. What do you say about all that?" Debbie's eyes reddened at the thought of her painful past. Hearing her words, Carlos felt even more guilty. Debbie removed her foot from James' chest and squatted down beside him. She grabbed his collar and pulled him up into a sitting position. "You're a murderer. I'll sue you and make you rot in jail." James struggled a little and smiled contemptuously at her. "You're only doing all this by relying on Carlos. Find some proof on your own, I dare you." "I rely on Carlos. So what? He's my husband. We count on each other. I might not be able to find out everything you did, but Carlos sure can. And now that I've seen the pathetic look on your face, I'll smile in my dreams tonight." Ever since Debbie knew Carlos' memory had returned, She refused to have sex with him. When Debbie said, "He's my husband. We count on each other," Carlos was greatly comforted by her words. "Your husband? You and Carlos haven't even remarried yet. What a trollop you are to say that. If he loved you, why hasn't he married you yet?" By now, James had figured out that Carlos had fully regained his memory. Debbie flashed a smile at him. "It's not that he doesn't want to marry me. He carries the divorce certificate and residence booklet around with him every day, just in case I agree to marry him. Your daughter tried everything to get this man, and yet I'm still considering whether or not to give him a second chance." Her words had amused Carlos. When did she find out about that? He wondered. Everyone that was present in the operating room exchanged glances with each other. They couldn't believe their ears and looked at Carlos, who was still smiling. They were all aware that he was one of the wealthiest men in the world. Since when did Carlos have to try so hard to get a woman? They all wondered. No longer in the mood to waste time speaking to James, Debbie cast a glance at the bodyguards. Taking the hint, they grabbed James by the shoulders and forced him to kneel down on the broken glass. Arg! His scream pierced the air in the operating room. Most of the broken glass cut cruelly into his flesh and embedded into his skin. His face was now as pale as Stephanie's. Carlos ignored his screams of pain and took Debbie into his arms, whispering in her ear, "Honey, there are so many of them watching. It'll be so humiliating if you still reject me. Let's remarry tomorrow and make them all jealous, okay?" Debbie rolled her eyes at him. "You think just because my tone softened I would agree to marry you now? Yeah, right. You wish." So she said softly, "I just need some more time." Carlos was deeply disappointed and frustrated. Chasing Debbie was the most difficult task he ever had to do. James didn't have much time to make his decision. Carlos nodded to the doctors, and they picked up the scalpels and were about to begin the surgery. James couldn't bear to watch. He gritted his teeth and bowed his head.
Debbie. Carlos, I'm sorry.
Please let my daughter go. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, "Screw you, Carlos Huo. You had your memory back and found out that Stephanie was my daughter a long time ago." Debbie shook her head and said through clenched teeth, "What kind of apology is that? Not sincere enough." James turned his head to look at Stephanie, who was lying on the hospital bed expressionless. From the very start, she had never said a word to him nor in his defense, but still James apologized again humbly. "Carlos, Debbie, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done those terrible things to you years ago." Debbie felt much relief to finally hear those words coming from him. She had waited a long time for them. Then she noticed Stephanie just lying there nonchalantly. Debbie shook her head in disapproval. While her father is apologizing on his knees for his daughter's sake, she is acting as if she doesn't give a damn. Like father, like daughter. They're both heartless, Debbie thought. Where is that woman? Carlos demanded. "Stephanie, tell them," James urged. But Stephanie lay there with her eyes closed as if she was sleeping. Acting defiant? Carlos thought. He sneered and told the bodyguards, "Get them out of the room. Leave the doctors to do their work." The bodyguards hauled Glenda and James out of the operating room. Glenda was weak as a leaf and never stopped crying, whereas James' pants were drenched in blood. While the doctors operated on Stephanie, Carlos and Debbie left the hospital. The bodyguards stood guarding the operating room in case James and Glenda tried to barge in to save their daughter. Sitting on the bench listlessly in the hallway, James peered around the corner. There were a couple of cameras in the hallway, but neither of them seemed to be working. He assumed that Carlos had sabotaged them beforehand. Glenda grabbed his arm and asked tearfully, "What should we do? Our daughter is still in there. We must save her." James patted her hand to comfort her, and then he called one of his men to pick them up from the hospital. Once they were inside the car, he texted someone. 1 billion for killing Carlos Huo, 500 million for killing Debbie Nian, 100 million for bringing their daughter to me, he promised in the message. "James, let's get Stephanie and get out of here. We can't beat Carlos Huo. We have plenty of money. Let's leave Y City." Glenda was scared. Carlos was too cruel. He made them watch as he tortured their daughter. They could do nothing and were helpless to save her. A venomous light flitted across James' eyes. He took one of my daughter's kidneys. I'm going to take both of his daughters. Glinda was shocked. Carlos' daughter? She's only a 3-year-old little girl. On the way home, Carlos was busy speaking on the phone. He had James closely watched. Wherever that evil man went, he was tailed. Carlos figured out what James might do next. He wanted to give his daughter a normal upbringing, so he let Evelyn continue to go to the kindergarten. All the cars used to pick her up had been refitted to be bulletproof. Many bodyguards in casual clothes were arranged around the kindergarten whenever Evelyn was there. Thinking of Evelyn's safety, Carlos realized that he had to take care of James as soon as possible. He asked Frankie to set up an emergency meeting the next afternoon. All the high-ranking executives of ZL Group were requested to be present. Time for Dixon and the others to come back, he told Frankie. Debbie had been deep in thought in the car. Upon hearing Dixon's name, she sat up immediately, and her eyes lit up. Dixon is coming back? Yeah. He's capable enough to undertake some tasks now. I can use his help. Soldiers were trained to be used in a time of crisis. Carlos believed that Dixon wouldn't let him down. When is he arriving? I want to pick him up at the airport. Among Debbie's friends, Dixon had been apart from her for the longest. Christina had been out of touch. Debbie and Casey had tried to call her the other day, but her phone number wasn't in service anymore. Seeing how excited Debbie was, Carlos wasn't happy. He squeezed her hand as a warning and asked, "You're very happy to see him?" "Of course. I haven't seen him for years. I've missed him," Debbie admitted, ignoring his warning. A warning was all that Carlos could do. Despite being jealous, the mighty man cared too much about Debbie to scold her. The entire Y City knew that the ZL Group was going through a period of crisis and was making major changes. The company had held not only a management meeting, but also a shareholders meeting and a layoff conference. Soon after the conferences, 5 elites who had just graduated from abroad were appointed to be the top executives of the group. Each of them was competent enough to be the CEO of a regional branch. The arrival of new faces also meant that some of the old employees would be leaving. Sure enough, 18 high-ranking managers had been fired in one day. 13 of them were sued by the ZL Group's lawyers for embezzlement, taking bribes, cooking the books and other illegal activities. 3 of the 5 elites that came were appointed as CEOs of the regional branches. Another one became the deputy general manager of the headquarters. The 5th, though, seemed to hold the lowest position among them. He was Dixon. He was appointed as the head of Carlos' secretaries. The dismissal of the CEOs in some of the regional branches showed that the ZL Group was full of elites, and that the company was resolute to put things straight. Those drastic measures brought out the desired effect. Some senior executives that harbored ulterior motives were menaced. With all the changes that had taken place in the company, Carlos had been swamped at work. Miranda had been taking care of Evelyn, and they became used to not seeing Carlos for a few days at a time. Debbie stood in front of the office building of the ZL Group and looked up at the logo and smiled. For years ago she was still very green and knew nothing about even cooking, let alone other things. However, she was determined to please the most important man in this building. So she learned how to cook and brought the freshly cooked dishes here. Just like she did now, she stood in front of the building, gazed up at the logo and went inside. 4 years ago she and Carlos were strangers. Although now they had become soulmates, the closest a person could be to another. Debbie's cooking used to be terrible. However, after much practice and determination, she now cooked delicious meals and became an excellent cook. Carlos had been too busy to eat regularly. He once complained about having a stomachache to Miranda, and then Miranda told Debbie about it. Debbie had felt bad, so she cooked a few dishes for him and decided to bring them to his office so that Carlos could have a nice meal. When she walked into the building, none of the employees tried to stop her. They all greeted her politely and with respect. "Mrs. Huo. Nice to see you, Mrs. Huo. Good afternoon, Mrs. Huo." Since Debbie and Carlos hadn't remarried, She was embarrassed by the way they addressed her. Tristan told her that Carlos gave specific instructions to the employees to address her as Mrs. Huo whenever they saw her. On the 66th floor, all the secretaries were in their office. When the elevator arrived with a tinkling sound, all of them lifted their heads to look. Tristan was the first, then Frankie followed by Dixon. "Doctor!" Debbie called out with excitement when she saw him. Tall and thin. He was wearing glasses and a dark-colored suit. Rising from his seat, Dixon smiled at her. "Hi Tomboy, I'm back." One of the other secretaries was surprised to see him smile. He had been working with them for 2 days, and not once had he smiled. However, he was smiling at Debbie now. The secretary wondered if he and Debbie knew each other from before. Despite the gazes from the rest of the employees, Debbie ran toward Dixon excitedly and hugged him hard. Happy tears streamed down her cheeks. "Doctor, you're finally back. Carlos told me that you would be coming back. I'm so glad to see you." Dixon patted her back to comfort her. "Yes, Tomboy, I'm back and I'm staying." He had missed Y City and his friends dearly. "Really? That's great. Do Jared and the others know you're back?" "No, you're the only one who knows for now. I've just started this job. There's a lot to." Creak. The door of the CEO's office was flung open, and Carlos strode out and saw them hugging. He walked over to them and pulled Debbie into his arms. Glaring at Dixon, he said in a cold voice, "Dixon, take this file and read it through. Highlight all of the errors and then deliver it to my office when it's done." Dixon took the file. "Yes, Mr. Huo." He retreated to his desk resignedly. The other secretaries all averted their gazes nervously and resumed their work. Debbie wriggled out of Carlos' embrace. "I want to." She meant to say that she wanted to catch up with Dixon. But before she could finish the sentence, Carlos interrupted her. "Chatting at work isn't allowed. His salary will be deducted. Do you want that for him?" Debbie pouted. "Just admit you're jealous and stop making excuses," Tristan mused when he heard what Carlos said. Dixon waved to Debbie with a smile and pointed at the file in his hand, indicating that he had to go back to work. Debbie let out a sigh and followed Carlos back into his office. After closing the door behind her, she put the food containers on the desk in a sullen manner and said, "Here, eat." When Carlos glanced at the containers filled with food, he was taken back to 4 years ago. Back then, Debbie was much sweeter and more obedient, unlike now when she was defiant and bossy. Even so, Carlos was touched by her gesture and pecked her on the lips and said, "Thank you, honey." Debbie had good intentions when she made the dishes for Carlos. However, after the way he acted a few moments ago when she was with Dixon, she had become annoyed with him. Debbie was so irritated that she was going to let him open the containers of food himself. Then she remembered how busy Carlos had been lately, and her heart softened. When Carlos went to wash his hands, she opened up all the containers of food and laid the various dishes out for him on the desk. There were 3 vegetable dishes along with fish wonton. Carlos sat down and took the chopsticks that she handed to him. "Why did you come over? Have you eaten?" "Yes, I have eaten. I've got the day off today, but I have to go to a fashion show tonight." Debbie watched him eating, and subconsciously she was planning a reunion with Dixon, Jared, and Casey in her mind. "Okay," Carlos replied. He seemed to be enjoying the dishes and ate 1 wonton at a time. After staring absently at him for a while, Debbie asked, "When did Dixon come back? He's much more handsome than before. He has the urban look about him and seems capable. What position does he hold now? How much will he make in a year? You'll pay him, right?" Carlos gave her a sharp look. "Why do you care so much about Dixon?" "He's one of my closest friends. We've been friends for many years. Of course I care about him. You eat and I'll go check on him." Debbie was itching to talk with Dixon. Carlos abruptly put the chopsticks down and frowned. "What's the matter?" she asked. "I've lost my appetite." He wiped his mouth with a tissue. "You didn't like it?" she asked. "That couldn't be the reason because my cooking is much better than before," she thought. Carlos sighed sadly. "Instead of enjoying the moment with me, My wife has been thinking about another man all this time. How can I enjoy the food? Take it to Dixon. Debbie rolled her eyes at him. Humph. She wasn't going to humor his mood.
Fine.
As it happens, Dixon doesn't seem to have eaten. Since you haven't touched these dishes yet, I'll take them to him. You didn't seem to like them anyway. Carlos was hurt. I never said I didn't like it. Debbie's career was booming. Sometimes she was even busier than Carlos. He barely saw her at all. And it had been too long since she last cooked for him. Knowing that she was coming to see him and bringing lunch, he dropped everything, putting off meetings and appointments, and was waiting for her in his office. He heard noises outside, so he rushed to the door to whip it open. She was hugging someone else. His heart sank. Although Debbie had said she was going to take the food to Dixon, she was sitting down. Carlos got up from his chair and sat beside her. Stroking her hair, he said, "Be a good girl. Don't get too close to that guy, or I'm moving him out of the city." Debbie sensed his jealousy. "Hey, old man. Dixon and I are just buddies. You're the one I love. What are you jealous of?" The one she loves. Carlos was touched by those words. He felt that this was a chance to convince Debbie to marry him. So when are you going to marry the man you love? Carlos couldn't wait anymore. If she turned him down again, he would do it his own way. One way or another, he'd get her to the Civil Affairs Bureau to sign that license. Again she said softly, "I need more time." Carlos dropped it and continued to eat. Debbie smiled and opened the latest issue of her favorite magazine. She flipped through it, looking for the comics liberally sprinkled throughout its pages. Carlos devoured his lunch and brushed his teeth in the lounge. When he sat down on the couch again, he dragged Debbie over and sat her on his lap. "Don't I get a reward?" he asked. "What for?" "I ate everything in the lunchbox. I think I deserve a reward. Even kids get a little sticker or something." He lowered his head on her belly to smell her scent. She wore a casual coat, a white cashmere shirt and jeans. In that outfit she looked like a college student. She had been turning him down when the lights were out. But if he wanted a reward, she pecked him on the chin. Carlos wasn't satisfied. He looked at her. Her rosy lips and lipstick were so tempting he leaned in and gave her a long, passionate kiss. He didn't let go of her until she felt like she was going to pass out from lack of air. She gasped, gulping down deep lungfuls of oxygen. But the next thing she knew, he pressed her against the couch and complained, "Honey, it's been almost 2 months." "Okay. And?" she asked with a smile, grabbing his wandering hand. Carlos was definitely annoyed. "So when are you going to give it up?" "Let me see." She pretended to be considering it seriously. "I can pencil you in next Thursday." Then she came up with an answer. "Never." "Haha." Frustrated, Carlos buried his face in her neck. To punish her a little, he bit her there under the jawline. "Ouch. That hurts. Cut it out, asshole." Her hand flew to her neck. She checked her fingers. There was no blood, but it still stung. Then slowly, the pain was replaced by the touch of his lips, the feel of afternoon stubble nuzzling her neck, lightly gentle kisses. So when Debbie stepped out of the CEO's office, there were a few hickeys on her neck, but she knew nothing about it. Dixon wanted to talk to her, but when he turned his head, he saw Carlos standing at the door glowering at him. So he just waved and focused on his work. After Debbie left the building, the office was abuzz with speculations about her relationship with Carlos. "I bet bringing Mr. Huo lunch was only an excuse. Debbie must have been here for some action. Looking at her neck, seems like she found some. What's going on between her and Mr. Huo? They're not married yet, right? Then why does Mr. Huo ask us to call her Mrs. Huo? Mr. Huo was mean to Debbie when he had amnesia. My guess is he's trying to make amends." "Ooh, interesting." Recently, Carlos warned Debbie about hanging around Decker, that he was mixed up with some bad people, and she needed to watch her step. She forgot about that largely because she was too busy, and he was her brother after all. But Carlos' warnings were like an omen. That night, while driving home, Debbie's car was forced into an alley. If her driver hadn't been as skilled as he was, they would have smashed straight into her. She hadn't recovered from the shock of it yet, when all of a sudden thuggish men emerged from the cars and surrounded her. The alley was dim. One thug told the middle-aged guy beside him, "That's Eckerd's sister. She's a kick-ass fighter, so I've brought in some of our specialists." Debbie counted in her head. There were about 30 of them. Enough for a fight between rival gangs. Only there was only one gang, or so it seemed. And she was their rival, with no gang to back her up. Just the driver. Whose? She was going to ask who Eckerd was. Then she remembered. Carlos said he wasn't who I thought he was. That among others, he goes by a different name. He pieced it together. Eckerd must be an alias her brother used. So these men were all there because of Decker. Awesome, dude. I'm going to get the crap beaten out of me in some godforsaken alley because of your dumb ass. Debbie's driver was also her bodyguard. He already let Carlos know what was going on before he got out as well. What did Eckerd do? She asked the punks. Is it a money thing, or did he take one of you out? The middle-aged man set his mouth in a grim frown. He didn't answer her. Instead, he glared at her for a while and then ordered his men, "Get her in the car." "Wait, didn't you know that I wasn't close to Eckerd? I'm his sister, but I haven't seen him in forever." That was true. Decker was secretive at best, and Debbie was too busy to waste energy or time on him.
No biggie.
Eckerd will come looking for you. We'll be waiting. And then my saucy singer. He left the threat unspoken, but a guttural laugh escaped his lips. Haha, she is hot. Delicious. The punks leered at Debbie. Debbie was disgusted. She glanced at them, stretched her limbs, and dropped into a fighting stance. "Think you can take me? Bring it," she declared. Her bodyguard used to be the principal of a martial arts school. He was a master of Wing Chun, having even been instructed in how to wield the traditional weapons of the art. He'd also learned the fundamentals of kickboxing, not to mention wrestling holds. The sidekicks stepped back, allowing the henchmen to do their dirty work. They came at her, fists raised. Debbie dodged the first few swings. Then she sidestepped one man's punch, used the energy of his punch against him, and threw him to the ground using his momentum. Seeing this, the middle-aged man took out his phone and said to someone on the other end of the line, "She knows Taekwondo. Send some black belts." As soon as Debbie and her bodyguard took care of those bulky men, around 6 men with daggers rushed over at them.